Britney, bitch. No.
Okay, we did it. I figured it out. Holy shit. Okay. Now you should be able to hear Discord. Did someone just say sup Discord noises?
Sup,
No,
Discord
I
noises?
think you're literally, I think you're hearing the game because I have the game up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how everyone is hearing everything. I don't know. I don't
If
know.
anything sounds off,
How
it's,
these people?
it's Pinxel's fault. She speaks and mics go supersonic. It's you know just how things are.
I do go. Why Xbox noises?
I'm the only one not here. Why is first still up? I think your mix-it-up's whack.
No, it's because there's a 5-minute timer on it, and there was
okay.
somebody didn't. Wait, why are you no? I'm trying to control her.
Well, don't forget you got to click on the screen that you're playing on.
No, I know that.
Well, I just had to do that, so you know.
I'm my controller because it's me. Oh yeah, it's because it's Brit, so it stays on there for an extra long time. Right,
That's right, always. Hey, did I ever tell you that story about eggnog? Just kidding. He's so tired of hearing that story. every time every time he comes in here, I'm like, hey, you want to hear a story about eggnog?
Oh my gosh. All right, I have batteries. Give me 2 seconds. I have rechargeable batteries because I'm eco-friendly to the eco. Wait, maybe I'll just take the ones.
All right, so I'm gonna warn y'all.
Oh, no.
It's not really a warning, just like a heads up.
Okay.
That, like I have been watching Sea of Thieves tonight, or not tonight. Today.
Okay.
And I've seen some wild stuff.
Wild stuff meaning how? Oh wait, is today the first season? The first day of the season?
Day 1 of the season.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So I should go buy a dog.
We have our pets, remember?
Can't you have more than one? And,
I don't think so. I told Chaos
think
I
you can
can't
put-
stay because of
I mean, you
seasick
can
shit. We're not
own
on the
multiple
boat
pets.
yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can own
Hi,
multiple.
Mike, look at my
switch 'em out,
controller,
yeah?
like, won't connect. But you know, high and such. High and
Ah,
such.
I ran into a wall. Where's the pet dealer? Who's dealing pets?
What is going
Like
on?
drugs?
Whoa,
Why?
whoa, whoa, whoa! This is
You
a
got
pet-free zone.
You got pets? Huh?
You
Is
got
there a
some-
reason
you got
why
some
my
pet-
controller won't connect? All right,
You
hold
got
on.
pets?
Hold on.
Let me
Just
sniff
do
the
a
new
quick
pet
hit.
smell.
Need a quick hit of pet. Is it here?
I just want to let you guys know I'm terrified. I'm just
I
terrified.
found it.
Terrified.
Oh yeah, let's Earl. What you got, Earl? What you got,
I
Earl?
want some pets. Oh, let's see. Do I have to make? Yo, what up, Ghost? What's good? Oh, did you guys see today on Twitter? The new thing to complain about is when you collab with somebody, you're not supposed to talk to your chat at all. Did you guys
Mute
see that?
yourself. It's yeah. I honestly thought it was ridiculous because it's like not everything works for everyone, and to sit there and be like, I know. I literally saw a tweet saying, I know that there are newer streamers that don't know, but if you're doing a collab, you should be muting yourself when you're talking to chat. And I was like,
this is
that's an opinion
my
and
Xbox
not
controller is
mandatory.
connected, but it's not like working. Like it's not saying.
He's
that
not
it's
what?
input.
You heard it here, Britt. You heard it here.
Gameplay.
So if you're ever collabing with somebody, you're not supposed to talk to your chat. You're just supposed to talk to your collaboration. Now, I will say this. I think the only time that really applies.
If I quit the game and go back, can I take the same invite? Right?
I don't know if you can take the same invite, but I think you can see that I'm playing, maybe, and then you can
Can join.
left.
join my game.
All right, let's see.
But I can send you another invite. Ghost is banned on Twitter. It do be like that, Ghost. If I knew anybody who might be banned on Twitter, it would be you. It would be you.
Wow.
Being that you're in Facebook jail all of the time.
Let's see if this one works because it's my controller is connected before you were joining game. Would you like to continue?
Okay.
Why? Why
how do
is
I-
it not using my
I gotta remember how
controller?
to invite people to games.
No, it says on me. It's trying to let me join the game, but it's not using my controller as the input. And every single time I've played Sea of Thieves, it works absolutely flawlessly, no problem.
Flawlessly, no cap.
Biggie Z, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome in. How was your day? All right,
my
let me
God.
see
Why is that there?
why
Yes. Reaper's
my
5.
controller
Okay,
does
when I
not
don't
want
want to stay here. The Reaper 5 on the
register.
map. Come touch our no squares.
No squares.
Yeah, that little patch on my neck that when you touch it, it just makes you go, eh!
I'm so
you
confused.
become
Like
one of
my
those
controller
turtles?
is connected.
turtle.
I don't want to
Am
play
I
this
not
game on
turtle
mouse
enough
and
for the
keyboard.
turtle gang?
Huh. That's so
Ghost, have
strange.
you ever played this game? I feel like this is a game that you
That's
would
so
excel at.
strange.
The only problem with this game is that it's Xbox
There's
or
Destiny to be found here, which
Steam
I've been feeding for content
exclusive.
for. But see if these. Yes, I haven't
That
played
kinda bothers
Destiny.
me.
I
But,
played
you know,
Destiny
it is
last
what it
night,
is.
and I
You
will
gotta do what
be
you gotta
playing
do.
Destiny tomorrow. But yes, tonight is normally my night off. I don't stream on Thursdays. But my friend
I'm
Chaos
organizing.
Unfolding asked me to play some
Like
Sea
a
of Thieves
good
with him, so it is
captain
a bonus
does.
stream. But we will be playing some more Destiny tomorrow. We'll be doing the Ruin of Nightmares raid tomorrow. But thank you so much for coming on over through Envoy's recommendation.
But yeah, it's good for Xbox. I
I
feel
don't
like I
know.
gotta
Oh,
put some
there it is.
music on.
Yes. Okay.
Just a little
I
bit.
have controller.
I control.
Amazing. I like you say your night off because the game just feel like a second job. Yeah, I mean like I don't stream on Tuesdays or Thursdays is what I mean by like my night off. But yeah. I game every day. I game every day. It doesn't matter. But I don't stream on Tuesdays or Thursdays. But it's a bonus stream tonight because Chaos asked me to play some Sea of Thieves. Some Sea of Thieves.
Some Thieves of
Some
Thieves.
Sea of Thieves for the new season.
All right, if anybody's in
okay,
chat, let me know if the
I'm
music
gonna do
is
this, though, real
overpowering
quick
stuff.
because I can't see OBS. There it is. Oh, it closed. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, so I never thought I was gonna need like a third screen anytime soon, but
Yeah,
now
you
that
okay?
I like,
Say that. And then you're gonna be like me, and you'll be like, I need a fourth one because I just need one more for when I need all this extra room. Like,
I mean, I'm already
For all
trying
these
to get a third, so I
activities.
got it.
honestly, when you have two, and you're like, wow, this is so great having two, and like having all this functionality and all this other stuff, and then you're like, all right, but what if I had just a little bit more space? And then you get your third monitor, and then you're like, wow, this is great. Look at all these activities that I could do. And then you start doing stuff, and then you start using all three of your screens, and then you're like, but what if I had one more
But
screen?
what if?
And then
So
it
I
turns
actually
into
used
an
to have.
addiction,
It's so funny.
like me.
I actually have some. I have some photos of when I had my house in Norwich, and my computer area. The setup down there was like it was more streamer setup
Mhm.
than the setup I have now.
Yeah.
Like I would have been like dominating with the possibilities of my setup that I had. Just like it was like I was like, all I had to do. I even had a camera. I had a camera. Actually, I had the camera that I was using for the better part of like the first year that I was streaming, and like I'm like, man, why didn't I start streaming then? And I'm just like,
Do you remember? Do you remember when I tried streaming before I tried streaming? Like, do you remember my first try at streaming, straight from PlayStation and stuff?
I kind of do. I kind of
Yeah.
do. But that was like
A long time
forever ago.
That was way too long ago.
I'd say I don't even know what I had for
Wolfie,
breakfast. but it
18
was
months.
oatmeal, so
That's
a
two
lot.
entire
Wolfie
Twitch babies.
But only because I don't typically have
resubscribed
oatmeal for
18
breakfast, so
months.
it's very memorable.
Wow, 18
Thank
months.
you so much. Wolfie, how was your day? Biggie, how was your day?
Okay, so
I
I
asked
have
Britt,
a
but
few
she's probably
ideas for things that we can start off tonight while we wait for people to load in. But I'm a little concerned with that Reaper on the map. Let's see if he's still here. He could have sailed off into the distance.
Very
Smooch-
I just got back to
Smooched a
Destiny,
girl
so
or
I'm going
something,
in
I
hard,
don't
but
know.
I just don't have enough
'Cause I
friends
wanted to
willing
run
make
gold
the
hoarders,
time sync and do raids and stuff.
But
It's been freaking
also,
chilling
like,
at
what do
work,
you
thanks.
guys like? Because no flex. This isn't mean. Are you guys? You're not Pirate Legends yet, so I want to kind of like work towards getting Pirate Legend. Cause
Okay.
then you can do like the really crazy quests, and we can
Yeah.
still do the really crazy quest tonight. Because I have one. I have one primed up and ready to go, and it's wild. It's just straight up wild. You're gonna really have some fun with it, I think. But
I
also, I
saw
don't wanna,
that,
like,
Wolfie. I saw
I
that
know.
on Twitter.
not get you
And
guys closer to Pirate Legend, I guess.
if you
Does that
guys
make
know
sense?
Arhanka, our friend Arhanka, who comes into the stream a lot, he has an
Hello?
alternate Pokemon.
What,
Yes.
what color fox should I get?
Sorry, I was
What color- I'm like,
answering-
hey, guys, this
I
is
was
the plan tonight.
answering chat.
We're gonna do this and that, and
Yes,
there's gonna
that
be a lot of
works for
stuff going on.
me.
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. What color fox?
What
What does
color
the fox say?
fox? Listen, this is a commitment, and it's really difficult.
All right. Well,
I like the black one, but I'm partial because I'm emo. So I think there's also like a bluish one. Is there a
my
blue
gosh.
one?
Why is my
There's a
computer
white
doing
one, a
this?
black one, a gray and white one, and then a like tan and white one, and then your
Okay.
standard.
Our
regular
friend
fox.
Arhanka has given us an alternate Pokemon bot that I want to see because yeah, I also heard that.
Well, obviously
But
you can't get a regular
don't
fox.
have
If you wanted a
confirmation
regular
yet.
fox, you could just like go outside and catch one yourself.
Just too easy. You can't go with normal, right?
What is this Reaper 5 doing in here? He's just literally swimming around in circles right now. What's he
Okay,
doing?
so my gold hoarders and my merchant are both
Okay.
like up there. They're 44 and 43. And then my
Okay.
order of souls is 33.
Okay.
And Reaper is 15. Hunter is 4, and everything else is 1.
So the way that Pirate Legend is, and you probably already had this explained to you, so sorry, but I'll explain it so that people in chat know too.
I don't know.
There we go. See?
The way to get Pirate Legend is you need level 50 and at least 3 different factions.
Yes.
So, I mean, you're pretty close. You're pretty
Mhm,
close.
mhm.
So really, any of them it's not like one's capped and we do that and it's like, I think the max is 75 now for most of them, except for, hunters, which I believe caps at 50.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what Reaper's caps at now. I think that also goes to 75.
No, Biggie, we can talk
But
about. We can
yeah,
totally
we
talk
could
about
do
Destiny.
we
Just
could do
right
the,
now,
oh, that's a
while we're
nice
like
fox.
planning
Hey,
the
foxy
night and stuff.
fox.
You know,
It's a good looking baby. It's
just
blue
trying to.
eyes.
It's the
Once
foxy
we're on the,
fox.
once we're
And
sailing
the
on the
animal
seas
looks
and all
pretty
that
nice
stuff, we
too.
can chat about whatever. Because all three of us who are playing right now also play Destiny.
Looking baby.
Thank you so much for the follow.
All right, so here's what we can do. Here's what we're gonna do. And we're just gonna hope for the best. We're just gonna hope for the best.
Oh, Wolfie, what you saw, the 2 hour and 15 thing.
We'll do
2 hour and 15 minute
the
thing
guy.
was
actually, let me make sure I have the quest
person
available. Let me
explaining
make sure I have it,
like
'cause
all of the stuff that went on in the
with
Discord.
my luck,
but
I'll
I
go to
haven't
like
had
put
a
it
chance
on.
to
I'll
watch
get it
it.
all set up and ready to go, and then I'll go to put it on the table, and I don't have it, and then I'll be annoyed. Ooh,
Is
but you know what?
good
Hey, have you
fun.
guys been downstairs yet?
Yeah.
No.
Like under the island?
Oh,
Oh, no. Oh, that's a big yawn. Let me sit somewhere. Can you, I
is
can't
this
put you-
is it this thing? Is that what's going on?
There you go. That's good.
All right,
It
I'll
said
go
that I had
open. I'll go open the
full
Athena hideout.
battery.
Oh my god,
My
you're
map
so
doesn't wanna work.
pretty.
Oh my god, controller, I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't want to play this game on mouse and keyboard. I don't like it.
Don't like it.
Ooh, there's an Order of Souls on the map. I wonder if that Reaper's
Why?
beating up
Why
that
is
Order of
this
Souls.
doing
right
this?
now. Oh god, I hate this island.
Some troopers are like, please, I'm trying to do other stuff. I've become obsessive and it's all I have on my brain. Who is this? Oh, are you talking about who we were just talking about is the Pokemon community game. Like the developers of it, I guess. I need
The
to I need
Pokemon
to look for
community game?
batteries. Give me like literally 1 second.
Not very nice things going on. But it's Pokemon. Okay, so I don't think both of yous needs to come up here, but I think at least one of you needs to come up here.
Okay. I'm looking at something really quick. Probably something I don't even need. But me being me, I have a problem. I'm looking for your name. It's up there. I go up.
Boom, bum, bum, bum.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle,
Okay,
wiggle.
come up to the tavern,
Up, up.
and we'll go to magical place.
Take me to the magical place.
Where's Pinksel? She's figuring out how to control her life.
Yes.
Okay, we go down here.
Down the hole. What the heck are you? Oh,
Go towards the light.
go toward the light. Okay. Jeebus?
Oh, there's a Broseph. Oh, I don't. So, Broseph. We could use another team member, another crewmate. I just gotta figure out how to invite you, cause. Is anybody else friends with Broseph on Microsoft? Or playing Steam? Oh, Steam. I don't know if we follow each other on Steam though.
Okay, so I have brand new charged batteries and it still like won't.
Okay, let's see if I can do this.
Why? I don't know.
Oh my god. That's exactly.
I've literally never had this problem with my Xbox controller before. This is so annoying.
It's because of me.
Like, there's no reason though. Like, there's no reason for it to not be connecting. Like,
Okay, Broseph. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send you.
Wait, Broseph,
a
are they trying
DM.
to get into the voice chat? No, they're not.
There's my friend code. I sent you a DM on Discord. There's my friend code, and you add me on the DM there, and then I'll add you to the crew. That is our crew.
Right, connect.
Or you can send me your code or whatever. It don't matter.
Oh my god, this is so annoying.
Oh, you're on Microsoft. Microsoft. Okay. What's your name? Let's see. See.
Excuse
I
me.
gotta
Oh my
do.
goodness.
This is so stupid right now. Like,
Come back. Come back. Stop walking away from me. I got you.
Tony. I'm glad somebody got it. I'm glad somebody got it. What do I gotta go? I gotta like Microsoft or something. Did you run deep into the secret area?
Not deep, but I walked into it. I didn't know if I should go. I didn't want to run into it and get in trouble.
Oh no, it's PVE area. I mean, somebody might like blow up our ship while we're down here because it's just
Oh.
floating there. But you know, it'd be that way sometimes.
This is my emotional support, Fox.
okay.
All right.
I have
all right.
control
How do
of my
I
controller.
do-
It's your dead
I have
face.
control of my controller now. Okay. We're good now. I think.
Okay,
I
I
hope.
think. Okay. I think I'm
Okay.
ready to do.
Okay. We're going now.
So Broseph says they're on Microsoft apparently.
Okay.
So I will send them my code name.
Okay, so I say that
I don't
as
remember-
it's walking me into a wall. What the hell is going on with this fucking controller? It just went right back out again. Oh, I have to play this on mouse and keyboard tonight, and I'm so pissed.
It's not my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault.
I don't know. I don't remember how to get into my Microsoft account. Was it like Xbox profile thingy?
So how did we do this last time? So yeah, so you had to add us on Microsoft in
Is it
order
like
to invite
Xbox
us to
Live?
Steam.
Should
So, like-
be.
Xbox account, right?
Wait. Can Broseph hear me right now? Broseph, is it the
Me?
same account as that we played Back for Blood?
What up, guys? Welcome back.
Should be, okay.
Ah,
Did I friend you? Yeah, did I friend you when we did that? Because if that's the case, I might be able to invite you. Community.
Yeah, if you invite them, then I can friend them, and it just makes life a little easier. Ghost, I think you should get this game. I don't know if you have a PC.
I
That's the
guess I
problem. It's like
didn't.
either PC or Xbox.
Okay, let me see if I can
So
do
I don't know if you have
this.
those.
Xbox.
You have neither. Oh, Ghost. I think you would excel at this game. Better than I'm doing right now because I keep falling off the dock.
Yeah, I fell off the dock and I'm trying
Yeah,
to
you
find
are. We
how
are
to get
friends.
back
Okay.
up. I'm like,
Invite to game.
oh, there's a ladder. Found a ladder.
Did that work?
So close.
Let's see if it works.
But Discord,
Yeah, it goes
we're in mine. So if you just join the waiting room, I'll drag you in.
All right, I'm heading back to the boat.
Okay. I'm close to the boat.
Oh, you know what? No,
Hmm.
it should be fine if you invite her to the game. I was gonna say I think I have it on closed crew, so no one random joined in.
Yeah, I sent them an invite. It should be fine.
Okay.
Invited to game. Oh. Okay. Or don't acknowledge any buttons that I pushed.
Just
Oh,
push all of
there's
them.
Broseph.
All
Hello.
Hello. I was just screaming, drag me in, I'm in the waiting room.
I'm in the womb.
I'm in
I'm
the
just
room.
floating here.
I'm in the womb.
I get a little sound check from y'all just to see if I have y'all good on the voices?
Hello.
I can hear you, and it looks
hello.
like sound-wise you're coming through pretty good on mine.
Okay.
Guys, in my chat, if you guys could just like let me know how everything sounds.
My chat, I don't care how it sounds. I'm kidding.
Typical Pinksel.
Wow.
Wow.
tell people that. Don't tell people that.
Just kidding.
My
She
secret
loves
lab.
all of you.
Okay. Broseph, are you here? Are you here?
Okay, hold on. I didn't get an I don't think I got an invite. One sec. Maybe I did. There's a notification. Hold on. Let me go no frills again so you don't see my information, everyone.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Are you streaming?
I am
I have to
streaming.
update my.
Wow.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I have to update my list. Oh my god.
Hold
Gotta
my
add you to-
God.
Please
Gotta
send
add you
dox
to-
me harder.
Okay. And.
Pizza, I want. Num num num. Is your name Lightning? Cause you look like McQueen. Hi, OV. Welcome in. How are you? Bubble, how are you? Welcome in. There you are.
It's still loading for me, but hi. Hi.
You're gonna wake
I
up in the tavern and then yeah.
Ooh, I only played a little bit of tutorial, so I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing, but
Okay.
I'm like I got a little bit of, like I got the general gist of it.
We
Oh,
will
I'm in the
teach you.
tavern.
We will teach you how to be a pirate. Good, how's
I
you?
will.
I'm good.
I shall show you the way. Okay, I'm gonna come. So
I'm
here's the thing. Here's
good.
what we're gonna do. We're going to if I think I need at least
Today,
3
yeah. That's why he asked me
Hey,
to
like-
play. I don't play this very often, but
We gotta raise an emissary. I mean, we don't have to, but I'd like to.
I
but
see
we
your
don't have
names. I come to
Okay.
you.
to.
Oh, can I go down there?
We can just I don't know what to raise. Actually, you know what? We don't need to raise one. We can do the quest without the emissary raised.
if you want, we can write it. I don't care if we.
Oh, I mean,
raise
if we
a lot or
raise an
not.
emissary, then that big old Reaper 5 might come poke at us. But that Reaper 5 might be a little ship, and we're a big ship, and we might be able to bully them.
How do I get up here?
That's all of those are possibilities.
Allie, hello.
All right, so let's all go back to the tavern now that Broseph has come all the way down from the tavern.
Oh my
Oh
my
god.
God.
How do I get on your ship? Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's
I
a
see it.
ladder. Yeah,
F is
It's a
hard.
got a
ladder.
little burnt out. They've been kind of slow, so I haven't been on in forever. Yeah.
Are you all leaving me?
Yeah, we gotta go up
Hi.
to the back. Where you
Hello.
spawned in, we have to go back up there.
I like your doggy.
Oh, you're talking about my dig?
Is that your dog?
Well, I have a dog, and then
No. It's
Yaga
Yaga's.
has a.
Yaga's
a
holding a
fox.
puppy dog right now.
Wait,
That's a
Broseph,
fox.
hold on. Wait, I have to show you mine.
Let me
Wait.
see.
I have to go get it. Hold
I-
on. Hold on.
Show
hold on.
me. You show me yours, and one day I'll show you mine.
Hold on.
Wah, wah,
Mine's very
wah.
important. Okay.
Okay.
Broseph, look at my pussy.
Look at Pinksel's pussy. It's so pretty.
Isn't it so pretty?
Chad, it's
oh
a cat.
my god, it's so gorgeous.
Don't get distracted. Keep on the grind.
It's so
I love-
pretty.
Oh my god, you can cuddle it.
Yes,
On
look
the
at
grind.
Oh my god, I want to cuddle.
Here, you
Don't
can
be
pick it up.
distracted
Pick it
by-
up. Pick him
My
up.
Pinksel's cat,
Oh,
y'all.
how do I
Y'all
pick
don't
it
be
up? Where is it?
distracted
It's,
by
it's
it.
right under your feet. It's at your feet. Right here.
It's
F, I
literally
need to F
it's it can reach her feet.
Oh, I just got to follow. Obi-Wan Cannoli, thank you. Thank you, Obi.
Obi.
Oh my god, I love it. I love
It's my
it. I
space
love
cat.
it. I love it.
My
how do
space
I- what do
pussy.
Ladies and Broseph.
How do I
Ladies
put
and
down?
Broseph, yes.
How do I put down?
I love her. Isn't she so cute? Her name's Luna.
F? No. How do I put down? X? Oh, I think I put it somewhere.
She's following me. I have her.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're just carrying your box. You're gonna be completely useless the whole night, aren't you?
Maybe.
She goes,
She's
maybe.
beautiful.
Ark. Oh my god.
Don't worry, chat. We're gonna make all the monies. We're gonna make all the
Hi,
monies.
Obi. Thanks for that follow.
Not as bad as they could be. Oh, we're going to the tavern. That's right.
She
Yes,
stretches
okay.
and yawns. It's
I could-
precious.
I have that kitty. Its name is Sparklebutt. I named her Luna.
Baba, I love your butt. I'm right at your butt.
See, I
Right
don't
butt.
think I get to. I don't think I got to
You're
name
okay,
my
bud.
pet because it's like a legendary pet.
You do
Wait,
get
so
to
you
But
name
you
her.
got
name
to
it?
name your Space Cat, so.
Why do I not remember how to get up
No,
over
go
here?
in when you're selecting your pet in the pet trunk.
Oh.
It'll have a rename option when you
Alright,
select
cat. I
it.
can't see
All right,
shit
now
with this
throw
cat
a
in my
throw a
hands.
dagger down where this dagger is.
Dagger.
Over here.
Wait, you guys can do it, right?
I
Three of you can do
can't.
it?
Wait,
Yeah,
over
you can't get
here.
up there.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Oh, I was looking at
And
the
then-
one on the left.
And then Bruce,
Whee!
why are you running?
Why? Oh,
Obi Wan, no, you're welcome in. I think I've seen you play a couple nights of Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, she
Ro-
plays a lot
Ro-
of Sea of
Rose-
Thieves. She plays a
Follow-
lot of
come-
Sea of Thieves. Well, she used to.
Come
She
to
said.
here. Come walk to
That'll
me.
sit.
I'm trying to change my settings. What's up?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I just need
I'm
you
trying
to.
to change my sound.
I need you to just throw a little dagger down over here.
Which
Right-
which
right-
one?
The one where the other daggers are.
Oh, there's daggers. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
I don't want to talk to the mysterious stranger.
Mysterious
Uh,
stranger. Oh
He's
yeah,
a
well that's just to start
stranger
like that's like to
danger.
start
Alright, now we
like,
get back to the
your
boat.
solo stuff. You don't need to do that.
You
Well,
want
hello.
food? Honey, I do want food. Absolutely. What food are you thinking about? My partner just asked if I want food, and like the answer is
Obviously.
literally always yes.
Obviously.
Who is ever like, no, I don't want food.
No, I'm not. I'm good.
I
thank
don't have my
you.
thing. Okay, I just have to run downstairs real quick. If anybody tries to kill us, just ask them,
Kill them?
not to.
Just kill them back.
Or yeah, kill them back.
Tacos is always the answer. I would have loved tacos tonight, but my mom actually grabbed pizza, so I was
Ooh.
like, okay, fair.
What about
Who is-
taco pizza?
Unless I literally just ate, yes, I want food. No, no, no. Even if I literally just ate, I'll take food because I'll always eat food later.
I just met my wife,
You just met your wife?
Lorena.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at the little flag. Look at the flag.
All right, I just gotta zone out for a second and get a thing, and then I'm gonna be right back to the boat.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Zoning out and getting a thing.
Do I need anything? Do I need like food or something with me?
Yeah, if you see a
there's
barrel, just like
yeah.
load up until you can't load up anymore.
Prefer
I got
Belle
some
over Lorena.
cannonballs.
Cannonballs are great. Big balls of steel.
Big balls. Yeah, definitely grab the balls.
Titties? First titties? Bros of Seas, my wife. First titties, Bros of Seas. My wife!
My wife.
My wife!
Oh, it's so funny.
Take stuff?
Burst of
That's
Seas
pretty
boobies,
wild.
and that's it. Game over.
I'll stay in here. This is my port. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for the invite. I'm here now.
Well, I mean,
I
there's,
win the
there's
game.
other versions of her that you might want to meet.
There's other
Oh,
boobies.
yes.
Yeah, and they never leave the island, so you could like have like 7 families, one on each island.
I have a present. Baba, I have a present for you.
Is it banana?
All right, I'm coming back to the
The
boat.
worm?
It's worm. Nom nom nom.
I'm happy
Coconut?
for your worms.
Worm. Where do I put
Coconut?
this stuff? Where do I store it somewhere?
Coconut.
There's some barrels down below.
Coconut.
Place trinket. Oh my goodness.
Coconut.
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 Go nuts for coconut.
Are you guys grabbing each other's nuts right now?
Coconut.
I'm holding wormies.
You don't want it?
Yeah. Where coconut? Where are
You
you?
don't want my
Oh,
coconut?
you're up here.
No, it was only gonna be
Okay,
the
I'm
option to raise
I'm putting
anchor.
thing down on I'm putting a quest down on the thingy.
Said no coconut.
Coconut?
Or no coconut, only anchor apparently.
Coconut?
Worm.
Your dog
worm.
is bullying me.
Broseph, I'm
Yes, now
trying to
come
feed you
now come throw
coconut.
dagger
You want
down where
worm?
other dagger is.
Coconut?
How I
I'm
take?
trying.
Hold on. How I take?
Date.
You
Oh,
should be able
chaos.
to take.
Oh, if you have full food, if you have more than 5 pieces of food, you can't take.
I do.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me eat something. I'll take your coconut.
Okay.
I eat the
Okay,
I eat.
and
You
then
gotta
if-
show 'em how to
How
get
do I-
drunk. Oh yeah, that's what we.
Oh,
There you go.
and then also if you guys could,
Coconut.
this is gonna be real fun. This is one of the I wouldn't say hardest. It's pretty involved though. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, I
Come
have
over
to
here,
hold
guys.
it.
Thank you.
Coconut.
We're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. Come cook the thing.
Coconut.
I voted.
I know.
Oh, we
Oh.
have to vote.
Do the coconuts later. Touch
Oh,
your nuts later.
no.
Touch this
There.
now.
I cannot.
Not my nuts. I'm
What
reading
is
I
it?
it
cannot.
aloud.
There's nothing there.
It's right here.
It's in the
There's
corner.
nothing there.
Corner.
Uh,
It's right here.
Oh. I got it.
Oh, vote for quest.
Yeah.
It's not letting me interact with it. Oh,
We did it. Legend of the Veil. Okay, Broseph, now
Okay.
here's the most important part. Oh, you're
Should
playing
I
on
vote to
keyboard.
take the
I don't know how to play on keyboard because I don't
I
play
am
this game
playing
on
on
keyboard.
keyboard.
So, do you know how to get your wheel yet?
Yeah, Q.
Okay. Get your flagon.
Where's my flag on?
It's
I
on the
don't
second
have one.
page.
Oh, this is another page? Oh,
Yes,
F
it says more.
Okay.
Okay, so we gotta go to the Snake Island.
Is this a
And
flag
then,
on?
yes, and then drink it.
Glug, glug, glug.
Drink the whole thing, don't stop.
Okay, I go. Am I drinking it?
You are drinking it, you're drinking it. And then try to
Chug.
walk.
However, to use
Oh wait, it's
this
not too
power,
bad. It's not so
Vale
bad.
must be reunited
Did they
with
change
the
it?
Free.
stones that were taken from it
Alright, we have to go
long
get we
ago.
have to go downstairs and get more beer.
I want to be drunk.
There
Let's
are
get
others
drunk.
seeking
Where's the beer thing?
stones.
Oh,
Alright.
sorry, it's kicking in, it's kicking in. Hold on, stay still.
Oh.
Retrieve
Okay,
the
stay
Vale
still.
stones and I'll make sure the Vale
Oh
Just
my.
fall all over the
never
place.
falls into the wrong hands.
Oh, we're partying now. I tell you what.
Arrow is in your quest book.
It's like herding
Good luck.
coconuts.
We got this. We got this ghost. We got this ghost pirate over here trying to explain the lore of the world, and you guys are like, "Let's get wasted."
Let's go away!
You're like, "Yo,
so-
pirate lord, if you can't
I
hold
can't
this
even
funnel,
tell you-
you can
Oh my
bounce."
god! I can't go up the stairs. I can't go up the
I
stairs.
can't even tell you how many times I've gotten drunk and fallen off the boat.
I was
just
I
from
was gonna ask,
swaying
did I
like
fall
this.
off the boat?
You can. So just like stay in the middle here and just be careful, like in the middle.
I'm falling down the stairs.
Yeah, if you like go like up here, you can fall off the boat over here.
Chaos wants to do so much stuff, but we'll get nothing done. Ark says.
Yep. That's pretty much what happens every time.
Oh no,
Well,
no,
actually,
no! What
we're
you
pretty
doing?
good
Get
about
up,
fighting.
Get over there. Do
Shit,
you know where we're
I
going?
trust you.
Do you know where we're going?
I was just steering to make sure we weren't going into rocks.
Hard right.
Use lantern. I'm drunk.
Okay,
I
now we
better
need to
not
go.
use that.
Now we need to go west. Now we need to go west. Okay, you turn the wheel.
What happens if you try to drive the boat while you're hammered? Is it
Don't
still wobbly?
So he says, don't.
don't
Do
do
not.
it.
Can I sit up here? Hold on. I would like to sit up here and go, I'm on top of the world!
You can.
Yes.
I can show you the world.
There you go.
Show you the world.
Hey, can you just turn the boat a little to the right?
Not hard right.
A little.
Just a little. Okay, straighten her out. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
My partner just handed me a phone with choices of pizza on it.
Ooh.
Oh my god, what
I mean,
do I pick?
weird flex, but okay, I
Chiz.
get it. People love you. Fine. That's cool. Don't know why you're rubbing it in our faces, but
I like how all of our pets are named and then there's Ashen Curse Alistane.
it works. It works.
Barnacle K, where's that? Oh, look at
Where
the
we are.
islands.
Yeah.
Oh, you see anything good on there?
If you go to the pet.
Russ, if I can put you in the
chest.
cannon and I
You
can
can name it.
yeet you.
I don't
Shoot
see
me!
anything over there.
I'm still carrying my flag on. I would like to. Oh, it's
Do we need to go more west?
Okay, now cut west.
Look how pretty
Cutting
these
west.
are.
I know.
Everything
Jump in,
is so
I'll shoot you.
pretty.
Jump in, I'll shoot you.
Okay,
Jump in.
how I get in?
Get close to the front and it'll give you a thing.
Oh, climb in the
Actually,
cannon.
go
Yeah.
northwest.
Will I have
Or
to swim back
southwest.
to the...
South-
No, you won't have to swim back.
Southwest.
A
For the love
mermaid
of
will spawn and the
Jesus.
mermaid will bring you back. Ready?
All right,
Okay,
so
here we
this
go.
island,
Yeet.
this island in front of us, we gotta go past that, and it's on the other side.
Oh,
And once
So giving
you'll
me
see a
3
mermaid with a little
different
a thing of
Where's the
smoke. and
mermaid?
It'll spawn
Well,
in a
it's
second.
like we go one way or we go the other, and we were
It'll
already
bring you
going
back
to
to
the
the
interact with the
south.
mermaid.
I was like, why try to double back and crash?
You'll see like they'll have like a thing of smoke.
A little,
Oh, I
a little
see it, I
more
see it.
to your
Yeah.
left, please. A little more to your left. Hard left. Hard left. and straighten her out.
Good job.
Oh,
Can't
that's
see. There is a sail in my eyes.
Yes, yes.
Oh my
Okay,
God, this is
so
good, I can still-
now-
Yes.
Now let's move to the west.
Where's this back?
To the west, to the west.
Everything you own on the box on the west. Which way is west?
What's the west?
West is left.
All right.
Left?
West is right. West is right.
No, I
Okay.
know. Everywhere
Yep.
I face is north. Not using
Oh, this
nautical
Aggressive just
skeleton's
nose
trying to
true
shoot
north.
us.
fires and missiles. I am the missile.
Oh, look at it laying. You're so cute.
I would like to pick up the dog.
Okay.
Oh
So,
my god, I'm picking up the puppy.
little more. Let's see. Let's
I have
do
your
northwest.
I have your puppy. Look at it. I'm holding your puppy.
Oh my God, they're holding my puppy hostage.
No.
Oh my god, look at how perfect he is! Oh my god, he sniffed! Flaming homosexual dog, Bubble says. Yes,
Aw.
yes.
Smokes mad dog pole.
Whoa.
Yeah, I went there. You want to go there? I'm gonna go there.
Oh my
Wow.
god, he's so
Hi, Kitty.
cute.
You're doing so cute over here. Oh, wait. Hold on. Where's the best part, Broseph? Here's the best part. Look at my
Where are
kitty.
you?
Right here.
Where's
I'm right
the
here. Look at me.
Hello.
Ready? Watch my
Okay.
kitty.
We gotta just put
You-
the
you-
sail
you
up.
Take it, because I can't see half of it. It's stressing me out.
No. We gotta put the sail up now. It's
Okay,
It's
I can put the sail up.
dancing.
The
put up
kitty dance!
put up the big sail with me.
Oh, the big one. Okay.
Yeah.
Your dog just scooted across the entire floor.
Kitty dance.
Your dog's I didn't even let go and he just left. I love that Luna is dancing.
She's best
Need more.
girl.
I need a pet tour. Okay, so here's Luna. This is Pinksel's pet. Perfect
The hell was
kitty.
that?
My kitty.
Where's the other two? Where's the doggies? There's
Was one right
this
here.
is Baba's doggy right here.
Yeah.
Fiona.
Look at she danced. Look at she danced.
She dance! Dance!
Lurkle right night. Thank you, Obi. She dancing.
And then there's Chaos.
Don't worry.
Booth.
Don't worry, guys. We're almost there.
I just noticed your peg leg. I love
Oh, yeah.
your chainy
He's like
peg
he's a
leg.
super emo boy. Look at him.
You're very
I'm
emo.
Emo. Someone's
He's a
gotta
super
be. It's the
emo
pirates
boy.
of the.
Joseph, we'll make you
CFP.
mad gold and you can get lots of pretty clothes.
Clothes are important.
Yeah.
Look at this ocean. It's so pretty.
I know.
The ocean.
and there's
every time I play
underwater
this game, I
stuff
just
too
want
to do.
drink
It's
it.
really fun.
Yeah. I
It's
I
very
would like to
blue.
drink-
It's like, yeah. Like, have you guys ever had
salty
like
water.
an ocean water from Sonic? Like the drink, the ocean water from Sonic?
We don't have Sonic.
It's very blue like this, which I think is why it's called that.
I would like to come and have Sonic, please.
Yes, when you visit, we will
got
have
it.
so much Sonic.
We need all the Sonic.
All
We drink
Sonic.
all the ocean. Look at and look at the doggy. Oh, he bark! Ow!
Ow!
I take this game very seriously. Very serious in the game. Oh, there's
This
a new
is a
doggy!
very-
Look at the color!
But is
Oh
a
my
new
God,
doggy?
Look your face! Yeah, Baba's doggy is a different color now.
Aww.
I have two
Okay, I just
dogs.
need-
I have a
We
fox
just
and a
need a
dog.
little
You have two
bit
dogs.
Oh,
more
it's
speed.
Freya!
Freya!
Because it's Freya.
Yeah.
And
It's
somebody else has a
Freya.
doggy now too.
Yeah. I got two. I got a fox and a dog. Because the dog kind
Oh.
of looks like Freya.
Oh, there's a plank!
Look at Freya! Oh my gosh, look at Freya! Come here,
Oh,
Broseph,
I
look!
can see, I can see. Oh, what a good puppy dog! Look at the shuffle!
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, this is the best!
Look at the little paws!
This is not a happy song, and he's like doing the little jig, like. Alright, let's
He's
change
like,
songs.
It's a
This-
happy song now.
He's like, I love all this attention.
She's
Tap
doing her
dancing
best, okay?
dog. Yeah, she's doing
She
amazing.
is doing her best.
Look, it gets
Aw.
better. It gets better. Where's Captain Crumbs?
Oh my
Where's
gosh, yeah, get it. Can we have all the pets out?
I can't take all of them out. I can only do one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you can only have one.
Captain Crumbs.
Oh my
Some-
god!
Oh, put it with it. Where's
about-
where's Luna? Hold on, where's Luna?
It's Burb!
I've
Oh my
seen
God.
Where's
worse
Luna?
Of anything I top
I don't see her. Do you see
watching
Luna?
my friend.
Wait, she's usually up
Okay,
by.
Can we?
Is there anyone?
Where's Captain
Oh
Crumbs?
my god, look at the face!
He's a special
I-
boy.
Love Captain Crumbs so much. Oh my god, he peep!
I feel like I'm not even saying. Don't take this the wrong way. I feel like I should change the stream title to "Guy Tries to Sail Big Boat While Everybody Watches."
You're doing great, sweetie.
Hooray!
Oh wait.
Okay,
Wait,
so Snake.
wait, where did we
Island.
put them both down last time?
Here, in the corner. I don't know where he
Oh.
went though. Where'd he go? Captain.
Oh, look at their
Captain
island.
Crumbs. Where have you fucked off to, bird?
Captain Crumbs is taking a break.
Okay, I gotta go atop
Veilstones
somewhere.
required. What's that?
what was that about a top?
Veilstones required.
Yes.
Are we
Yeah.
going
Oh.
into this island?
Yes,
Yep.
let's go on island.
Don't forget to bring your weapons. There's a lot of oh shite! Almost blew us up. Okay. Whew.
Weapon? Uh-oh. I was holding a sword.
A sword's great.
I didn't have any
Yeah,
weapons.
yeah, you do. You just have to. I don't know how to get it back out on mouse and keyboard though.
I have a piece
It's
of wood.
the mouse scroller.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Oh, I got it! Whoosh.
It's okay, guys. I'm just playing on controller.
Piggy! Look at Piggy.
Oh, baby! Oh my god, it ran right into that water.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah, they get afraid of us because we eat them.
Yeah, we do.
Honestly.
Barrels.
Empty.
All right.
in
So the clue is we gotta find something about being under stars.
Okay. Wait, can we see the
What?
thing? Is it in our menu?
Yes, it's in your quest menu.
What's that? What's that
You
line?
gotta-
Is it the book,
ahead of
or
us
is it-
here?
The what?
Is it the
There's
book?
like the way I'm facing. What is that coming out of into the sky? There's like
That is a
pink and
special
blue
thing
and
that
Legend
you
of the
can
Veil.
Oh, that is a special chest that we could go pick up.
oh.
The problem is that the second you pick it up, it
Under
it tells everybody
stars.
say where you are.
Oh, will people?
All right, I
come
found the
to
guy.
Willow?
Ooh, guys, I got some great beer for tonight. It's called Captain's Daughter.
Oh,
Whoa. Sauce.
what kind of beer? Spicy.
Let me just take a sip of the Captain's Daughter here, real quick.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Is it like an ale? Is it
A lager?
a lager?
It's a
Oh, very old
IPA.
man. Pages
I have a
added to
gunpowder
quest book.
barrel. What do I do with it?
Okay, so
Put
be
it down.
very just put that down. Just put it down. Just put it where you found it. Don't bring it with it. It's a bad idea. It's just bad.
Oh,
It's a bad
hello.
idea. Okay,
Hello,
so now if you look at the quest book, it should update and
Hmm.
be like, "Hey, bros, talk to Sudsies."
Please say your
Oh my
pets, they're
God.
perfect, and I love them. I will. I will.
So, do you guys want to see the coolest thing ever with this update?
Sure.
Okay.
God,
Okay. We have to get on the boat to do it though.
Okay.
Okay.
It's literally one of the things I'm like the most excited about for this game. Just leave this here. Just leave this here. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Don't pick it
Oh,
up.
I know what
Just
you're
leave
gonna show me. I know.
it. Oh my god, it's gonna be so awesome. I'm so excited, guys. Guys, I'm so excited. Don't you steal this thunder from me!
I'm not. I'm just getting in position to watch.
What are we doing?
Okay. All right.
He's so excited
So-
about it.
So, Broseph, before, you had to like harpoon something, and then somebody would have to take it off and put it on the boat, and then I'd have to harpoon something else again.
Okay.
But now
Oh my god.
it does it itself,
Oh my god.
all
that
by
was
itself. It
fast.
takes it off.
Mhm.
I don't have.
Mhm.
Nobody has to take it off for me anymore. Yeah.
Amazing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yay!
Celebrate.
Yay!
All right, it was a little more
Dog
exciting in my
is
mind, but
No,
What?
that's big excite.
Your dog
That was
is
very-
being on the boat.
QOL
Whoa.
is awesome. Your dog peeing on the boat?
Wait, how come you can
Yeah.
see through your dog?
What?
Your
What?
dog has just ribs.
well, yeah, because
Oh.
he's a fire boy.
Oh, look at that. I never noticed that. That's neat.
Okay, so now we gotta find this island.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what island this is.
Let me see. Show me.
Hubby.
Show me the book. Hold on, I cannot see. Okay, it's kind of got like a.
Crumbs and Luna. Hello.
It
You're both
looks-
perfect.
Why does
I think
that
it's this
look
one right here.
familiar?
Thief Savin.
Oh my
it
god.
Thief
Yeah,
Haven?
actually, hold on here. Let me show you. Zoom in all the way. Thieves Haven. Zoom in. Zoom in. How's it look? How's it look? Right? Right, look up.
Yeah, it's Thief Savin.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. All right, let's mark it. And what is that? Southie? Southeast? Okay. All right. cool,
Southie?
cool,
Southie? Southie?
cool. Noise.
Nice, nice.
I'm dancing
Um,
like the bird.
Oh, Broseph. We're just gonna warn you. Just gonna warn you now.
What is it?
There might be people
You're
in this
not, like,
game that are gonna
playing.
try to be your friend. They're lying to you.
You're just
We're
like
your
standing
only
there.
friend.
You're not playing that instrument.
Nobody
on
else
my
is my
screen, I'm
friend?
playing.
Okay, good to
No,
know.
you're just
Don't
standing
believe
there.
them.
Weird.
Oh, on my screen, Bob was playing.
It's you. You're broken. You're even
Might be.
playing the song with me.
Yeah, you're both playing together now, and the cat and the and
No, I know,
the
but
bird
like
and the
your
cat are
hands
playing.
aren't moving.
Hang
Like
on,
you're
hold
just
on.
standing there holding the instrument. But your hands aren't moving.
Only for you. You're broken.
I guess so.
Cap'n Crumbs has the best moves.
Yeah,
Look
see,
him go.
Broseph's hand's moving.
Yeah.
Bob's hands are moving for me.
Yeah,
No,
everyone's
she's
hands
just
are
standing
moving
there
on
for
my
me.
Do I have
Her
another
hand's not
instrument?
moving at all. Yeah, you have
Oh
a
yeah,
bunch.
you have like 8.
What? What's the other ones? There's a banjo. Oh, there's a squeeze box.
What?
An accordion?
Yeah, a squeeze box.
Oh. I was like, what the hell's a squeeze box?
It's
A juice box, but with no juice.
I was like, I think that's pretty much illegal in about all 50 states. You can't just walk up and squeeze somebody's box.
Wow.
I'm squeezing my own box. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Why is there no noise
Self-squeezing.
coming out?
Because the song's over?
Hold on, I got to change my sounds.
Hey, I
So
love it.
gay, yeah, big gay sky.
Big gay sky.
Pixel, are you there?
Yeah. My
What
internet.
happened?
My internet flickered.
No.
Okay, turn us. We gotta go all the way south now.
Oh, I'm not at the thing. Let me.
I'll get to it. I'll get to it.
Okay.
Will you disappear
You guys
back on
just
our
keep-
boat?
Yeah.
You guys just keep petting cats and stuff.
Oh no.
I'm loading back in now.
Okay.
I was readjusting my bird. He's good now.
Look at the moon. Oh my god, it's my wife.
Yeah, there's literally times I'll play this game and I literally just log on and just sail, hoping that people don't try to kill me, but I just enjoy myself.
Nice.
Oh
Of
my
course,
god.
it's generally a lot quieter in my emo self, so alone on the dark. night
Why
ocean.
what are you saying? Are you
What are
saying
you
that
saying?
or are you
What are
saying
you
that we're
saying?
loud and
What are you
we're-
saying?
we're not being helpful and
What are you
What?
What
What are you
I couldn't hear
saying?
you.
what are you
I couldn't hear.
saying?
The sail's really loud. The wind's in my ears. I can't hear anything. What?
Emo
What?
music's on. So come. Hi guys.
When I was a small boy, my
Oh
father.
my God.
Look at her.
Into the city.
City to see the marching band.
He said, "Son, when you grow up, something about stuffing things."
And the demons
Hey, how far is that island in front of us?
is 500 knots.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if anyone on my stream can see this. Oh, I think it's gone now. Look at Chaos is a skeleton. Look at
What?
Chaos.
I could be a skeleton. Hold on, let me go be a skeleton.
No, stop, stop
You
moving.
are, yeah, you're a skeleton.
Yes.
You're a
500
skeleton.
knots.
But
Like, you
not
can
on
see
my
right through me?
screen. Yeah, you're just a green skeleton.
Oh, word?
Not on
I'm
my, not
awesome.
on my screen, just on hers.
That happens sometimes.
You are not. You
You
are
turn
fine.
into a skeleton man?
Sometimes. Sometimes.
Noted.
When will this go away?
I don't know. When somebody bones me.
He's,
I'm
he's
a
showing his
skeleton.
true colors.
Well, I'm done now. Let's have a good night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Oh god.
Bye, Dr. Nick.
Are you saying you need to pick a bone with me?
Oh my gosh.
Stop. Why are you doing
What?
this to us?
That's
Why
not
are you like this?
perhaps humorous?
Oh my gosh.
You're
Be hip, you know.
Rough crowd tonight, guys. Rough crowd.
Rough crowd.
I'm not even the one that skelefied me. Pinksel's the one that's all like, "Hey, bro, you're a skeleton."
I
I'm
have
like,
X-ray vision, you know.
That cloud is ominous.
Which one? The one that looks like a skull?
Maybe it's like the one by the red area, by like the
That
fire
red
sky.
skull thing?
Yes,
Oh yeah, that's
Maybe.
ominous.
it's very ominous.
All right,
Oh, the
turn
sky's
us
blue now.
towards this big island here.
Oh, what's that green glowing island ahead of us?
Wait, what?
There's a green glowing island ahead of us.
Oh, that is a sea
Oh,
fort. We
yeah.
can do one of those after we get done with this.
You have a you have a looking glass, Broseph, so you can see far away.
Cause I'm
Oh,
staring
I
at you
can't when
through
I'm
the glass.
sitting.
No, but you
Don't
can-
know how much time has passed. It feels like ever.
Feels like forever.
No one ever tells you that forever feels like home.
Sitting all alone inside your head. It's so green.
You know, I got a bone to pick with you guys.
No,
Okay.
stop it.
How can we commit mutiny against our captain?
You are allowed
Okay.
5 dad jokes per
could
stream
put
because you are a
him-
dad, and that is it.
We could.
It's in my birthright.
Good.
And by
could.
birthright, I mean
We could.
somebody
do
else's
that.
birth gives me the right.
What are you pulling up? What was that?
That's
I've had enough of this skullduggery.
Are you pulling us over there? Is that how that works? Oh my
yeah.
god!
I'm a professional.
The harpoons are so handy. I really like that peg. Why is your foot so wrapped up?
Oh,
in
you know what? As a
uh,
pegger,
Hey,
I
Mark.
appreciate that.
God.
I know a good peg when I see one.
We just, I think we gotta turn.
Hey, Mac, how was your day? Welcome in.
Hi, Mac. We gotta turn a little this way.
Gross of the pegger, yeah.
The one who grabbed us and pulled us toward the sandbank. I didn't
Yeah.
do that.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't-
set up.
I didn't say you did it. I said
Adorn
I
the
gotta.
receptacle.
We gotta just.
Adorn the
move along.
receptacle.
Oh
I
gosh,
did
we
not
are like-
hard right this time. I did
They-
not.
it-
No
over,
hard
thank you.
right.
I'm okay. My internet's being kind of a poop today, but you know.
At
We're
this point,
hanging
it's
in
a
there.
meme.
What, my internet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's not a very funny meme,
I've
though.
got a lovely
It's a day, just glad to be home. Honestly, mine was kind of a long day today.
You're just so happy right now.
What a pretty boat. Look at that in the sunlight. My god.
adjusting
That boat
our
kind of gay.
Wow.
It needs to be repaired. There's scuffies on it.
Scuffies on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's got
there's
little
scuffies on it.
scuffagins.
Oh yeah, we kind of got into a tussle last time.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. What's her name?
And
What's your
by
boat's
tussle,
name?
I think actually what ended up happening is we crashed. But
Yeah. You got rear-ended. What's your boat's name?
raising Tartarus.
Raising tartar sauce.
Raising
Yes.
tartar sauce.
Exactly.
What's your pirate look like? She's not
Raisin
cute.
Tartar sauce.
How do I show?
Yeah, I wish you could design the pirates.
You,
You
well,
can.
yeah, I guess you kind of can with your cosmetics, but
Yeah. I like went through a whole bunch before I found this one. This one was
yeah,
Oh,
that
wait, could I,
that's
like,
really
emote
rough.
to show
I don't
you?
like the character creation for this game, but again,
Yeah,
I guess
here
that's
it
what you
is.
gotta do.
All right, here. you go.
Okay, so
She's
we're
a-
looking for a
she's not
person, I
cute.
think.
She's not cute.
What are these boat barrels over there? Are those important? You just... I'm so confused.
I'm trying to get the barrels right now, actually. But I gotta get the
You-
boat closer.
You hit me in my butt, sir.
Indeed.
That's actually very handy.
Unless the same just has black hair, I think. Yeah, they're all not very attractive looking people.
There are some very hot pirates out there. I get jealous when I bump
What?
into them. I'm like,
Your
excuse
pi-
me.
Look at your no. Look at your pirate. You're hot as hell.
Oh.
Have you seen
Literally.
yourself? Look at
Literally, hold on.
face me.
I have to sit out here
Nice.
so I can show everybody. I know I'm pretty
My
hot.
gosh.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to actually
'Cause
get
he's
a
literally
better
on
peg leg.
fire.
I need a better pegger.
Stabbed with a harpoon right on the booty.
Would be.
I'm not gonna go there. Or am I?
I got literally pegged. Can I walk out to the end
Okay.
of this?
We're supposed to check the book. The book's supposed to tell us something about being here, and I don't remember what it said. Or I haven't
Can I
checked.
dive?
Oh, you can die.
How?
You can
Dive.
dive.
Oh, dive.
Oh,
Dive.
dive. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my emo got ahead of me there.
Oh, you can die.
You can die.
How I dive? I jump.
Oh, you just point your arrow down, or
Yeah, you just
And
like
jump?
look
whatever
down and
your
just
camera
swim.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look down and swim. Watch you fall.
So what's the quest book say, guys? What's the quest book say?
It says to do the thing.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Cool, cool, cool,
How
cool.
do I whisper into the trumpet? What?
Boop, 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 boop.
Chicken.
Ancient symbols, old friends. One is a liar.
Sorry.
Jump scared me.
You see, that's what it says.
Okay,
Ancient symbols, old friends,
one
one
a
is a
liar. Okay, so if
liar.
you look at the book, if we look at the book, we gotta go to, I guess, to the symbols?
My
And
Legends as a veil.
see which
Yeah.
Because
one.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
How do I look
so,
at the book? B? Nope, that's
Okay.
a bucket.
You go in
So
your
if you
wheel
can open
and then
up
you hit
your-
quests.
okay, so here's the book.
I see the book.
Yes.
I don't know how to open my own though. Do I do it through
So if you can open up your menu, radio?
Yes.
the radio menu, which is
Yes.
also the name of a bone in your arm, by the way, the radius. And,
Good, good.
Yes,
Quest.
yes.
I see. I press
Yes.
space.
And if you open up the red book, one of
Legend of the
these
Veil.
symbols is apparently a liar. So where we are at
Is
is,
it one with the arrow? Because there's 3 that have arrows above them
This,
on mine.
is it this thing?
Little
I'm
black
guessing
indicators.
that we
There's
need
a-
to check the ones with the arrows. That makes
There's
sense.
a
That makes
bat,
thing?
and then there's 2 that. I
Yes.
don't even know
Now,
how
if
to
you push
describe.
over, or like if you scroll over, you'll turn
So-
the pages.
Oh no! I
Oh.
scrolled over and it brought my sword out.
Uh-oh. Who's coming over here? Who's coming over here?
Hi,
What happened?
Franklin.
Are we fighting?
You have
Well,
to finish the
fighting?
Jack Sparrow. It's so fun.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
So is
I can be
this
the pretty
this
merman
one?
at the front. I'm the pretty merman at the front of the ship.
Okay, so they're not reapers. That's good. But
Is that the Gears of War? I don't have my thing up. Hold on. Baseline.
I walked the plank.
I think I'm at
No, it's a
one.
Kraken.
I think I'm at one of them.
They're booking.
well, they probably part of them might not want to be like messing with a galleon because we have 4 cannons and they have 1.
They have a really
Well,
pretty symbol. They must
Their
be
thing
nice.
is the Hunt Master, so
That means they are doing maybe
Oh,
they're
Porygon
doing
Z.
fishing.
Can we wave at them? Hi.
Is your mic on? I wonder if they can hear you.
Is in game? Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, you want me to turn it off?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. How do I? Hold on. Don't let me die. How do I turn
Weird,
it
I
off?
don't see them, but they are booking.
We're peaceful. Thank you.
They're just
Cool.
trucking along.
I
No,
don't know
they
how to
don't
turn it
care.
off. Everything is off.
Should be
No,
fine.
you use your
Um,
you use your megaphone to talk.
No,
Oh,
not
oh.
necessarily. If they're close by, it's called hot miking. If they're close enough and your mic is like on in game, they can hear you talking.
Mm.
Oh, am I
But I
doubling up
don't
the air
know-
volume?
No.
I don't know
me.
I don't know what the threshold is.
This isn't a port.
So
though,
I have it
but-
set up for push
yeah,
to talk.
Unless they're assholes, which
So they're
has
going to the
happened me.
sea fort there.
Yeah, they're going.
Okay, so let's get back to the quest. I'll just kind of keep an eye on things while we are.
No,
Looking.
listen.
So this is this,
'Cause I'm still on the ship and,
and
I
that's
was eyeballing.
that. Okay, so that one is not false.
So we are on. So if you look at the book,
So
we
okay,
are currently like on the left-hand page.
yeah.
like, on the
So
left side of the left-hand
on the
page.
left page, the bottom two,
I don't know
the
how to
one that
turn
has
the
the one that
page.
has the arrow above it, and then the one that's below it. Those ones are both
Uh-huh.
accurate. I'm looking at both of them. So it's not
Okay,
those.
so one of them. So I'm guessing that means the bat is not accurate, right? Because you're not. The other one with the arrow is a bat, right?
There's a bat, and then there's one more.
Okay, I think the bat, if I remember
The bat
correctly.
and these
all
like
the way up
hooks, these
top.
double hooks or double eights or something like that. Make them
Alright, so
walk
double-
the plank.
The double eights are good. Okay, so they are engaging that sea fort. Good. Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay,
do
so
not
we
know
just
how
have
to turn my
find this
pages.
Bat. Try your arrows. Like your
try- I
arrow
am.
ones?
They didn't
Try
work.
like A or
Um,
D.
Yeah, so
Oh, nope.
I guess it would be try at J or L. Did
Nope,
work?
that brings up my light. I found my light. Wait,
So
where
you've
is
got
everybody?
the book open in front of you,
Yeah,
right?
so I can open the book, and then
And-
when I press other things,
Or maybe try your radio menu.
I tried that. It brings up my
So-
weapons.
So you have the
Oh,
book in your
kinda.
hands, and then you're pressing the button to like lift it up and like look in front of your
Yeah.
face. And then if
Yeah.
you're pressing A or D, it's not switching your pages.
A or D? No,
Yeah.
no, it's
Like
just
you're-
making me move back and forth.
Okay.
Okay, here's some bats.
Yeah, I guess that
so
makes
I'm
sense.
assuming on your
Try Q
bat.
or E.
Oh, it's E. You genius.
Okay.
Okay, and we're on. You said 5.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
you-
just
you
keep
can scroll
turning
over
until you
to the
can't
last
turn
page.
anymore. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking for these bats.
Yeah. I'm looking.
I'm
for
in
the
a
bat
cave
one.
with bats. Does that count?
Do you
I
see the
also
bat?
found
The
the
bat
bat
symbol.
cave.
Do you see the bat symbol?
I do see the bat symbol.
That's where we're going on the map.
I found the parrot.
Okay.
You found the parrot. Where'd
Okay,
you
so
find the
this
parrot?
is this.
The parrot
So
symbol.
I
I'm
have to
standing at it.
go.
Why don't I see you?
The
I don't see- I don't
parrot.
see your name.
I don't know.
The parrot.
Can I drown?
Yes,
Parrot.
yes, you can.
The black parrot.
Yeah, I'm at the black
Okay.
parrot.
Okay.
Why do I
Okay,
see every? Oh, there
so I
you
need
are.
to
There
head
you
to
are.
you.
Okay, so I think
Okay.
the bat is a kind of near
Yeah,
that,
it
right?
should be.
But
It should be above the black parrot.
Mm-hmm. So it should be like up around
All
here.
right. So this, I think this is it.
But it's a
So-
lie, so it's not going to be the bat, right?
Yeah. It's a star.
Thank you.
So-
Okay.
But how can we? It's like
Right,
we
but
can't dig
it's-
a bone.
But it says we have to look under the stars, right? Or was that, the
was
last
the other
one?
part.
That was the last one. This one, ancient symbols, old friends, one a liar. Yeah, because the black parrot was over, like, under where.
But
I
does
have
this
my
show?
email.
Hold on. Does this show
Yeah, I don't see one of those.
the
around here.
star on this? It
Not
doesn't.
on the map.
Okay, so then if we were to keep going, it would be the double blackfishes over there.
No, I'm just trying to figure out a place where we can dig. Usually it's like we dig something up, but this is. Maybe we need a lantern. No. All right, what does it say? Let's see. Let's see what it says.
Jason, you should go eat.
Ancient symbols. One is a liar. So this should be a bat, allegedly, but it's not a bat. It's a
Right.
thing.
Bat, that's not a bat.
Okay, so then what
Oh
do
my
we
god! What?
do with it?
What?
Did you
Someone
die?
just killed me. Yeah, someone
Oh, a
just killed
skeleton?
me.
I'm
Some-
coming for you. I'm I
Was
might
it a
not make
player
it.
or a skeleton?
I don't know. I didn't see a single thing. All of a sudden, I just died.
Did you jump off something?
No, I was like
Okay.
just walking.
Oh, I think
died.
it's Skelly's.
All right, I don't see anybody and I don't hear anybody.
I know. I'm just
Oh.
looking to see if it's
I'm on the ferry
An
of the
NPC.
damned. What the?
Yeah.
frick?
Yeah,
Did-
it's.
Oh. Oh, you know what? You know what? There's traps on this island.
Oh, okay.
No. I just died too, walking exactly where she walked, and I was like, wait, what just? I'm like, oh, that makes sense. All right, come down here. Are you talking to the ferryman?
Yeah. Should I stop?
No, you have to talk
you
to
don't.
him to get
I
back.
mean, you don't have to stop, but
I
this
stopped.
door should open for you.
Oh. Oh. Oh my.
Go-
Okay.
Go towards
Okay.
the light.
Go towards the
Weird.
light.
No call.
Yeah, when you're like, I died, I was like, oh my god, they came back. They're here to murder us. We have to fight, 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 and I'm gonna murder them all.
Nope.
Fair.
Then I
honestly.
died, and I was like, I failed.
Oh my god.
I failed to protect this city.
That was scary. I was scared. I thought I was gone for good.
Okay, so somewhere, it just says ancient symbols. One is a liar. Now, obviously, that one that we just were at is a liar because there's supposed to be a bat somewhere up there. So we're supposed to like
Snake Island, stars
dig
align.
something?
Never return anything else. Okay. Sets left this in my queue. Just really decipher his instructions. Okay.
We would have to look it up. I would assume that we have to just, I don't know, dig up somewhere, but that's a rock up there. So
Right.
it's like, how do we dig up anything near the rock? I guess dig around the rock?
Coconut. Please,
Coconut.
have the coconut.
Coconut.
We need to call in the
Coconut.
Octonauts. If you guys don't know who the Octonauts are, that's fine. They're for children.
Have you ever had young Thai coconut?
Coconut.
No.
It's like
Alright,
it's
so here's
young
the
coconut, but
snake.
it's like the inside is soft instead of hard, and you can take
Alright,
it
so
out in
here's
one
the
scoop.
snake. So the
It's delicious.
bat would be there.
I received a quest from
Yeah,
reading
me
a book.
too. I found a butterfly.
Butterflies in the sky.
I think it's on the map.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Waste
So we are
Taco
looking.
just resubscribed
for
for 8
something.
I
months.
found the turtle.
Is the turtle where
Nick,
it says
thank
it's
you so
supposed
much
to be?
for 8 months.
Hold on, I'm trying to find out. It's
You could make a You could make a milkshake with coconut. Absolutely. Absolutely. With coconut milk.
no.
delicious.
I feel like all of these are lies.
Come on,
What?
controller. Don't you kill me.
Well, because I found a turtle, and I'm not. That's not where that should be.
Okay, dig
the
around the
turtle?
turtle.
This. It looks promising, honestly.
Yeah, I wonder if we're supposed to be digging at all of the spots that have the markers.
Should I try digging here? I will dig.
Digging.
I will
Wait,
do
where
it.
did I find?
Yeah, because we have red ones and we have black ones, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's rock.
All right, so here's this one. I'll dig here.
Yeah, because we can't dig at this. Whatever it is. I mean, unless there's another one below it.
Nix, how was your day? Welcome in.
How much do you have to dig in it? You have to like dig a
Oh,
lot.
the second. Well, when you
If you find the
dig
right
and you
spot.
hit something, it'll
Mhm.
like be a big tink.
I
Like, you'll
found
hear it, like-
worms.
Somebody
yeah,
found
I don't
something.
think it's here. Found grubs.
Alright, I'm
but
gonna
that's
dig
it.
where the bats are.
Yeah, this
I
is
dig where the
this
butterfly
marker.
is. There's nothing. I don't think.
I can
Unless I'm
dig
wrong.
where the parrot is. I know where the parrot is.
Unless I had to dig a lot more than I tried. I tried
Are we
like 4
digging?
days.
Are we digging the markers that have arrows over them? Or are we digging all the
I-
others?
Okay, so the parrot. Wait, the parrot's where it is supposed to be, right? We can confirm
I
that.
believe so. Yes. Like that looked right to me. But I mean, what the fuck
Seeker
do I
of
know?
Tales. Did somebody just find something?
No.
Ah, shit.
Oh, Bubbles. So when coconuts, usually when they get over up north here, they're like super hard inside, and it's a much thicker inside, and that's where like desiccated coconut and stuff comes from. And it's like
We have-
super like
we have a
it's like
visitor.
And people?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
go talk to them.
so people
Alright,
will
so
like
here's
kill you.
turtle. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll kill you dead.
That's so mean.
That's why Astro and I quit playing, because some people like didn't even let us like get to our boat when we actually like loaded the entire game up and sunk our ship.
Oh.
What's that? What's that? We got nothing. We're not doing nothing over here.
Alright, so
Oh,
mean,
Corey
unless
says
they-
that's why they quit playing too.
Hi, Poorly. Sully, thank you for the lurk. So, are we... But, like, is it possible that they're here also, like,
No.
doing this quest?
No. I mean, yeah, it's possible. Have a good one. We got nothing. Sorry, couldn't steal anything. Bye. Have a beautiful time.
Did they try to steal something from your boat?
Oh yeah, that's the thing. People come on boats all the time. They're like, "Oh, treasure. Let's just take this."
They may have taken the one piece of gold that I found. The coffer or whatever.
Oh, because of the bad peeps? Yeah, poorly. People will be bad in this.
How
Why can't we
do?
all just
I'm
work
okay.
together?
Yeah, here's the thing though. They don't here's the thing. So they can't hear us, all right? Well, they
Mhm.
can't hear me unless I push the talk button.
Mhm.
All they know, this is the beautiful thing about this game, guys. All they know is that they're like, okay, this is a galleon. So there's at least
Yeah.
4 people piloting this ship. And they have no idea if it's 4 sweat lords or 4 noobs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it could be anybody. It could literally be anybody.
3
And
sweat lords and a noob.
it could literally it could be. They could be like I could be like I'm playing on my brother's account.
Shoot at them is what you're saying.
I
with
mean we could, but
everybody.
they
Well, I think
kind
I'm
of just left
sacrificing
us
points.
alone. Once I got on the boat, they were like, "All right, we're out of here. I'm out. Bye." He was alone. He was like, "Nope, not gonna even do it."
It's because
I
he
have
saw
eaten.
Captain Crumbs and he said, "I can't do it. That bird's gonna fuck me up."
Pizza.
That bird
And
absolutely
water?
would fuck them up. I will
And I
drink
still don't
Okay.
have
water.
vitamins yet.
So nobody's dug up anything, and you
I've been
gotta
digging
really
everywhere,
listen.
Tom.
Yeah, you gotta really listen. For the people who haven't been doing a lot of digging, there will be like a little tink, like an audible tink when you do
Mhm.
dig.
Keep
You might
making
not
weird
see something
sounds.
right away, but there could be something under there if you hear that tink.
Oh.
See what I mean?
I keep hearing weird sounds.
I'm killing a
trap got
mermaid
me
right now.
again.
Oh, is that what that sound is?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I'm hearing things. I was
It's a
looking
bad
out to the
mermaid.
sea. I thought it was like someone trying to attack, so I kept looking out to the ocean, like, what's happening?
A trap got me again.
Oh no.
That dang trap.
How's pizza? It's okay.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Okay, so I'm seeing something here. I see 2 parrots. I see who's shooting?
There's a mermaid and it's attacking me.
Oh. Oh, okay. There's 2. I noticed 2 parrots now. There's a black parrot and a red parrot.
Yes, I have noticed that.
Okay, so I think one of those parrots is a lie,
Hmm.
which leads me to believe
But then why are 3 of them marked with arrows?
it could be anything.
Yeah.
It could even be a boat.
Zenith, I'm
Um,
eating a donair. Look at.
No, I think it's something to do with these.
With the arrows.
Yeah.
I don't know. We kind of went to all the arrows.
Last time I played
though.
this game, I was literally solo and just sailing and got sunk 3 times in an hour because you were solo. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a door open.
Wait, what? Where'd the door open?
Oh
The
no,
ferry
no.
door.
They're in the.
Oh,
the-
oh, yeah, that's right. You said you died. My bad. Sorry. I didn't mean
No,
to
all good.
make you relive that situation by just being like,
Fairy
oh yeah,
door,
you
and I
died.
thought fairies.
I don't like to talk about it, okay?
Scared me. I was like, who is this on our boat?
It's me!
It's
Scared
a me, Mario.
It's
Okay.
me!
Ah, shit. Nintendo gonna sue me now. That was a little too close.
Wah!
Waluigi.
Slow bro in chat.
Yeah, Zenith, it's a
I'm not a
a
cat.
it's a kebab meat that's
like,
shaved
so
off
heckin'
onto
done,
thing
yeah.
with tomato and onion. It's so good. Oh, do I want to run away from mermaids?
Yeah, they're
Sirens,
not
yeah.
your friend. Like I said, nothing in this game is your friend. Except for
you,
me. Pinxel's aiming to murder you, though, so be careful about around her.
Apparently,
Wow.
it is easy to murder me. So you know what? Just go for it. I accept
And you can
it.
come
I
back.
accept it.
I would
I can come back.
never.
Thanks, Zenith.
I would never.
Pinxel's my friend. She would never.
I would never.
Pinxel's a
Oh,
dirty pirate hooker.
Oh,
Or would always.
I
Or
would
oh, the
never.
opposite.
Never
No,
or
you're
always.
thinking of Chris, not me.
Mm. I try not to think of Chris.
True.
I think of you, Chris. All night long.
All night.
All night.
Ooh.
All night.
God, I need to watch
got
that movie again.
trapped.
Where? Did you
You
die?
said you want to listen to
Yeah.
some trap music?
Mermaids are awesome. I heard them. Well, good thing they're not mermaids and they're sirens. And they're not nice. And that's why we want to hurt them.
Sirens are mean too.
I hit the wrong button on my chair. I didn't mean to go down.
Yes, the sirens are.
The
Everything's
sirens
mean.
are mean. Yeah.
But how do I make friends with everyone?
Yeah, that's not this game. Oh no, I black screened. Oh god, all the progress I just made. running
No.
around the island.
What does black screen mean?
So if you get stuck in a way that you can't move, it just like black screens you, and it's just like, okay, we'll fix you, and I'm like, no, no fixing, please.
I don't want to be fixed.
Don't fix me.
I'm not broken, no fix.
Yes, they're sirens, and they're mean. They're mean bullies. That's why.
Do they pull you to them?
No.
Yeah,
look at the
because they're not
fish.
wearing any shirts.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely get at me then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be my downfall for sure. I'm gonna go for boobies.
Boobies.
Have a beautiful time.
Boobies, have a beautiful time. Hey, dog.
I'm watching that boat. They're just camping that small little island next to us.
Yeah, that's a sea fort. I think actually the problem is they went to that sea fort and they're like, damn, the sea fort's not activated.
Boobies? Bubble.
Okay.
Bubbles. Everyone in my chat's going boobies? Boobies?
Boobies?
Fucking boobies? Boobies?
Chimkins?
Like the bird?
Like the seagulls from Finding Nemo, and they're like, instead of mine, they're like boobies.
Boobies? 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 Exactly.
The hell
I
was
found
that?
storage crate. I found storage crate.
My renown increased.
Okay, so I found the 3 head thingies. Okay, 3 head thingies.
Yeah, I dug all in front of the 3 head thingies. You can try digging
going-
in case
I'm
I
looking-
miss, but
I'm looking for the red parrot that I think might be lie, because the other one's a black parrot, right?
I have been to the Black Parrot. It is a truth.
shark.
It is a truthing
Ooh
parrot.
ha ha.
Shark.
Shark bait.
Shark
Ooh
bait.
ha ha.
Ooh ha ha.
Ooh-ha-ha. Pig! Pig! I love the piggies. Pig. Can I get a pet pig?
You can catch one.
You can catch it, and yeah.
How do you catch it with F?
No, you have to have a piggy. A piggy.
Yeah, you need a specific piggy cage thingy.
I see.
A pig cage, if you may.
I will need to empty my inventory soon-ish. I have picked up many things. Many
If you go
glorious
back to the boat,
prizes.
just start dumping it in barrels.
I
There's
I
a
looked for
barrel-
barrels, but I couldn't.
Well, there's specific.
Pacific ones.
Oh, I found a red parrot. Oh no.
Maybe Pacific. I want to be down in your South Seas because I got this.
Okay, so when you're down in the why can't we find anything? I don't understand this. I don't understand what's going on right now.
Are we not in the
Um,
right? Wait, this is the double, right? This is the double infinity symbol thing.
So far,
Okay.
the only one
Um,
that isn't there is the
So
star.
there's certain barrels. The red barrels are for cannonballs. You can throw all cannonball things and weaponry.
So
like
it
looking
has to be
things.
something
And-
to do with this star. But what?
Yeah, because the star is like
Is the only
the
one
only
that's
thing
not...
that doesn't match.
Yeah.
But it's made of rock. We can't dig there. I found the turtle.
I mean, you can't blow it up. There's no light or anything. Like we did light. And that's
Is
something.
anybody? I keep getting all these achievements. Are there like people digging up stuff that are not digging it up all the way?
I
Maybe
found.
me.
I found 2 storage crates.
Okay, that's good.
That's all I found. Hi, staff. Up to episode 2 completed. Much spook. Are you enjoying
Okay,
it so
well,
far,
let's
staff?
check the crab.
Ow.
Hi, Nick. It's a Pumbaa. The kitty. Thank you. They're,
Pacific
they're my
Spirit
bell
Many Things.
kitty ears.
They are watching. Steph is watching Last of Us.
Last of Us.
She borrowed my HBO. Wanna watch more? I'm
Nice.
trying to limit it to once a day to give each episode some breathing room. That's fair. Sag season's over. I know. Especially because they're not even planning on doing season 2 for a while. Because of
Okay,
like
let's
the
do
time
this.
jump. So they need like Bella Ramsey, the girl who plays Ellie, to age up a little bit. I just did the Sea of
Okay.
Thieves to watch it. Yes, I see. Explosions. Even though she's already... I know, but she doesn't look it though, which is kind of the point. What are you doing up there? Do you have your sniper out?
No, I've got my spyglass because I was keeping an eye on that.
Oh,
ship
because
that-
you have like a crazy glare. I didn't know the spyglass did that.
Okay, so let's see. It's
Like it looks like there's a treasure up there. Like you're looking.
So it's
I'm just.
There is a
Bye.
treasure up there. It's Baba.
It's true.
I'm the treasure.
Baba's the treasure.
I just
So
wanna
it's-
make sure
it's
they're not gonna
gotta-
sink us.
It's got to be this place with the star. Like that has to be.
okay. Let's see.
We just need to
Lying
figure out what
map
to do.
Quest. What is a lying map quest? I'm looking up. So it's not going to give us the clue itself, but or tell us
Liars,
exactly how to do it.
liars,
But
plants for hires.
2-page map showing top-down view of an island. Agent symbol drawn. The location of the symbol should match the locations of actual rock paintings on the island. One symbol is not really on the island.
Oh.
Complete the lying map. You will need to search the island for the symbol on your map as explore. Find the rock painting that does not, and you have discovered the lie. Start digging in front of that rock painting.
So it has to be the bat. That's the only one. we
Yeah,
haven't
so it has
found.
to be the bat, because that's the only one that's not where it says it's supposed to be.
Right.
Lying liar who lies.
So we just got to
Interesting.
figure out, I guess, where to dig.
What we've learned is bats are not trustworthy.
Hey, I'm Batman.
Don't trust a bat. Never trust a bat. Don't trust bats. She wants a lemon.
I had a weird dinner. I made mashed potatoes, yum, and an omelet, yum, and some sautéed zucchini, yum, and a couple of breakfast sausages, also yum. But yes, strange combination.
These all
there.
sound very delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Just a strange combination there. All right, so
I'm just doing Jersey.
we're all in agreement that it's the bat.
It has to be the bat.
That was weird.
What
Or
did
at
you make,
least the-
Gleason? Gleason says they made a
At least
strange
the alleged
combination.
bat.
What did you make, Gleason? Tell me.
Unless I'm just gonna like take a quick look around, just like below us, to make sure there isn't like a bat symbol somewhere down here.
Okay.
Because we were thinking like, oh, we have to go up, but
Oh, you know what I
The
didn't
bat
do
symbol
while I
could've
was on
been
the
down.
boat? I didn't empty my
That's amazing.
I should do. I just saw empty except for all the corned beef. Awaiting tomorrow's feast. Nice, nice, nice.
oh, I bought Guinness for tomorrow.
You have a
I'm
banana?
super excited.
Guinness?
Oh, Guinness?
No, actually, fun fact.
Russell, can you help me?
I learned that like
What?
all of the Guinness in America is actually pretty much made in Canada.
Wow,
What
it's
did you
not
say,
even
Pink?
Irish. Can you hook me?
It's in
Those Irish Canadians.
Go to the front
Hook
of the
you?
boat. Yes, go to
Oh,
the front
okay.
of the
One
boat.
second. I was.
I'm
Yeah,
not
hook her up.
A bat anywhere down
And get
here.
on the hooky.
Okay, so the
And give
bat
me
was
a
up
hooky.
top.
Yes,
Oh
thank
my
you.
gosh,
Thank you.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's
Thank
the
y'all.
fastest way to get on the boat. It's great. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Okay,
you.
guys, but there are all these bats here. There are
Yeah.
all these bats here. So
Like IRL bats, yeah.
I should want banana coconut. That's 1 a.m. Can I use blender? Ooh.
Big.
So we under the assumption
some
that
ice cream?
that is where we should be looking.
How do
yes.
I even
I'm
get
just
up there?
kind of looking. I can't find it now. Where'd it go? Oh, wait, it's over here.
Okay, so these are the
Come
arrows. I
on,
did that.
internet.
Where is
Hi,
this?
Brutal.
Why are you so
food go?
frustrating?
Do you
Food.
have, do you have
is
food
over
barrel?
Yes,
Yeah.
here.
There's 2 food
Oh.
barrels.
Fruital barrels.
Oh, there it is.
Fruitable pots.
God. Put the worms in. Yum.
Yum.
Put the worms. The worms.
Yum.
Where do I put? Okay, I have a bunch of fireworks.
Those go in
Fireworks
the,
go
bread.
in this one, but they specifically go in the bottom
Oh, that's a rock.
right of
Oh.
the cannonballs. Yeah. Because we don't need those, so we don't need to like have to sort through those in a fight, you know.
Are they
Quick-
fun? Are they
Quick
for
and
fun?
efficient. Yeah, want
Yeah.
me to do one? I'll show you.
Freya's,
Other one.
Freya's
Come
digging.
Let's wait for night. Let's wait for night.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's have a night celebration.
Okay.
Let's
we can do
let's get drunk and shoot off fireworks.
that. Okay, that sounds absolutely like Tennessee.
Sounds like here too, actually.
Sounds like home.
Okay,
Want me to mix it?
so
Oh, I was gonna say add the ice cream to the shake, but you can kind of mix it in.
Ooh, guys, I have ice cream downstairs. Do I want to go get it?
Yes. The answer is
Yes.
yes. The answer is
the
absolutely.
answer is always yes.
I have ice cream.
A floater, yes. Like a milk,
Do
Shape.
it. Yes.
Huh.
like a
All right,
float.
guys. Chat, you better protect me. Don't let me die.
I will stand here and I will watch. Look, I'm staring at you. You will not get attacked. Hello.
I feel deceived.
Yeah, I don't understand because this is the only symbol that's not on this stupid thing, unless it is.
Well, the turtle I don't think is either. There's a turtle.
No, I
over
found the
here.
turtle. I did find the turtle.
Well, yeah, there's the turtle over here, but it's not where it should be on the map, and it doesn't have an arrow under it. But I tried digging under here.
Oh, so there's a turtle
Poorly,
that's
I
not
do
on the
like
map?
it.
Yeah, over here.
Poorly, I do like it. I'm having fun.
That's
It's
on the
funny.
map.
Yeah, but the one on the map doesn't have that arrow under it.
Hydrate. I will hydrate.
And it's on the opposite. It looks like it's further across. Because this is like.
Nick's, you're getting
Yeah,
ice cream?
It doesn't
Oh
have
my
that like arrow on the lines with the arrow under it on the map.
Hmm.
It's only turtle, no lines with arrow. But I dug over here and I didn't find anything. So then I just felt like I was going crazy.
I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm just waiting for somebody to like roll up on us and be like, haha, we're
We're
gonna sink you. I'm
all
like, we don't
crazy.
have anything.
I got my ice cream, guys. It's Bluebell, and it's Fruity Pebbles.
Look what I can do.
Yay!
Ah.
Oh, it's so cold though. My spoon won't even.
I'm gonna save my. I'm gonna just
Oh,
like
it's your
send a
Fruity
quick
Pebbles.
message to my boy Shorty and just be like, hey man, okay, Shorty, if you can hear me now, just tell me what I'm supposed to do because we found there's no bat.
Shorty!
There's no
Shoddy.
Shawty, can you hear me?
Shoddy,
there's
can
no
you hear
frickin'
me?
bat on this stupid
Freaking
island.
bats!
I got worms.
Yes, this one doesn't match though. It's supposed to be a bat, and it's not a bat. Oh, you know what? Maybe these arrows mean it's low.
Gotta get
Yeah.
low.
No,
And maybe
because
No,
the
because this one's high.
the
okay.
yeah the skulls.
Well, the 3 triangles right here, that's got the arrow and it's, see, on the side of here.
Yeah, but are those the 3 triangles that we're supposed to have?
The 3 triangles are on the heads because right next to it is the other symbol.
Well, this is the 3 triangles and it's,
Now, Shorty, the problem that we're having here is that this symbol doesn't match, but we can't dig on rock.
also, the maps are garbage.
Okay, so this is the black
Black parrot.
parrot.
Which is right there.
Okay, so the bat should be between this and the snake.
And the snake should be across the way.
Yeah.
Like over there, right? Oh, I can see a bug. What's that bug?
All right, this is
You see the bug across the way?
not
that?
on here. Some
But
of
the
them are
bug's
not
not
on
on
the
there.
map at all. Yeah, some of them are not on there at all.
Isn't that what we're supposed to look for? Ones that aren't on here?
No, it's one of these that's on the map.
Oh, one of
is
these
not...
that is on is a lie.
Yeah.
One of the paintings is a lie.
Okay.
You know what? Let's
see.
So
do
where's
is the
the
fish.
snake?
So it doesn't matter, Shorty. It doesn't matter if there's like arrows pointing to the painting or
Right,
anything
so
like
this
that.
is-
It's just
Okay, so this is this thing.
There?
So wait,
Yeah,
is the
there.
snake not here? Has anyone found the red snake with
Red
the 8? Because
snake.
I found the black parrot and then I found the there's this one right here, the man with like the little red dude above it and the boar
So the snake should be somewhere
in between
here,
these
right?
too.
Yeah. I don't see the
The
snake, at
snake
all.
should be right in between these.
Should we try digging?
Yeah, but we
so
have to
Shorty's
find where the
saying that
snake
they're
should
just
be.
different paintings. Yeah, because I just found a mountain lion thing. Okay, so you go to that location on the map. There's a painting there, and it's not a bat. You found the right spot.
Okay, but then what do we do? Is the
We're
problem?
supposed to dig.
Can't dig on rock.
Okay, so these are the people. Okay, so I found the people, which means there's gonna be fish over here.
Snake is not a liar. It's okay.
Yeah, I
Jason.
haven't
Cat
found
is
snake.
liar. Wait, what's that? Did I just see something? What this? Oh, it's worms.
Now-
Gross.
I wonder if we could.
Two fish.
Do we have to maybe dig under the bat in the caves? Because everything else seems to be where it says it's supposed to be.
Except for the snake that I can't find.
Yeah, we can't find the snake.
Okay, so the bat's supposed to be somewhere around here. I'm gonna try looking in the caves below.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only thing I can think of. Is like if there is supposed to be a bat right there, it might just be below us.
Below us.
Indeed. Because there's
I've
all these
literally-
bats down here. I feel like if there was bat symbol somewhere, it'd be where the bats are.
You've never
There's
dug,
some water.
Corley?
In the game, but never did it? Oh, you should do it.
Okay, so
Corey.
here's a parrot. And the parrot's right.
Yeah, the black parrot.
Yeah, and then next to that is supposed to be a red snake, which we haven't found yet. And then next to that is like the guy with like the boar and like the little red bird above it, which we did find.
Mm-hmm. I'm digging around where the snake might be.
Oh, who did it?
Oh! Stay right there. Stay right there.
It's me.
Who did it?
Who dug that up?
It's me.
Broseph did it! Broseph did it! Yes, let's go!
No, it's Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yaga
see,
did it?
I
Wait,
had
where?
a feeling. I had a feeling it was going to be down here. Oh my god.
Interesting.
stand on that-
Good
Don't
job.
stand on the thing.
Yeah, nicely done.
Whew.
Woo!
Oh, get out of here, dog.
Good
I love
job.
you, but we gotta.
Oh my
we're trying
god,
to
did you
dig.
see that? That's what killed me all this time.
Yeah. Because there's a thing right there, a trap right there.
Okay, we did it. It only took us an
Good
hour to figure out, but
job.
we did it.
Good job,
Underwater
Yaga.
shrines?
Good job.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the underwater shrines are my favorite part of the game.
That sounds fun.
Oh.
We could do underwater shrine. There's one nearby, I think.
How do we get
Yeah,
down?
let's do one.
Let's
Let's do
die.
one. No, you swim. You don't die.
Where's the water?
Oh, she's talking about when you get down and jump and die.
No,
Oh,
there's
no,
just
I was
Yeah.
trying to jump. I was trying
no,
to get down
jump.
from
You can
here.
jump. You might take some, but you probably won't die. Just jump to like.
You might just
kinda
break
like
your
where-
legs.
Okay. I jumped in the water anyway. I found a
That
water
works.
spot.
Yeah.
We'll replace it with a peg leg. It's fine.
Actually,
Yeah, I have a peg leg, and now you know why.
Underwater shrine heckin' sucked ass. No, they're so fun. I love them.
pull me
No,
up.
no,
Pull me
no.
up.
Pull me up.
Thank you.
Pull me off.
Pull me up.
Pull me off.
Oh, it's fireworks and drunken time.
Okay.
Grog
So,
barrel?
oh, where'd I put that chest? We gotta open up
thought-
that chest.
I saw a grog barrel. Here it is.
It's Aquaman full gum.
Okay, we got some nice Athena loot in here. What is this thing?
Mmm.
I don't know what that is, but very exciting.
They didn't even steal our one treasure.
Thank you, Gleason.
Look at it.
All right, we got one veilstone done.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job,
Chloe.
team.
Good job,
did it.
everyone.
Now we can turn the page.
Oh boy, book.
All 3 stones for the veil to work.
North of okay. Oh, we're doing something really cool. I love these. We're going to a ship graveyard
Oh
You handed me
my.
something.
north of Devil's Ridge.
Voyager
what did I-
ship title unlocked.
This makes me want to use my Sea of Thieves controller.
You have a Sea of Thieves controller?
I do.
You're so
Oh.
sweaty.
I
So
am.
sweaty.
No, I got it because it's pretty. It's very pretty.
Okay, so Devil's Ridge, north side. Excellent.
Devil.
Devil.
Okay.
Seeking.
So we have
Hi,
to
I'm
go. We have to go east.
drunk.
We have to go east, y'all.
Here, let's go get some fireworks.
Where's the fireworks? Oh no, I have to try and get them while I'm drunk. Oh no, what have I done?
North.
If you
of
drink more, do you get more
Devil's
drunk?
Ridge.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
You'll puke too.
Oh, I fell down. I can't open the barrel. I can't open the barrel.
It is dark as butt.
made a terrible mistake. I can't. Okay. Oh, you got all of them already. Okay.
I
I'm
did.
coming.
Yeah.
You're on top of it. You're good. You're doing amazing.
Hey, ready?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Here we go.
Oh my god, look at that! Oh
get
my
attacked,
god!
aren't we?
So we got water down here. Excellent. What was that?
I think that was me going, oh!
They go.
Uh-oh. Alright guys, be prepared. We are going into a storm.
Okay.
Oh,
Do we
something
need to
is
batten
spawning
down
on
the
us.
hatches?
Something is
Everyone,
spawning
Meg?
on us.
Spawning.
a
I'm
Meg?
Meg. Yep.
It's
a
a
Meg.
big boy Meg.
It's a Meg.
Ooh, ooh.
Is it a shark?
He's a,
There's a
he's
Meg.
cool-looking guy.
Where do we see it? Back here?
On the
You wanna
back. In the
fight it?
back. Yeah, let's fight it. He's coming to fight
Raise
us.
up sails, raise up
Oh,
sails,
he's
raise up sails.
going hard.
Oh, let's. I gotta get cannonballs. We don't have cannonballs.
Oh my god.
You guys
what
raise
is it?
sails. I'll get cannonballs.
I'm
It's a
doing it.
megalodon.
It's beautiful. Oh my god.
We kill. We kill.
I'll go get cannonballs?
Yeah, you want cannonballs?
I get.
Oh.
Holy
And be
shit.
prepared to fix the boat.
Yep.
Okay,
Get wood
how
too.
far
If you
Okay,
is
so
want
he's
wood.
gonna be on
You
the
have to have
left
wood.
side.
I got one.
Oh, wood is right there.
Yep.
What did you guys load in this cannonball? Or all these? Please tell me they're not all fireworks.
They're
Come on.
cannonballs.
Come
They're
on.
cannonballs.
Are you
They're
sure?
cannonballs. I'm positive I just did it.
Here, I'll
Someone
bucket.
start-
I bucket the water.
I need help.
I'm trying.
I'm
I'm
trying to fill
yeeted. Hold on.
holes.
I'm off
I
the
will
boat.
bucket. You fix. I bucket.
Hold on. I'm off the boat. I'm coming. Which side? Which side? Oh, she's in the front. Okay. I see.
Oh, we have so much water. We gotta get
Yeah,
the
we have
water
a ton
out
of water.
I'm
of the
desperately
bucket.
trying-
We gotta.
I'm bucketing.
I'm desperately trying to fill holes right now.
Okay.
Ah,
Coming down.
I think I have all the holes.
Don't
Nope,
drown.
One more. One more.
Oh, that was not a bucket.
Okay. Yeah, I got all the holes.
Good, good, good.
That's what they said.
Oh, she's charging. Charging. Charging.
Wait,
You ready
water's
for
gone.
damage? Okay, good.
Oh shit.
No, more
Holy
holes.
shit.
I'm
More
dead.
Holes, more holes.
I'm going down.
Raise
Can
me.
we? I got you. I got you.
Raise me, raise me. Can I? I have wood. I will repair. How I repair? Why
Walk
it'll
up
give
and
me
there's a-
option.
There's you walk up to
Like
it. And
that.
the thing. Yeah.
Like
You have
that.
to have the
I see
wood
it.
out in your
Yeah,
hand.
I got it. I just didn't know.
Where
okay.
the hell are you? Where are you, you stupid?
Oh,
I'm
oh,
making
oh,
it on.
oh, I just
I'm
got
gonna start
zippity.
bucketing.
I
I'm
can't
gonna
get
go
over
up
there.
and.
I can't get over there. There we go.
Oh shit, it's coming in the back. Oh wait, he's oh, he went under us?
Okay.
I don't think that's good. Did he leave? Oh, there he is.
Left side or right side?
Port side? But he's in the front.
Alright, do we still have
Doing
a
this
hole?
all by yourself would be impossible.
On this
That'll be
size boat,
crazy.
yeah, it'd be pretty impossible. They sort of like. Oh, I think he left. Wait, no, he didn't.
Still going?
But he's not really engaging us. I'm not
You
sure.
got it with your gun.
God damn it, I can never find the hole.
I mean, that's common.
Reason, you're so kind.
Yo, Giz, what's
I
good?
need more wood. He's charging.
Oh,
Hear
shit.
him? He's charging. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh!
Yep. Alright, I'm repatching.
Make sure cannons are loaded.
What up, Giz? How you doing? Giz, subscribing for 31 months in a row, you mad lad, you.
Oh my gosh, look at him. Okay.
Oh crap, oh crap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
How
there
are we down
holes
below? Do we need more bailing?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
a lot more. Oh my god.
Okay, okay.
I'm preparing
I will,
holes.
I will go do that then.
He's on our
Are we
port
sinking?
side,
Are we?
heading toward the
Why
back.
are we're going real
Someone who's
far
good at
to the
shooting,
side?
go shoot.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I'll bail.
Water.
Someone go shoot.
He's on
I don't
starboard.
I'm coming up. I'm getting
Okay,
more
I'll
cannonballs.
do a couple more buckets and then I'll go
Starboard.
up.
Charging. Why is this?
Okay.
Oh god.
New hole?
Okay.
Why was that pointed straight up?
Because people were launching fireworks, but it's okay.
Yeah, hold
We're
on,
okay.
hold on.
Everything's fine.
I need to eat.
I literally was in the process of filling them back up with cannonballs and like setting them back up when we encountered the Meg. Like I was doing the
No,
thing.
it's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. We're good.
Nick Peak! Hello, welcome in, my friend. How are you? Okay.
Done, I think it's done.
Okay. Charging.
God
I
damn
can hear the music.
It's got to be from behind.
Oh, he's
I
he's
can't
hitting
see
us
it.
from the back.
Oh no.
Yeah,
on the
I see,
left,
okay.
or
Alright, I
starboard.
need
Oh.
food.
Oh?
All right, he's on our starboard side.
Okay.
Oh, is he dead? No, he's
Need some
leaving.
food?
No.
Okay.
I thought we killed him.
I don't know what side starboard is.
Right.
Starboard is the right side of the boat. Port would be left side. The way you can remember is port has the same amount of letters.
As left.
Yeah, I think he dipped.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Let's repair the boat.
Okay.
We're kind of close to this island. We're not like super close, but I think we might be close enough that it's like, eh.
Good, how are you? I'm good, I'm good. We just attempted to fight a Meg, but they destroyed our ship. So.
I didn't
Sorry
really
about
do
not
that.
seeing the thing go off, Giz. I'm the setup that I have right now is a little ad hoc. I don't have a good view on chat right now. Hold on, let me do that. You know what? That works. That works.
Can you full out, like, fix these holes, or are they there forever?
You can eventually fix them. It costs
Yeah.
some extra cash, well, gold, I should say.
Hmm.
It's no big deal. It's no big deal. There's a reason why I call this boat Raising Tartarus.
Letterba in chat. Nick,
Letterba.
I have to know what you're
Giz, how
thinking
the
of
heck
Last
are
of
ya?
Us.
Okay, so we're back at Thieves Haven, which is awkward, but we're gonna go, oh, I'm looking at the boat upside down, or not upside down, the map upside down, okay. Alright, so we gotta go east.
Oh, she's here.
start
The
getting
Meg's
a-
here. The Meg's here. Meg's here.
Oh yeah, she
Wait,
is
what?
Oh.
under us.
She's here. She's right here. She's not encountered us, but she's here.
Clayson said, have a glass of port in your left hand while pointing at the stars with your right hand. Starboard.
Now she's engaged.
Such a pretty fin.
Got him.
Down.
No, she's not down, but she's still swimming. Absolutely
gotta
love it.
get
I'm so glad I gave another chance.
balls.
Nice. I'm glad you love it. I pre-ordered it for when it releases on PC at the end of the month.
Alright, I think he's
Um,
gone now.
So excited to play it again.
At least I don't see him underwater.
On right. Heading
What?
toward the back of the boat. I saw the fin. It's heading toward the back of the boat.
Oh, he's far off then.
Well, far off, but yeah.
No, I mean, I was underwater, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, I can see it heading toward port. Just the tip of the fin.
Alright,
You're
well,
playing
let's,
Nick?
let's
Yes.
just go. Let's just-
Steph, Nick
let's
has been
just
playing
start
Last of Us.
heading east.
The Pedro Pascal mod. Well,
Look at the beautiful shark. I climbed up into the nest,
also is that a
crow's
thing?
nest.
Oh, nice.
oh, there
I'm
she is
watching
over
the
there.
fin.
Yep.
Yeah.
We can probably get her to engage with us again.
She beautiful.
I mean, do we see her?
She's
Mhm.
coming.
Yeah.
She's coming. She's coming towards us. She's coming towards us. On our.
Yeah,
Front.
she's on the front now.
Yeah. She's coming right towards us. Oh no, she's. Well,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, pretty much.
She's right there. Yep. Here she
Oh
is.
yeah,
She's
look.
here.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll come down.
No, you missed her. There you go.
Got her.
Yep, you hit her.
She's coming right
She's
This
in.
is
coming back up.
I've never seen anything act like this before.
A Meg who like wants nothing to do with us. You mean?
Yeah, it's just like, listen, noobs, Bow is front, stern is back, port is left, starboard is right, head is shitter. That's right. Thank you, Giz.
Digit sounds different than I thought. Digit sounds like a kitten when he meows. He goes meow. And then he goes wah.
Yeah, he just doesn't want anything to do with us. Why?
No,
Let's just go.
really.
Let's just go.
I bounce off and sometimes give it another shot, and I love it so much. I just got to winter section before that was harrowing. Yeah. I watched Pixel play it, and it was so cool. Yeah. Yeah, Steph is watching the show.
Okay.
It's a pretty sweet game.
Talking about Sea of Thieves.
Yeah. It's so pretty, the ocean. I would
Yeah.
literally just sit on an island and watch the ocean for like 15 hours straight.
That Meg was really weird, though.
Yeah, I think that was a Umbra Meg.
It was very pretty.
I had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, where it was just like, why are you guys tickling me?
I wish I had a Pedro
spin
Pascal
too
mod
quick.
for, like, life. Honestly, same.
Just storing everywhere. Leeward is the
definitely-
direction the wind is blowing towards.
He definitely, is about to, like, get into his prime. Between everything he's done the past, like, 5 years. Yeah. Game of Thrones, Star Wars, Wonder Woman, Last of Us.
Alright, once we get around this rock, I guess we'll drop, I'm gonna drop mainsail.
Why won't let me change my song?
So when you have your instrument out, you hold your left trigger. Oh wait, do you have keyboard?
I'm bringing up shanties and then I'm selecting one and then it's not like changing it and I've tried like
You have
every
to like
button.
really hold it, like hold it over
He-
while you start playing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I gave him a couple
Yeah.
treats.
I've been trying, but it's just not
Yeah.
doing it.
Done.
Like I'm holding it over and holding. There it goes. No, that's not right. And that's playing a completely different song than what I had. It's like what the hell?
But
He's
it's
probably playing without
different.
playing.
What's an adorned receptacle?
Being broken.
A what?
I don't know. It says
Oh.
pick up adorned receptacle.
It's a treasure.
Oh, it's treasure.
It's pretty.
In fact, we can put that.
His prime of being a
in
zaddy.
here.
Everybody's
moment.
internet
Yeah.
daddy, you mean?
Is it not?
He got what he wanted. Now he gone. So should I pick up this chest for you? Oh, you got it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I just moved it. Alright, so we need to go to the north side. We're looking for some birds, y'all. We're looking for some birds up in the air.
Viagra's really good at
circling
that.
around in a group. What the heck is out there?
Oh, I see
Another
them.
pirate
Straight
boat?
ahead. Straight ahead. There's birds circling in a group.
Straight ahead?
Yeah, like straight, like a little bit to the port, slightly to the port side.
Yes, that's where we need to go.
Yeah,
and
there's a tiny
God,
little
my
island.
fucking controller,
there's a
bro.
little
This is
boat.
so
Well, basically,
stupid.
that's the bottom of a boat. Special Ed is the name of the ship that we're coming up to.
There's another
Are
ship
we,
over.
should we be concerned?
Yeah, basically, they're going to try to take our stuff. This is
Oh.
not going to go well.
My
Oh, is this a PvP? Yeah, I see
thing's
them.
Broken. Not only can I not pick my song, but like even if I stop playing a song, it only keeps playing the one song. Like it doesn't switch. So it's broken.
So,
Okay.
are we gonna try for
Um,
this?
Well, we have to do this. There's a treasure here that we need in order to continue the quest.
I mean, are we gonna like try to fight them, or are we just gonna be like, hey, we're just doing
I'll
this
try to
quest?
talk to him. I'll try to talk to him, but you need some help getting the boat over there.
Tell them we're
Yeah.
so fearsome and they're gonna get fucked. I'm ready.
Okay, what do you need me to do?
Rah!
Okay,
Yeah.
so, I don't know if they're gonna hear me from here.
Can you use your speakerphone thingy?
Yeah, I'm
Your
gonna try.
megaphone?
Yeah, that's the rules of being part of my channel. Everyone here is it has to be a bottom.
Hello there.
Whoa.
Can you hear me? We're here
Ahoy!
to look over. Hey, you. We're looking for a graveyard of boats.
A story about touching bottoms? Huh. Perfect.
So, Broseph, do you know how to change your weapons?
With the scrolly.
Okay,
No.
we need to start raising
Come down here.
sails.
Over here.
I'm gonna raise. Okay, let's raise
And
mainsail
then
to
you
half.
go back here. And then this is the armory, so you can
Oh
change
my
to like a sniper or like a shotgun or a pistol or whatever you need
Can you
to.
raise main to half?
Oh, look at the blunderbuss!
Yeah, so that's a shotgun.
I love blunderbusses.
This is so funny. Hey, you! We're looking for a graveyard.
Okay, guys, I really need some
Want the
assistance.
sails up?
We're
You just have
raising
to
the
tell me what to do,
sail
hold on.
to. Actually, raise it all the way up.
All the way? Gotcha.
Did you just fire a cannonball?
Their sail is now down.
Is
Okay,
that
they're leaving?
good or bad? They're too scared of us. They're scared. Get out of here! I got a gun. Boom, boom.
They're turning toward us, kind
Oh
of.
no.
I hear
Outside.
fire.
They're probably about to
Yeah,
fire
it's
on
the
us.
it's no, it's the island.
The
It's
way
the island.
crashing.
No, it's the island on our left. I don't know if it's
I'm watching their boat to see if they shoot anything.
yeah, we're out of range of the cannons on this island, I think.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go over to their boat,
Yeah, they're not
okay.
gonna go
Okay.
and I'm gonna
Yep.
talk to them and just
I
explain
think that
the
they're probably
situation.
doing the thing we're doing.
I mean, it's.
It looks like it's one guy.
No, I saw
They
more than
also
one.
might be doing what we're doing, but
That's what I said.
just-
They might be, yeah. Can I
It's
hang out here?
possible.
Yes, you absolutely can, Franklin.
I'm
You're
watching them.
welcome here.
I'm spyglassing. They're turning their butt to us.
They are butting us.
They might be getting
Courtney,
ready to
you're
like
so
go the other
cute.
way.
Oh, they're fucking port
They're
No,
getting
right
ready
now
to
they're
book the other
spinning.
way.
Also, guys,
Pushing
just be
hard.
careful because since it's raining, there will be water in the bottom of the boat.
Oh,
Yes.
I'll go
Yes,
bucket.
yes, yes. Yeah,
I'll go bucket.
this is where we need to be.
Hello
so we'll
there.
probably-
Oh, they just got hit with
Hello.
lightning.
I'm approaching slowly.
They just got hit with
Can you
lightning.
hear me? Do you have mics? Hello. Hello.
Should have been no.
This is how chaos dies.
Chaos, if you die, make sure you get us some pink flames, okay?
Okay. Now just make sure.
I'm watching. I have my sniper.
Yes, I see you. Hello, hello.
Oh,
hello.
hey. Is that a mermaid?
Are you doing Veil? Are you doing Veil? Because we're doing Veil too. Do you want to alliance?
Ooh.
I'm coming aboard. I'm friendly. Hello? Hello? We cool? We cool? Good. Good. Me too. We're cool too. Are you guys doing Athena?
Did you see a shark, Clayson? Where'd you see it? Island.
I always knew this day would come.
Yeah, Cap. This season 9's been crazy. I've been watching people play. They're just going crazy out here. We're just trying to do
What
an
happened? What happened?
Lightning.
Athena quest.
Okay. I just didn't know. I was watching the other way, so.
I don't know. I'm up top.
Do you guys want to alliance? Because if you guys are doing the ship graveyard over here?
Can someone make sure that there's no water in the bottom of the boat?
Yeah.
I can go look again. I just
I
did
got
it like a few minutes ago, but
Oh, we've got a leak somewhere. I got it.
got it.
It's the
Oh,
rain.
no, I don't
The
have
rain's
wood.
gonna fill up.
No, it's no, it's actual leak. I just don't have wood.
I think it was when the lightning. hit.
Yeah, probably. I got it.
So yeah, we just need to go down here and get our Veil Stone to do our quest. So we're gonna bring our boat a little closer so we can do that. Is that alright? Whoa, we got lightning.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna put out their fire.
I know how to get the stairs.
I'm watching from my spyglass as their boat is just getting peppered with lightning.
Maybe they'll sink.
You have some foods. Enjoy. Shark coochie? Oh, I'd love some shark coochie.
Charcuterie board?
I would
Okay,
love the
well, I'm
charcuterie
gonna
board.
we're gonna bring our boat over here and do some diving.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just gonna continue
chill
on with our
together.
quest. I'm gonna use your cannon to like shoot me back.
I'll give you a
Actually, no,
pass. Chaos, can
I'm just gonna use the mermaid.
I know.
Yes,
right?
that's my dog. You like my dog? He's a good
Oh.
pup.
Okay, should we turn hard? Should we be steering towards that?
Yeah, start turning the boat towards this boat, but we're gonna
who's
park.
howling? Freya's howling.
She has
Ah,
feelings.
woo!
She's very emotional, just like in real life.
A little closer, yeah.
We're gonna grab some food balls. Yes, tell
All right, I'm gonna mermaid back.
Why are you upset? Come here.
I can have some of your charcuterie, Poorly.
Okay, guys,
Share their
I success. Oh god, I put water in the boat. That's not good.
Why
Alright,
would
we're
you
good.
do that?
Why would
Because
you
I
do
thought it was
that?
empty.
My
Thought my
goodness.
bucket
That's
was
why we
empty.
can't have nice things.
This
And
is
you're
why we
the
can't have nice
captain.
things.
This is why we have a bird as our captain.
Mm-hmm. The bird is a good captain. A
We're like
fine.
Captain Crumbs.
Okay, we just need a little bit of sail. All right, just keep turning us. You want to get on the left side of the boat, so you
Oh,
can
I want
see
to go
the
even
boat there.
harder? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Harder, better, faster, stronger.
Turn port even harder.
Harder.
Okay, now straighten her out. Straighten her out.
Okay,
Straighten her out.
Okay, 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 okay.
Now here's the thing. Here's the thing.
When you hear the
This is
thump
CFE.
is when you're centered.
Okay.
Oh wait, do you guys? Whatever you do, don't say anything about. Hold
Should we
on.
stop?
No, just keep. I'm gonna raise the sail. We're gonna get kind of close, but not super close.
Cannonballs are being shot from the island at us. They are missing,
Yeah.
but it is happening.
Yeah,
Which
no, they
is
have
also
been the
what
whole
might
time.
have hit us.
No, they have been the whole time and they've been missing.
All right, straighten her
Well,
out.
Some
Good,
definitely
good,
got
good,
us and
perfect.
got water in the boat.
Y'all
Oh.
doing great.
Wait.
All right, I'm raising the sail. Okay, let me just check.
Should we anchor?
No, I would
No,
get a little
yeah,
bit, just
you
a
don't
little
need to
bit
anchor.
further out of range
Oh,
of this
okay.
island if we can.
We're gonna drift a little bit forward. I'm gonna use the harpoon to get us closer to.
Did you do a Fort of the Damned at any point today? Who is
Should I
that?
turn
Is that
towards
that
it further?
person?
Yeah, hold on. I'll let him know. No, it's too crazy out there for Fort of the Dam and Fort of Fortunes. Day one is just too much heat. Too much heat out there. We haven't done any of the forts yet. No fortunes or dam.
I need to know. Why do you need to know?
Basically, they want to know if we have a chest of legend on here.
Oh, so that they can try and steal.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay.
Now
well,
the thing
then-
is,
See, now they're
the thing is,
looking at us
they
now?
have a
Food here. Oh my god.
They're looking
they have a
at us?
sloop. So I mean, like, if we just literally hit them with like all 4 of our cannons right now, we would probably just like sink them in seconds. Just
Yeah, probably.
would-
I mean,
Are we good? Can I let go now, or should I keep?
yeah, just straighten her out. And
Looking at us.
now here's the
there's-
thing.
They
Here's
have
the
one
thing.
person. They have one person in the water and they have one
There we
person
go.
on their boat. And
Yeah,
he's looking.
we
they're
need to
looking at
keep
us.
somebody on the boat.
Okay.
We need
on
to
the
keep
boat.
somebody
I'll
on the
stay.
boat because they're right here.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm
Someone's
staying
gonna-
on the boat. I do not trust them. They're both
Yaga,
looking at
you're
us with
not
spyglasses.
streaming, so
So what they're doing is that's their sniper.
Yeah,
yeah.
which is why I'm not.
Let me just jump down real quick. I just want to investigate the situation down there, see how many boats there are.
I don't
Okay.
trust them for crap.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3. I see 3 sunken ships, 4 sunken ships down here. We have to look through
I didn't
all
mean
of
to do
them
that.
to find.
I didn't mean it was
The
me. It was me. I didn't
What
mean to.
What did
oh
you
no,
do?
Oh no.
I took
Fire.
my gun out and I
Shot.
accidentally shot.
Which is why you use your spyglass.
They're running
I thought it
around.
was
Oh
a
no.
thing.
Oh no. They're panicking. We're
I know.
panicking. Everyone panic. They're.
They're looking now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're looking.
Sorry, that was an accident. That was an accident. She didn't mean to.
They're both looking at Spider. Meanwhile, Broseph. I'm a little peeper. I'm just peeping on them. Oh my god, I can smell the pizza.
Pizza.
Okay.
Pizza.
Okay, so we gotta start, I guess, digging. For not digging, but you know what I mean.
Swimming.
Yeah.
Diving. Do we know how many boats are down there?
There's 4 sunken ships down there. There's
Okay.
literally so many things that you can look through, and there's air pockets down there, so you can stay down there for a very long time.
Okay.
Cleason, you're right. Pink lady apples are the best. What do y'all think
Just
is
sink
the
'em.
best apple?
Opal.
I like pink
Black
ladies, but I also like Fuji.
I like
Fuji are so
Fuji's.
good.
Yeah, I like Fuji's. I like pink ladies. Yeah.
What's the lady name?
Opal's
All right,
and
so I
Fuji.
feel like we're like in a weird like standoff here. Like, okay, they were like,
Yeah.
okay, when they go under,
All right. See.
we'll go take their boat.
They're
And
going.
when-
They're going. They're going. They're leaving.
They're gone. They're leaving.
I don't
I
think
think
they're
they're just
leaving.
scared to turn around.
Okay,
Yeah,
they're
They're
leaving.
leaving. They're leaving. They said,
Or
"Alright,
they're
see you."
about to shoot at us.
No, I don't think so. They're going. No, there's a guy not on the boat. There's a guy here. He's coming over. Why'd you shoot?
Because they're leaving. There's no reason for him to be here. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Peace.
Peace? Okay.
Get out of here.
Take your mermaid and go.
Yeah.
Take
No
your
apple,
mermaid
this
and
is no
go.
apple.
I'm watching them.
he
Keep your
he
booger
probably
hoof off
thought,
the. I could not.
he probably
I didn't mean
thought
to.
like, oh, I'll just swim on here, and then I sniped him in the pitch black water, and he's like, oh shit, never mind.
These badasses. These be badasses. We gotta
God. Sink them, kill them poorly. Poorly.
Okay, so if you guys want to start diving,
go.
Yes.
just go into every boat. There's gonna be one boat that you can't get into the captain's cabin. That's the boat we're gonna try to. You have to find a key for.
How long do you have to like before you drown?
You'll start gasping for air, but
Under the
obviously
water?
we won't be able to
Yeah.
get any because yeah.
Key
Yeah,
needed
so-
to unlock. I found a thing where it says key needed to unlock.
Okay, so just remember what color is that boat?
It's like, hold on. Let me get to the
He's
edge.
in a mood for murder.
It's
I
green
approve.
and white. No, brown and white. It's white.
White? Okay. So just keep an eye. Just remember that.
Okay.
So now we're looking, and you guys can move. There's photos you can move, like pictures you can move. There's there's so many things that is
Okay,
that is literally
I'm
just
about
like
to drown, so I gotta get to the surface.
if you find a boat, typically speaking, where you see a grate, you'll see a lot of bubbles. Those bubbles you can breathe at. You'll see like bubbles, and you're like you'll hear yourself go.
Yeah. No, I had red around the
No,
edge and
there's
everything.
none.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know while you're
Oh,
swimming underwater, you'll
Oh.
find like the little bubbles, and those
Oh.
bubbles will let you stay down longer.
That's very handy.
Yeah, I'm
I
drowning.
can't think of my top
Okay,
of the
so these
I'm
guys
drowning.
already were
I-
looking through here. I wonder if they found the key. No, because they didn't find the key.
I found a
because
sapphire mermaid gem.
There's the thing.
Yep,
Yeah, grab
bring
that.
that. I just kind of put it on the bottom of the boat that's sticking out of the water
There it is. Okay.
because it's just a good
Do
spot.
unto them as they
to-
have done unto me. Poorly. Poorly is
Oh.
like kill them, Mr. Wackus Bonkus. Move painting.
I think I could have taken them.
Nothing.
I think
okay.
they're going toward a ghost ship right now. I'm
Restore.
keeping an eye.
Yeah, they're going towards that ghost galleon. It looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Gold pouch.
Which would be well. I don't know. I don't know how well a sloop would do against that now with the new rules. It's not a world event, so it doesn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Do the thing. It looks like they were already down here, looking
Yeah.
for stuff, but they must not have gotten the key. And if they did get the key, they're dicks and just like sailed away with it.
I mean, that's also possible.
This is Sea of Thieves.
Is there only one key for everybody?
Can I grab
One.
not
Well,
Sea
we
of
only need the
Thieves.
one key.
Yeah.
Sea of Dicks. Oh yeah, they're definitely engaging with that ghost ship. They're going.
Oh,
hard
you
at
didn't pick
it.
up your relic.
I tried. It wouldn't let me pick it up. Did it let you pick it up?
Okay, It let me pick it up. Sometimes it's
Yeah.
bugged.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me pick it up. I like got like way close like inside of it and I couldn't get it. Alright, pull book.
Ooh, what's
No.
floating here?
What's this?
Nice.
Quest received.
Seed.
Yeah, I picked up a book. Where? Alright, I
Okay,
need
let's look through this blue
C
guy a
word
little bit.
glimmer.
Now,
Okay.
sometimes it might even be on the deck, even if it's upside down. You might see like a, but that's like very seldom, very rare. So
So-
if we can't find a key in one of these boats,
Ow.
Okay, there's a
Stuck.
relic. Oh, let me pick up that relic this time. Okay, that's nice. Okay. And bring this out. And
Was? I
does
think
it
so.
go up? Okay. Yeah.
So
okay,
yeah, the
see if
one,
you
it's the
can,
lowest one. That's the what you call it?
the locked
With
one.
the locked one, yeah.
And Baba, you said that you're like hanging out upstairs or up on the boat.
Yeah, I'm
Keeping
on the
an eye on
boat,
things?
keeping an eye out. Yeah,
All right, if you get bored up there, and you want to switch, I can switch with you.
I'm good. I'm gonna keep an eye. It's raining a little bit, so I'm gonna go check and make sure that we don't have water down below.
I was
Level
just gonna
69
say if
valuable?
you
Nice.
happen to notice any of the treasure that we put up and you can harpoon it, feel free. Just because I'm dropping it and just letting it float up to the top
Yeah.
of the surface.
I'm getting water out of the bottom because
All right, anything that I see floating before I go down, I'm gonna put
I'll come
on
up
the.
and I
on the
want to
butt of the
practice
boat.
harpoon.
Okay, so to harpoon, you're just gonna have to turn the boat to point a little more towards the back end of this.
Okay.
That's what I said.
I
If you
can't reach
happen
them
to
from
like
here.
be close
Okay.
to any.
You won't. Yeah, you won't be able to reach that from
I
here.
will turn boat.
Banana,
Okay, so there.
banana.
So the furthest ship down is locked. I'm gonna check this boat over here.
Eat this banana.
What the? Arr.
Use door.
Returning.
Use door. I got the skull.
Do we do with the-
No, Joe's allowed on the table, Cleason. That's just how it is. That's the
what do we
rules.
do with the drum?
Why can't I
Them's
get
the
this
breaks.
skull? I can't get this. Oh, there. Nope, nope. Okay, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, straightened out. Okay.
All right, how do I get back? out?
Ever survive?
Okay,
Wait, is that
through,
it?
Through and through.
No. Okay, Egg of Fortune.
There's a skull coming up. Alright, then I have to go back around. Come on, stop getting stuck. And then up. And then through.
Harpoon is dead useful.
Oh yeah, it's
Oh
super
yeah,
useful.
it's the best.
Is
And
there
now
more
it's
on
even
there?
better. Now it's even better.
Full drawer. Nope.
Your booty's on the board now.
Hello.
Okay, we did send up a couple other pieces, but they're not going to be neat and all that.
It's starting to
Okay.
storm up here.
What's in here? I can't go in there.
If you, I don't know how effective it is, but if you have to, drop anchor. Just with our anchor down, especially on a guy, it takes forever to raise up. So if somebody
Okay.
rolls up on us, it really puts us at a disadvantage. Because we have to spend so much time.
We're not moving
I
a ton right now. I think we're okay for the moment.
Yeah,
What
the
about
second
putting
we-
like the sails down? Does that help?
No, the
Let's
sails
try
need to
push
be
us around
down.
more.
Yeah. Alright, so I think this boat is searched.
Yeah, if the sails are down, we'll just start moving forward, not necessarily uncontrollably, but
Oh, I meant sails like up. Like they
Oh.
are up. Never mind.
yeah, I
they
was gonna
are
say
up.
they should be up.
Yeah. I just didn't
You-
look because why
you
use my eyes
scared
when
me.
I can look you? I'm
Gross
so
if you
sorry.
scared me.
Where are you?
Okay.
And I'm so
this is the one we
sorry.
needed to unlock.
Oh, I keep going down. I went down there. So how long have you been playing this game, Chaos?
Me? I think I have about only 100 hours in the game right now. I found the key!
100.
Hooray!
Yay!
But-
and
but-
it's the lowest boat.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I'm in it.
can
Do
you guys
I
see
like
where
can
I
I
am?
unlock?
Can you guys see where I am? There's just
No.
another blue gem down here.
Oh,
but
yeah, I see
the
you.
bo- yeah, so if you come into this boat, there's a blue gem on the bottom.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Okay, so
Alright.
you need to unlock
Oh,
it. with the
actually, yeah.
key.
Let me open this door. I'm gonna open this door. You start taking stuff out.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna go back for that blue gem.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna come back after I get the blue gem to help.
Poorly
you
is
unload.
jaded? No, I couldn't tell at all, Poorly.
Poorly.
Yeah, so
Sometime. You and
I
can
barely
play.
have any idea what I'm doing in this game. So if it sounds like I know what I'm doing, it's
It
all.
sounds
No,
very
I
much
think
like you know what you're
they're.
doing.
I think Poorly's saying that they're jaded because they got sunk and they wanted us to sink the that ship that was over here.
Oh, don't you worry, Poorly.
Weird.
I'm not speaking ill of my crewmates here. I just know my crewmates are not big on the PvP. If I was with anybody else,
That
Maybe?
boat's still here. I'm just saying.
We can go sword them in their faces.
I just like I know that Pinxel and Astro got mollywopped that one time, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to start a
Yeah.
fight and then put a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah,
Fair,
that was it wasn't so much that we got mollywopped, it was just like it was so unfair.
Constant.
Like, no. We spawned into the game and like we hadn't even actually gotten to our boat yet and they killed us.
That's so rude.
Yeah.
All right, I'm coming down to the boat that was locked to assist with the
Okay.
treasure.
Okay.
I like dishing out the water. This is very soothing.
Oh, scooping the water?
Yeah.
Bailing.
Bailing. I like to bail.
Well, all I wanted to do was sail the high seas. We can figure out a night and we can plan a night.
Oh yeah, I'll be more than happy to sail the seas with anybody. Yeah.
So, is there a limit to how many people can be on one boat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
for-
So if you're on a sloop, that little boat that you saw the other guys on, okay,
Mhm.
whatever you do, that veilstone, just leave it kind of off to the side. You don't want to lose it.
Well,
Okay.
I was gonna put it in the thing in the mast.
No, no, no,
right?
no, 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 no. Do not. Please don't. Please.
Okay, I didn't. I
Okay.
put it back in the
No,
trash
because
chest.
once you do, I think a thing activates, and we just want to make sure we got all the treasure we want from the boats, and we want to
Okay.
make sure everybody's on the boat before we
So
put it in.
hard, right?
Hard, center, left.
Esper in the chat. There's an
Esper.
Esper in the chat.
No, it is good. No worries. No, seriously, like we can plan a night. And especially because Chaos and I were just talking about it earlier, that there's mention of a guild system possibly in the future.
Oh.
So we
Yeah, they
might
didn't
even-
mention, like,
We
yeah.
might even be able to actually play more than 4 people, you know?
So the way that it's the funny thing about it is the way I was thinking, like,
a
hey,
rat! Oh my god.
86 driver. Oh my God, sorry, my chat was covered. I didn't see you come in here. Hello, 86. You looking mega cute, my guy.
Wow.
Wow, you're all looking mighty handsome, y'all.
Wow.
That
Oh.
boat is really struggling to fight the ghost boat. Oh, hello, lightning. I'm on fire.
Oh my god. What? You can be on fire? From lightning
Oh
in
yeah,
this game?
you can be on fire,
Shit.
yeah.
I screwed up, guys. I screwed up.
What'd you
Did
do?
you
Wait,
get hit by
Did
lightning?
I? Where's the?
Oh
is-
god.
Did I floated some treasure up, and now I don't see it. Did you guys
Lisa,
already
I
do it?
pulled
charge your
it. I
phone,
pulled
you
it.
goblin.
I picked up some treasure.
pulled it up.
but
Is
I
that
don't-
was I
I
not
don't know
supposed to?
when.
Oh no, was it? Was it in the water?
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, but I guess we're good.
Nice catch, Nyx,
Yeah.
and Poorly, you did it.
It's your special skill. It is.
So yeah, and I think we're at the part in the game where basically it's gonna get a little intense, guys, but it's gonna be fun.
We're going.
Is it going to be camping? Oh.
It's gonna be glamping. Okay, let's organize some of this treasure
It
here.
is my special skill. I am always on fire.
Yes. She is on
Yeah.
fire.
Why is my banana
Girl
glowing?
is on
What does a
fire.
glowing banana mean?
Well, it means that you're the one.
Toxic beanie.
Oh, it's because I was standing under the lantern. It made my banana look special.
Glamping.
I was gonna say
Your banana
there
is
there are orcs nearby.
Wait, have you never heard glamping before?
Oh, I love
That's like an actual
glamping.
term. Yeah, that's an actual
Yeah.
term stuff.
That's when you fancy camp. You glam
Yeah.
camp.
It's like when you bring like air mattresses and like have like power and like TVs and stuff.
It's
Mhm.
liars camping.
Yeah, it's totally fake camping.
It's so
You
fun,
call it
though.
camping, but it is a lie.
Tis a lie.
Okay,
it's
so
just
now we're gonna
treasure
bring
that
all
we
this
didn't
stuff
get.
down here. Ooh, a storage crate, nice. So they're still fighting that Skelly Galleon?
Yeah, they were. And up until
There's
a few
stuff
seconds
in
ago when I got
these
set on fire and had to go
That
under.
we didn't
But yeah.
get.
Okay, so where was the gemstone? The Veilstone?
Hold on. I put it in the treasure chest.
Yeah, they're still going at it.
Where's the treasure? Where?
They're running into each other.
Oh, that's not good for them.
Okay,
Yeah,
skull
they're,
coming
they're
up.
taking it
And
pretty hard.
there's a bunch more. There's more loot down here
Pretty
that you
funny,
didn't
honestly.
get.
What loot? Oh, floating? Oh,
No, in this
Okay.
boat.
what boat? The boat that
In
I
this
was.
boat that I'm in right now.
Oh, there's one boat that I hadn't even looked at yet.
What's
Dude, I
this
feel like they're
cage
gonna
for?
sink. They are really messed up.
Why do you have a cage
that
in your
sound?
boat?
We
What
can
now?
put you in there if you're bad.
There's a big angry sound.
He promised. Yeah, that was an angry sound.
Is there a
no,
big
that's
red skull in the sky?
Yes.
Yeah, it sounded like a trombone.
So basically,
About
that
to die, about
means
to die, about
that's
to die.
that's
Eat
the
this
Fort
banana.
of Fortune.
No, I was eating the
Oh,
banana.
oh.
Chaos, get me.
I better eat.
The Fort of Fortune is like the new big, well, not new, but it's like a big event. It's basically what the
Means you have any
event
special
that
feelings?
everybody
It's
wants
your
to
banana
do.
glove.
Everybody's gonna go to there.
Fake camping
And,
really means bringing
we're
like an
not.
axe and a sleeping bag. I'm gonna go glam camping because I
The
really
skelly
like camping,
ship
but
is
I'm also
limping hard. It
deeply
might go
lazy.
under.
Sleep on the ground and cook my frozen pizza on open fire like God
yeah,
intended.
it's going down.
Okay, good. That's
We're
good.
yelling timber.
I'm
They're gonna
yelling
spend all that.
timber!
You're gonna spend all
You
all
better
that time
move. You better
looting
dance.
that, and we're gonna go off our merry
Let's
way.
make a night. You won't
We're about to
remember.
remember.
It's like half sunk
I
at
don't
this
remember
point.
the
I'll be
It's-
the
it's
one
limping hard.
You won't forget.
You can't
Are,
forget.
Woo!
Naga, are you trying to convince me to go beat them up?
Am I? I don't know.
Are you?
Maybe.
Are you?
Maybe.
Here's the thing, Yaga. My general policy is
It's like going woo.
my general policy is if I roll up on somebody and they say we're
Oh.
out of here, 9 out of 10 times I'll just let them leave. I'm like, all right, you can go.
What about that
'Cause
1
I-
out of 10 time? What's that time?
My son
Well,
discussed
there
around
was
them,
this
I'm gonna
one
have to drive.
time this person was
Honestly,
all like, they're
I
like,
might,
can
like,
you, like
do
we
a
were just
tent, but I'll
sailing
still
by,
bring an air
and they were like,
mattress for
can you
sure.
not? And I was like, oh well, now I have to. You know, it's like
Oh, that ship
sometimes you
might
just
look
got
rough.
to.
We should go fuck
Their
things
ship
up.
is sinking.
Okay, so
Yeah,
where
it's-
is
it's
the
ghost ship.
where's the Veilstone?
In the
That ship is on
chest,
fire.
chaos.
What chest?
Oh my
Where's the
God.
chest?
Oh my
Tell
God,
me
I'm
where the
coming.
chest is. You
It's-
say where the
it's
chest.
rare, it's
this
there.
chest here, I found it.
Okay.
This says it's a good opportunity to do the veil thing.
I'm like, you're like in the chest. I'm like, I don't see a chest.
There, like it's right there with the glowing stone in it.
It's
I'm throwing it off
literally-
the side.
that
Goodbye
poor ghost ship.
forever.
Okay,
they didn't even-
you're back on the boat. Everybody's on the
They're
boat,
not
right?
even like
Uh,
utilizing
everyone's
it.
on the
They're
boat.
dipping. The ghost
Okay.
ship's like damn near dead, and they're dipping.
Ooh,
What was
The
that?
hell just, we just got
That was us.
possessed?
Is that the veil stone?
Are we possessed?
Yeah.
Yes.
The servant will do all in his power to protect it. We
Okay, so
Was it the fun time
guys,
band camp? I'll notably the band camp thing. That was awesome.
We're looking
Listen, I
for
went
a
to band
big
camp, guys.
green tornado in the sky. I think.
Okay.
Oh my.
Vale is southwest of Booty Isle. Booty Isle.
Booty!
Let's find
Well, you guys
Booty
sail.
Isle.
I'm gonna go put the rest of my ice cream back in the freezer.
Okay. Where's Booty Isle?
Booty
Okay,
is the
I
one
shall
with
find-
the booty.
Okay, here's Booty
Oh.
Isle. We need to go southwest. So we're gonna go south
Booty.
first.
South and then west.
Actually, let's go west first, and then we will south.
Okay. You want me to put the sails down?
Not yet. I'm gonna turn the boat first,
Okay.
and then we should be good. Yeah, because we're literally pointed east. You put the sails down next, I'll be like, oh no.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, are you gonna want them down when we're in position?
Ooh, actually, you know what though?
I can put sail down.
I'm just wondering if we should go to port first, sell what we have,
Just to make
and
sure we don't
then
get
go
attacked
to
in the
Booty
meantime.
Island.
That's such a good idea. You're a genius.
But is that a port right there next to us? That's the big question.
It's very lit up.
I don't want to waste too much time because the little hurricane thing is gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go to Ancient Spire. We'll go to Northeast. We're gonna sell everything on the boat, except for. I don't know. Let's just sell everything. Like I
That is a good
think we'll be
stall.
okay if we don't sell stuff, but I think it's just a little safer to. Because right now we're gonna go into a big, like, sea thing.
Yeah, we should sell. That's a good idea.
All right.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I bubble.
Oh, somebody was already on that. I was like, I'm really confused right now. You want to drop mainsail?
Is it set sail angle? Is that?
No.
No,
There's drop
yeah,
sail, drop and raise it, and then there's set angle.
Okay.
So the one that looks like a long bar is the set sail length, and then the one that is on a pulley is the angle.
I'm back.
Okay.
Whoa. Pinksoul, thank you for that dirty 2.
Dirty 2.
How do I?
How long we've known each other? Dirty 2 years.
So I'm doing it and it's not doing anything. What do I have to press to make it come down? Oh, those are.
You
Oh,
lift
you
it
might
up
just
and
be
down.
on the one that's already down.
Oh.
Hi, Beck. I'm poorly. Hi, Dad.
I don't know what I'm doing. I stopped now.
Okay, all sails are down.
I was on the wrong side
Okay,
of the
we'll
boat.
raise them. I didn't realize how close we are to the island. Oh my
Oh,
god.
shit. Okay.
Raising
Shit.
no,
I'm getting the other ones.
we're yeah, okay, yeah. Start raising.
I'm going.
Sails
Okay.
are up.
Middles are up. Backs
Okay.
are up. Okay, perfect.
Hard
Cheese
right.
bread.
Hard right.
So we're gonna go
Alright.
full. Let's go
Alright.
full back sail so I can see where I'm going. And
Oh,
we're
gosh.
looking for a little.
Hard right.
Hard right.
right.
Yeah. Guys,
Bubble
if you
had
are
the
getting
cheese stuff.
drops, if you are collecting drops, your Sea of Thieves drops, do not forget you have to claim them every hour if you want to continue to
Yes,
get them.
you must claim every hour. You have to claim before you can start getting the next one.
So even if you watch for 4 hours, you're only gonna get one. You have to claim them in between.
I'm
You
not
do
getting
have 2
drop
days though. You have today
notifications.
and tomorrow,
You're not
and
getting
then
what?
starting on Saturday.
I'm
You're not
not
getting
getting
drops?
drop notifications.
Oh, that's annoying.
Do I have drops on? How do I turn drops on?
I don't know if
Drops.
you guys have them on.
Ooh, there's
When you
stuff in the
open it,
water.
it should be on the top.
What's in water?
I don't know, but we're gonna miss it.
Do you want me? Should I steer?
have them
No,
on.
we're good. We're good.
Okay.
They were
Yeah.
left side, so if you look
Drops,
at the
yeah,
back.
1% of drops for Chaos Unfolding, yeah.
Oh, happy brush. I just wanted my hair.
So
to
like
be
if you
smoother.
click on it in the top corner, does it say like a percentage?
Sometimes you have to. They don't start right away. You have to refresh after you start watching. It's kind of lame.
Ark
Might
wants to
be
know how the
nice.
thieving is going.
Oh, it's going.
It's,
It's
going.
going.
We
Yeah,
thieve.
it's
We
going.
thieve.
After
I
that, now
appreciate
it's
that lurk,
going up.
86. Appreciate that lurk.
For my channel?
You're right, Chaos. I had to refresh it, which is
For Chaos, or
stupid.
who are you getting them from?
I have all 3 of you up, but like none of it was.
Well, oh, and you're
not
not
showing
streaming
up
right
on
now, so
yours,
you
I
should
don't
be all
think.
right. I was gonna
Okay.
say it's your stream can count as a
yeah, it's not showing on yours, Pink, for some reason. Like it showed. It
as a
is-
Twitch
Freya.
engagement.
Interesting.
The notification showed up on Chaos's, but it didn't show up on yours.
Interesting.
Like I've refreshed 3 times on yours and it's not showing up.
Well, Ark, Rainbow wanting to play Dreamlight is a very valid reason to
Rumor
not
drops.
watch because it's very important that people play Dreamlight.
There we go.
Ooh, woo,
I mean, they're on.
woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so
It also didn't count.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about. I'm not too worried about stuff. So we can just like
Stuff.
put
Didn't you have drops
everything
enabled? I do
here.
have drops enabled. Yeah, everything says it's on. That sucks if you guys aren't getting them from me because like everything is on. My Twitch is connected. Like everything's on.
Yeah, but it's Twitch. Twitch bugs out constantly.
Mm.
I mean, I've been watching all 3 of your streams for 3 hours, and I have 0 progress. So that just goes to show it wasn't even counting to begin with.
Duff.
Yeah, I have 1% of
Is it
1
being
hour.
twitchy?
Duff beer for me. Duff beer for you.
It's wigging.
I'll
Okay, I
have
think
a
we have
duff
another boat coming up.
beer
By the
for
way.
Okay.
me.
I'm curious
Where?
If
Boat. Oh, what was that? What was
I-
that? Oh, it's you. Oh my god.
pull
It's
it
like, what's
up
happening to the ship?
on edge here. Is it being twitchy? It looks like it is. Always twitchy.
Is there a
honestly.
bunch of stuff still on the boat there for treasure?
I
What's this
can't see any
here?
from where I am.
There's the ancient chest here.
Do you want to carry that over here?
I can pick it up and bring it. Yes. F.
God, I love the new harpoons. I
Why
love them.
doesn't I have drops?
Poodlers.
There is it. Was that good or no? Should I bring it to the middle of the boat? Maybe I should bring it to the middle of the boat.
Oh no, I meant bring it to me.
Oh, like jump. Oh, how do I?
Like carry it over here.
Will I swim with it?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay,
You
where's the
won't sink.
ladder? Hold on, where's the ladder to get up there? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck.
I don't understand why. Like I have everything on, like and it should be.
It could be. Well, actually, not only do you. Well, no, because you said it popped up for mine. You had a
Mhm.
notification. I was
Yeah.
gonna say you have to make sure that your account, the watcher, the viewer's account, is also, right?
Yeah,
think.
it is though. It is. It's linked. It's linked.
No, I mean the viewer has to make sure that it's linked as well. I think.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know.
What do
Yeah,
I do
the
with this chest?
notification popped up on Chaos.
You
so-
can leave it right there. I'm gonna come. Oh, I thought you.
What
chest do you have?
Drops.
I have the. Oh, I have
And
the crate
turn
of
on your
exquisite
followers
spices.
alerted
I thought
when
I
you
put
have a
That's
the
fine.
chance
You
to-
can. There's a person in that little
Make up
tent
to
there.
5
you can turn
minutes
that
for your
in.
drops enabled
Oh,
status
okay.
to change reflected
I
in
will
the
turn it in.
system.
Sleepy
Alright, so
the
give it a
cat,
few
there's bacon.
minutes and then
Oh,
I guess
fell off.
refresh. So I guess give it like about 5 or 10 minutes and then refresh and see because I turned drops off and then back on.
Ooh, we got some big money on that.
So I don't know if that will change anything.
I'll
That
check in
sucks,
it.
'cause
Yeah,
I've
probably
been-
not.
Missing out.
Oh,
Dang.
do I give it to them?
Okay.
Yep.
Give crate? Okay.
Yep, they should.
I did it.
Okay.
And then we have one little cup here. Somebody wants to turn that in.
Where?
Pick that
Oh,
up.
there. Okay.
Okay.
Where are we selling? Here.
This person in the tent here. No, you know, I'll just sell this now. Okay, back on the boat.
Back on the boat.
Everyone on the boat. All aboard.
Okay, now we need to zip over to Booty Island.
Booty.
Booty, 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 booty.
Booty.
Our
Alright, so we need to go
favorite
south.
island.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, what a dignified man I have in my room right now.
Wow.
My kitty, he's such a dignified, good man's.
Speaking of, I have a visitor. Hi, Piggy. No, I know you just want my pizza, but you can't have it. You can't have it, though.
Blasphemy.
You can't have it, though.
Hmm.
What are you doing, baby? What are you doing, baby?
And now I have to turn
What are you
so
doing, baby?
far. So pretty much all the way around in order to get to this stupid thing.
It's always been a cat stream, Mark. We know this.
Hello.
My baby. My baby.
My gold
Give the
hoarder's
dogs a
reputation
cookie?
praised.
I'm gonna zip
Wow.
in over to Booty
Excellente.
Island. You need anything while I'm out? I'm going to Booty Booty Booty.
We're gonna zip over to the
barking
booty.
everywhere.
To the booty? Cookie. Steph has given you a cookie and I don't know where they went.
I am gonna apologize. I think I messed up. I think we were supposed to turn everything in before I put the gem in. I can't remember if the tornado just like spawns
Here you go.
when we
Oh.
put the
Give you one of these.
veilstone in, or what? Because anybody, once the tornado's up, anybody can go to it. So
Oh, really?
But
It's
I
like a
think-
world event?
I think everybody's gonna be at that Fort of Fortune. So
Is it like a world event?
yes, it is.
A world event?
Okay, can we
They
drop the
will.
sails all the way? Let's get this boat a moving, yeah.
Yo, does
Yeah.
anybody have Discord Nitro, and has anybody updated their Discord so they have like the colors now? Because my Discord is like a
Don't think I've
purpley
updated, but I
blue.
did see the notification, or at least other people talking about, like, oh, you can
Yeah,
have.
I have the
What
purpley
happened?
blue one. It's pretty. If you have
Oh.
Discord Nitro, you can change the color of your Discord. Like not like your
Oh.
Discord, so like everybody sees it, but like your Discord app. So like my Discord app
Oh.
is like this pretty like blue purple like ombre fade, and it's so dope.
Very nice.
Yeah. It pretty,
That sounds
yeah.
amazing. Pwet?
Yeah.
Much pwet.
I would have gone pink, but like that would have been too much on my eyes. Like I like dark
Too,
mode.
too on the nose.
Yeah, no. I like dark mode for like my apps and stuff. Having like my app be bright pink would have probably actually bothered me. If we're being honest. So what do we do in this tornado?
So there's gonna be a lot of boats. There's gonna be a lot of boats trying to kill us.
Oh no.
NPCs?
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay. I don't
Now
know if I
here's the
trust my
thing, though.
shooting
Here's the thing, though.
skills.
We really don't want to focus. There's gonna be a lot of boats swimming
Should I,
around.
should I just like
We're-
fix and bail?
What? Someone's broken?
No.
No.
Like when we get there, like Bro's
Oh,
asking,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
what
yeah.
What
If you,
they
if you
should
want,
do.
generally speaking, with a crew of 4, usually somebody's job is to be the repair and hail, and then
Yeah.
2 people will cannon. And if
Okay.
there's nothing to fix, then the 3rd person gets on the cannon. And if we're
Okay.
straightened out and we are, not gonna crash into anything, the helm gets on the cannon as well.
Bye, Porly.
So
Enjoy your work.
Good night, Pearly. Pearly.
So basically what's going to happen, there's going to be a tornado. We entered the tornado area. There's going to be like 3 sea forts that we have to attack. And when we attack the sea forts, we have to launch cannons at them. Cannonballs, I should say.
Uh-huh.
And then once you destroy all 3 all 3 forts, a big fort pops up, and then we got to destroy that one.
We are just rocking. We're going so fast.
Oh yeah, I optimized our sails. Okay, so you see this? You see the tornado off in the distance there? That's where we're going.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Okay, so I wouldn't load all of the cannons right away. I would just kind of just have full pockets. If you guys don't have full pockets, I would go get some full pockets now. You're going to want a little bit of food. You're going to want a little bit of cannonballs. We don't have a lot of cannonballs, but we should be all right. We
Do
should
I
have
want
enough.
cannonballs even if I'm not shooting?
That's
Yeah.
correct. You do want some cannonballs.
Because you want to be able to
Okay.
refill.
Okay. I'm scared. It's fine.
No, don't be scared. It's okay.
What about like chain shot, firebomb, any of that? Do you want those too?
Fire? No, you don't need any of those.
'Kay.
So here's how it works. The ghost ships that are going to be swarming us, they take about 3 hits. They should only take 3 hits. If you hit them 3 times, they disappear. But with that said, you want to really focus on taking out the forts, because when you take out the forts, all the ships that are defending them will despawn.
Oh. Handy.
Okay.
Now the wind is not so much in our favor.
No.
That big.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's only gonna get bigger.
Oh yeah.
That's what he said.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I do see a player ship off on our starboard side. Players can come into this event and like try to like steal.
Oh.
So.
Rude.
It is only
Okay.
a sloop though. It might be the sloop that met us before.
Oh.
Could be.
Okay, do not be afraid, but we might have to do a little bit of repairs because of this fortress that is going to start attacking us.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna literally zip past it as fast as we can.
I will go down and be ready for repairs.
Okay.
Scary music. Oh my god.
Space
Yeah.
Grog. So Space Grog is somebody different,
Okay.
but it is still a sloop.
We're watching you, Space Grog.
They're raising their sails
There's
only a
somebody
little
else over
bit, so it's
here.
almost like kind of like going into attack mode, but they are starting to turn on us.
There's somebody over
starting to
here.
turn
There's somebody
towards
over here. There's somebody over here.
Oh, they're just doing the
Oh.
fort.
Yeah.
That's the guy that we ran into before.
Oh,
I'm almost
hello.
positive.
Ahoy.
Wait,
Okay.
are they on the boat?
I don't see anybody on the boat now.
Okay.
Okay.
This boat is kind of coming at us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming at us. They might be going to the fort, though. Maybe they're just coming towards us in
No,
general.
they're heading. They look like they're heading.
They are turning now off towards the
Yeah.
fort. They're
Yeah.
probably looking at the fort right now going, oh, that's just a sloop. I think I'd rather deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're coming. Unless they're going to come up behind us.
Yeah.
They
let's
are
see.
in position to fire on us, but I don't think they are. If they do, we're just going to outrun them. Okay, we're entering the tornado area.
Yeah,
That
they
poor
are
sloop.
not coming for us.
Okay, eyes forward,
See if
eyes
they're going
forward.
here.
Here we go.
There's the. Okay, I see
Yep,
the
they're,
fort.
they're shooting right on that boat. Oh, wow.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go to the boat dead ahead of us to the starboard, aka right side. We need people on cannons. Guys, stop looking at that stuff. This is some serious junk right now.
I'm ready to repair because I know I can't shoot well.
It's okay. I'm going to get us so close even you can shoot.
I'll
Now
just
remember,
panic
we're going to
and
unless the boats are engaged, you cock. You cock.
So that's pretty
All right, get-
engaged.
I say it's amazing that they can shoot this far.
Big boom.
Okay, so we're coming up on this fort. That's going to be on our right side.
Okay.
That's going to be our first target.
Okay.
Now, it might be tempting to aim towards the rocks, like the bottom of the fort, but when in doubt, just aim a little high. The more wall you hit, the better.
Okay. That's the boats.
It's coming
If it
right
looks
at
like
us.
someone's
So
about
now-
to ram us, definitely shoot.
That's what I'm doing.
We might miss. We might have a near miss. Nicely done. All right, shoot the fort now.
Working on it.
If somebody's
can't
close to the
shoot
front
there.
sail, I'll get it. 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 All right, I'm gonna start turning the ship. Okay.
Harder.
That was low. That was too low.
Oh shit. Okay, I think we got a hole down here. Yeah, we do. Hold on.
Yep.
This one? Got it? Okay.
All right, we're about to get a lot of holes, maybe. Oh no, Tokyo drift in this. Okay, we just missed
Shoot
it.
it a little faster. Okay.
Well,
Oh,
we got another
wrong.
ship
I
coming
won.
right at us.
Yep, I see him. I see him. Okay.
I'm not range, I
As
can't
long
tag
as we are healed up and repaired, if we could get people on cannons, I'm going to get us as close to that fort as possible.
That felt like we took a hit.
Yeah, it's okay. We can take a few hits.
Okay, that
Now
ship's
remember-
gone.
Okay, okay. We're gonna be in a good position to take out this
I
fort.
did not mean to do that. I bumped that button while readjusting in my chair.
Yikes.
Okay, be prepared.
We're gonna hit, they're gonna hit. Yep.
Oh
All right, you
my
guys
God.
should be getting lined soon.
Just about.
Oh my god, is there not? There's some. Okay. There's nothing in any of those. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay, we got it, we got it.
Nice, nice.
Sails up, sails up.
Hold on, I'm gonna make sure there's no.
Anybody who is on cannons, we need sails up.
Doing it.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Sounds like we got some big boy hits.
Okay, got him. Up, up, up. Okay, okay.
Oh, we're going down.
Oh god.
How do I? It won't let me fix this hole. I have a wood out.
Everybody bail. Everybody bail. Oh, we sunk.
Yeah, no, we're sunk.
No, I refuse. I'm still bailing. You can't stop me.
We're bailing
my
as
God.
we're going!
What? How did that happen
bailing.
so fast? I had it bailed all the way down, like all the way to the lower. How did it go so fast?
I'm bailing.
Because we
Because
got
something
a
must have
lot
hit
of
us.
hit at like yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we sold all our stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what we can do. Here's what we can do.
We died.
We can swim to this island over here.
Where's my dog?
We lost our emissary. It's whatever. We're okay. Everything's fine. One of us can die.
I'm still holding a bucket of water.
Let's everybody get to this little island here, and we'll kind of hang out here, and then I guess I can kill myself under the water and get a boat and come back.
I woke up on the island.
Oh, then you died?
No, I didn't die at all.
No, but you're on an island.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were literally in a part of the ship that didn't let you escape, so you instantly drowned.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
What-
fun.
Climbing, thank you.
I'll
Okay.
go start repairing the boat.
It's gonna be
spawned.
repaired. It repairs itself when you sink.
Oh.
So let's get the supplies ready off there, and
Don't worry, I bailed out my last bucket of water.
I'm gonna just like let the shark kill me.
Okay, I will let you out.
Why are you not?
I'm
What?
on the boat now.
Why is the shark not trying to kill me? What the
Wait,
fuck?
how are you on the boat?
I
Because
told
she
you I
went
woke up on an
down
island.
with the ship.
Yeah, I
Oh.
went. Me and the boat are intertwined now. We're buds.
Oh,
we went
so
down together.
Are you gonna sail the boat too?
I'm going
us?
back to help steal the boat.
Oh,
I-
oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
I
waiting
don't know
to
where
drown,
I would
though.
go.
Wait, there's a mermaid over there. Can you shoot the mermaid?
Oh wait, I could mermaid. I'm so dumb.
I ship it nice.
Yeah, there's a
Fleshling
mermaid
Mermaid
on the
The
side
mermaid
of the,
didn't pop up when I jumped in the water.
Yeah, there was a mermaid on the side of this rock over here.
All right, I'm coming back up. That'll be quicker than.
What are these hands? Go away, hands. Go away, hands.
Unless the shark kills me, then I will.
That was really intense. That was camping.
I did say that it was going to get intense.
I was literally like up and down, up and down, up and down with buckets of water and fixing the things, and then there was.
Yeah, I
one.
did. I'm sorry. If I had known the extent of the damage, I would have been down there helping you.
I was doing my best.
But like,
swear.
I went down.
No,
I
that's
went
the
down
thing,
to get
these-
cannonballs, and the middle did not have water, and then suddenly it was like full.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I. Yeah, I had
So
bailed
like
it down
something
to like the bottom,
something
and then
big
boom.
hit us that you couldn't keep up with, and that's what happened.
Boom.
Okay.
Hi. Oh my God! Hi.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, okay.
I'm right here.
Oh,
No, I see you.
controller.
I see you. All right, let's see where we are at. You guys hang out on that island.
Sure.
Oh wait. Oh, that's Snake Island. Damn it.
Are they
where
so
we
far away we can't even see their names?
I think
that
so.
would be the case.
Yes.
Wow. Well,
Oh, okay. We just have to
this-
go north.
this would be
just go
very
north.
typical. Just you and
How do
I
we know what
stranded
there's
on an
north?
island.
Yep.
Okay.
No, no.
So
Surviving.
help me
Yeah.
raise the anchor.
In the rain, nonetheless.
Do I
Oh,
make
of
the
course.
sails do something?
No, you need to help me raise the anchor.
Oh, I come to anchor. Okay.
It might not seem like it's going really fast, but it's going a lot faster now.
Yes.
There
It
you
goes
go.
faster with 2 than it is with 1.
Oh,
Okay, so we need to turn the boat north,
So
which
which
it
way
is, facing north. And now let's lower some sails. The back sails are lowered.
Hold on, I want to switch my instrument.
do I go to the front? I go front sails.
Yep, we once you see a sail down, you just go to the next one, and
I don't know where all the sails are. I'm so sorry.
no, it's fine. I mean, you literally played the game for the first time yesterday.
Yes, and it was not like this. The ship was much smaller.
Oh shit! No, I'm sorry. We gotta go south. Damn it. We gotta turn around. It's fine.
Oh, we gotta turn right around.
I didn't realize I was looking at the map upside down when I was.
Oh my gosh.
It happened.
We are stranded.
We'll come to you. We
So
come.
the only reason why, and I guess technically you both don't need to hang out there, but the only reason why I suggested you guys stay there is just to keep an eye on it, because anybody else can roll up on that tornado.
Oh.
And do what?
Take it.
Like take it, like defeat all these people?
They're
They can defeat-
stealing weather?
They can they can defeat all the people, and then when they defeat all the people, they have the option to get the treasure. Granted, all that's near there is a bunch of sloops, and we might be able to take out a sloop or two.
All I'm hearing is that they're going to try and steal weather, and that's
They're gonna steal the tornado? Like what?
Now,
That is
technically, the
crazy.
stuff where we sunk, there should be treasure there. I don't know if
That's
you guys
very
want to like.
Are they Percy Jackson?
Very super villain.
There's like little ghosties floating in circles.
That's ghost treasure.
Yeah.
ghost treasure.
But I don't see any other treasure. I don't see anything else floating. Okay, I see your cartoon character.
Jackson
He is.
the pirate tornado.
Do I look like what?
They asked if you're a
What is it?
cartoon character. He's
If I was
an
a
anime.
cartoon character,
He's an anime
I am
character.
anime. I am anime.
I am. Oh, I'll go. It's raining. I'll go do bucket stuff.
Yep. When with a galleon, it's not like, oh my god, the rain's gonna sink us. It would take a while for rain to sink us, but it is good to.
Oh, there it is.
Ada ada ada.
Ara ara. Ara ara.
I had to. It came up on my screen, so I had to. By
So
law.
the way I'm actually designing that, I haven't finished it yet, is I want to do a randomizer where it
Oh my
tells
God,
me
did
to
you
do
die?
ara ara with
I
a
just
different
fell asleep.
like
from boredom.
emotion.
This is
so
what
I
I
could
would
do
do.
like
If we were stranded,
angry
I would just
aura.
sleep. I would just lay down and I would just sleep. I'd be like Bella Swan in New Moon when just like the camera's spinning and she's just crying in the rain.
Wait, if you could do me a favor, Broseph,
Yes.
when you're down there, can you just check
Yeah.
to make sure I'm still going south because the storm is affecting our navigations?
We're kind of going like south west. So crank it to the port. Crank it port a little bit.
They're going to
We're
steal the
outside.
tornado of independence. That was a good one, Steph.
Weren't we supposed to go to Snake Island?
That was a good one.
No, we're going to
Steph.
Booty Island.
Oh, we're going to Booty Island. Okay.
It's the pirate national treasure.
Okay. Yeah. Go crank it port quite a bit.
Dancing
To the
that
left.
hard, you might break your legs, so be careful.
Really? It says
My
we're
little-
going south.
my little toothpick
Shouldn't we be
legs?
going south?
Oof.
Yeah, we're going
Oh,
south.
Okay.
Isn't
So
Port
we want to
left?
go like southeast?
Yeah, we want to go a little
My
bit
legs will
southeast. 'cause,
break if I
like-
just,
or
like-
southwest. Sorry, because it's
like, breathe
it's,
too
like,
hard, I
off
feel
to the
like.
left of us.
That's true.
There,
Okay.
now you're pointing right at it now. You're pointing right at it now. Go
Got it.
straight.
Okay, and I see
Yeah.
the tornado. I see the tornado from here now.
Nice. Okay. Good. Okay.
Visuals are good.
I have a visual on the tornado.
You have a visual. We still don't see your names.
We don't see your names either. God, I can't believe
Oh,
we.
hold on. Are
I
those
can't believe we-
people?
I do see some people off in the distance.
Gross.
Yeah, we've got 2 people,
Two
possibly
boats.
3 people. Space Grog is here,
Booty?
and somebody else that I can't
did-
see.
Can you believe I
So-
forgot about Booty Island? Crazy.
Yeah, Space Grog.
Special Ed is here.
Special
That's the one
Ed
we
is the
saw
guy we bumped
earlier.
into before.
Yeah, I
looks
know.
like-
Space
And
Grog's, and then
Space Grog
possibly
is the
one
one that-
more. A big
That one
one.
further off, that big one just came out of the water. So that might
Okay.
be a ghost one.
It just like it's too far to see anything
Yeah,
quite
I'm
yet.
trying to see.
I know I'm on it too. Alright, where'd they go?
This was the whole.
Right, there's one. They're over near that island over there. And then
Alright, we're almost there.
okay, Space Grog is turning. No, they're just turning. their
Okay,
sails.
so
They're
if
not
you
turning their
guys want to jump off and mermaid in, we're about to pull into the
their mermaids
tornado.
right here, so we can.
We gotta be careful of that other galleon. I don't know if it's a ghost one or not. It's
I
hard to
know. I
tell.
just can't see.
Okay, it looks
It's not close
like
enough.
the 2 sloops are leaving.
Yes, they booked it.
I'm not really used to doing the galleon thing with this
Hi.
big boy here.
There's stuff right here. There's barrels.
Oh.
See if I can grab one while we're full speed. I got one.
Oh, nice, nice.
Barrels don't break down. Okay, cool.
Nope. We lost everything. We need to empty those. Please, it's never mind. We'll be fine.
We'll be
Probably.
fine.
Maybe.
Oh
Oh,
no.
We have. Oh, what is that? Let's see.
Yeah. I
That
don't
is
have
a
lot of
skelly
stuff.
galleon.
Do we need to stop at an island somewhere?
No, we might as well just. We already
Alright,
took out
There's
one
an
of the
island
4.
right here. Like I can. Oh, I was gonna say I can load up and then just mermaid back, but I'm already full.
All right, so the island that we just took out should
Mhm.
still have 2 supply crates on it. So we're gonna go
Yes.
directly to that island we beat up.
Yeah.
Pick up those supply crates. Hopefully without stopping. Hopefully we can just like harpoon them, maybe.
I can try.
There shouldn't be a lot of bad
Wait,
guys
can you
over there.
harpoon ghost crates?
Yes.
Nice. The music is getting intense again.
Yes. So since we're
It's
coming in on
getting
this side, we
intense.
should be okay from the ghost ships because we already took out that fort.
Okay.
The one that's closest to us? Is that right? No, that's an island? Yeah, okay. Okay.
No, I think that's what we took out, isn't it?
That one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one on our left.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, can you, up there in the front, can you raise the sail?
Batten down the hatches and raise the sails.
And then I need, mainsail to half. Hit our anchor, actually.
Keep going.
As in, drop the anchor?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Okay, you see those supplies on our port side?
I
Can
see
we
'em,
get
I don't
those
know-
with
I
the
don't know.
harpoon?
Maybe.
I think I
Oh,
know this
maybe.
one.
Hold on. A little high
Okay.
there. I got one.
Nice, nice.
No, that's the second
Alright,
one.
we want to make sure, before we raise the anchor, I want to... Raise.
I need like literally a smidgen.
I got you. I got you. We have to raise sails before we pull the anchor up.
We got stuff
pull
on our
anchor
left,
up.
too.
If 3 people pull anchor up, it'll go really fast.
We've also got stuff on our left. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
grab.
No, Okay, I'm gonna get on the anchor.
Oh my god, why didn't
That's
gonna
why
start-
it's late on that.
that?
Get ready on the harpoon on the left side. Because the boat's gonna start turning very fast. Well, I don't know how fast the galleon would start
I
turning.
can't get the second. Oh shit! No, you weren't. Got it.
storming, so it is very hard to grab anything. I might be out of range. No, it's all everything keeps bobbing.
I don't think you're out of range. I think you're just high up.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
crank the wheel.
Got one.
Oh, I can't. Oh my gosh. I literally just have to take them. I can't. Hold on. Alright, hold on. I have to put them in the storage crate. No, open. Okay. Okay, back.
Yeah, what we got one of those storage crates off the.
Yeah, I got 2 of them.
All right, I'm gonna try to get
Okay,
just
drop
a
it.
little bit
Go ahead.
closer. This is a slightly
Can I
timed
drop it?
event, but we should have
Yeah.
plenty of time still.
Thank you, Sidious. Here.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Also, I'm trying to hit, but it's everything keeps up and
I
down.
know, the waves.
I got something.
Yeah, it dropped it already. Drop that one too. Okay. 2 barrel.
All right, I straightened her out.
Okay.
You guys work on that. I'm gonna go to this island and get that other thing.
Lots of food in here.
But yeah, there's like
Uh-oh.
so much
We're-
food. Yeah.
Oh, I can't pick up any. I have to go put my bananas away.
You can put them right in the food thing right here. In
Oh,
the
there's a
storage
food
thing that's
thing
right
right
next. There's a storage thing
Okay.
right next to us.
Okay, good. Okay,
Holy food.
yeah. That is not what I wanted to do. Put that down.
Oh, did you get both storage crates off this island?
Yeah, I grabbed it. I managed
Oh.
to grab it while you
Oh,
were spraying.
I thought you said you were trouble hitting the second one, so I just came over here to look for it.
Oh,
I was like, where did
that
I put
barrel-
it?
Yeah, no, I was, and then I
Oh, okay.
managed to grab it while you turned.
It's okay, I'm just start dashing over. I'll be there in a hot second.
There's so many bananas.
This is like so full. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I would go empty that storage crate. What are you guys doing?
Getting the stuff out of
Stuff
here.
out of the barrels.
Okay, shoot the next barrel in a second. Drop it. There we go.
I don't think you understand how full that was.
Not
No,
saying
you should-
anything, please.
So what you can do is you can just like, there's nothing in there, right?
They could
There
have
should
been.
be.
No, there's not.
Okay, next, drop it. Next one.
I'm just letting chaos
Saving the
talk
guy,
because
okay.
chaos is the guidance right now.
So when you have a storage crate and you lift it, you can just take everything off of everything.
Wait, what?
So yeah, it's like a vacuum. Drop.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So, Broseph,
Yeah.
so pick up this storage crate right here, and
Okay.
then when I start harpooning stuff,
Yeah?
Just
Yeah, you
take
just turn
everything
it
out
over
of the
here, and
storage
it's gonna
crate.
say, "Do you want to store or do you want to take?" And you just say take, and you hold it until it doesn't say take anymore.
I jump off the thing?
Nope.
No.
Stay on the
Oh.
boat.
Oh,
look at this. Look at this barrel that's on the end of this harpoon right here.
okay.
Already
I'm
emptied
looking.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay,
That's fine.
do it this one.
Okay, this one. So I look at it,
Yeah.
Yep, it's empty.
Oh,
and then
okay.
F.
Oh,
Yep.
it's empty.
Next one.
Sorry, Broseph. I'm trying to show you.
All right, now
Did
do
I
that
ask-
one.
I take, not store, right?
Yes,
Correct.
correct.
So slow.
Yeah, we got all our supplies back. Now we definitely don't need to go back to any islands or nothing.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
All right, I'm just putting the storage crates in
Yeah.
a good shot, and then shoot me.
Okay. We did
Okay.
it. All right. Good job.
Okay.
I wish
so,
I knew that storage crate thing though, because that was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's funny because like some people don't know about it, and then, like you tell it to them, and they're like, nah, and you're like, nah, for real, and they're like, oh my god.
You're doing great, sweet. Thank you, Cleason.
All right, let's do half. If you guys could drop front sail to half.
Okay. So that's good. So there's nothing else in there? Is that what they're saying? Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna start
Front
inching us
sails
towards
ahead,
another
okay,
fort to destroy.
Okay.
So take the time right now to fill the pockets.
Do I? Nope. 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 Pretty much.
And you can reverse that process and take the storage crate and
I've
empty
been doing
it.
that. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
yeah, I figured that out. I honestly wish I knew that.
And it's
That's
like here's the
so
thing,
dope.
like it's like you don't know who to tell it to, because I've told it to some people. They're like, yeah, whatever, I know that, and I'm like, oh, my bad, I didn't mean
Right,
to.
like didn't mean to
wasn't-
offend you.
I wasn't trying to offend you.
And then, so it's our store for putting it in?
Yep.
Yeah,
And,
and
just put
you'll just
whatever-
hold it. Yeah, you just hold it until it's done, which is really
Oh.
cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's very handy. So handy.
It's very handy. Like honestly, that is definitely something that I wish I knew. Yeah, so you just go to each one and
Yeah, you can go to it'll only unload food, obviously, to the food barrel.
Mhm.
It'll unload, what if you have, and that's the thing, if you have anything in there, it'll say load or give or whatever it says.
Handy. Very
yeah.
handy.
And
This is like-
yeah, it's really nice. The only problem is that like it can be a little annoying because you're like, I want all of the bananas in my fruit crate, and they won't just put all the bananas in there. Okay, so we have a boat coming up on us.
Okay.
Oh god.
All right, no more boat.
Okay.
Okay, get ready for this fortress though. We're gonna be going around it nice and slow.
There's
So
a boat
take your
dead ahead.
time, line up the shots.
Okay. It's not the right one. Yes, it is. This is exactly what I needed. Okay. Okay. Oh,
Take a
we've
hit.
already got damage. Yeah, I'm down here. I got it,
Okay.
thank goodness.
Okay, and Ivory, or Yaga, I don't know what to call you right now.
Whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
Late for dinner? Open file.
Never. I will never be late for dinner. How dare you?
Never.
Stop.
Already done. Let's go, baby!
All right.
All right,
Joseph, how's it going down there?
Ivory, sails up, sails up,
nothing
sails
down
up,
here
sails
yet.
up, sails up,
Okay,
sails
okay.
up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Let's
go
go.
top. Let me just give me a shout if you need me.
Okay.
I'll run both.
Front up.
Okay.
Going for. Whoop. Sorry.
Give me about quarter sail on main.
Quarter sail main. Gotcha.
Okay, I got it.
A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. There you go. We're going back to that island. We're gonna pick up some supplies.
Okay.
Broseph, how you doing down below?
Nothing's happening down here. No action.
Fantastic.
Love to hear it.
Yes.
Now, Broseph, if you could eat a banana, that'd be great. Thank you. And a coconut.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
They're like, okay, now-
they're like
now
in their
what?
inventory, like, okay.
Broseph,
Yes.
I need you to do something really important.
What is it?
Where are you?
I am here.
Where is here?
I am
There you
behind
are.
you.
Hold fire.
I will hold.
Emotional- There you
Hello.
go. Emotional support puppy.
I have the puppy. I have the puppy secure.
Good. That's all that matters on this ship. The ship can sink, but as long as someone's holding the dog, we're good.
Okay, so we're gonna come up on this little fort here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get us as close as possible so we can just jump off, grab the supplies, and move on.
Okay.
Okie artichoke.
Freya is vibing.
All right,
We're
if
just, like,
somebody could
hanging
jump on
with
main
Paul.
sail and then pull that all the way up.
Mainsail.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
She's up.
And then if you can use harpoon to pull us in, just hit right kind of where the dock area is. And then you know that left trigger,
Yeah.
well, I don't know what it is on keyboard, but you can actually like pull.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Pulling us.
All right, and what you want to do, because the physics engine in this game is really neat, if unhook, shoot behind us as far as you can. And let go.
Freya jumped out of my arms, but it's okay.
Aw.
All right, so
She's
there's
like,
2
"I'm
chests up
freaking
here.
out."
If somebody wants to grab one with me.
I'm having.
If you drop them, I'll grab them.
Awesome. Stab me. Hooray! How we doing down here with the water?
Good. Nothing's happening so far.
Excellente.
There
That's
isn't
what I
even-
like to
Come this
hear.
way.
There
by the
isn't even
ladder?
any water from the storm,
I
so
can't go that far. Okay. I can just grab you.
I'm
If you turn your back, Ivory. Oh, okay. I was like, she could just
I got it.
take you while you hold it.
I got
All right, I'm dropping back sail just to get us into position to go to the next fort. We're gonna go outside on the left-hand side, like far away from the tornado.
The moon looks pretty. Does that count for anything?
When the
moon's so
moon
pretty
hits
right now.
your eye like a big pizza pie.
That's
amore.
That's pirates committing
That's
murder.
a
Okay, so if we can get front
pirate.
sail down all the way,
That's
that'd be great.
piracy.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Aye, aye.
Chaos is the captain now.
I mean, I am the captain of the ship. My name's on it. This is gonna be good. All the ghost ships are going inside. We're going outside.
Nice, nice.
Wind.
Okay, and if somebody could just keep an ear open, because when I say raise front sail, I just want to get it about.
I'm on it and ready.
Yeah,
on it, ready?
let's keep it down all the way. And
No,
let
I
me see
know.
if can
I'm
get
just
the
saying.
wind.
Whenever you say, I'll pull it.
Am I going the right way on this? I think I am.
Okay, we have so much stuff now.
Okay, prepare for possible cannon fire.
Cannon balls
incoming.
incoming.
Okay, I'm going down.
Okay.
We got 2 misses. I think this third one's gonna hit though.
Where's
No.
it coming from?
Ooh, that was a close boy. Okay, let's
Okay.
raise front sail.
I'm still going up.
I'll go up with you.
Just raise it, yeah, raise it all the way up. And
Up.
let's get on cannons.
On cannon.
Cannon?
Tell me if you got good line.
Not yet.
In line, but should take another 2 to 3 seconds.
Cool.
One hit.
Okay,
On us.
I got it.
Hit.
Nope.
Down.
Nice.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, get
We're
ready
good.
for repairs. Get ready for repairs.
Yeah, we're repairing, and there's the water's rising. It is not on the second level yet, but it's getting there. I'm just gonna fix up the holes.
Okay.
Oh, I put water
Bucketing.
in the
I'm
boat.
bucketing.
Sorry.
I'm bucketing.
Bucketing, thank you. I don't see any more holes here. I'm gonna go check the midship area, make sure there's none there. Oh,
Okay.
there's one right there.
So this next part, it's this exact same thing, except the fort is much bigger. There's gonna
Okay.
be a lot of
Here.
sections to break down.
Okay.
Um,
Alright. this
so
is
we're
good.
gonna go back over to this little island here,
Demoralizing.
and we're gonna get these supplies too, because we're gonna be shooting a lot of cannonballs.
Alright.
They,
Yeah.
Now-
heading this way.
Now, Broseph, what's gonna be important for me and you?
Okay.
We're gonna try to keep the ship, obviously, as repaired as possible.
We're
But
getting.
we're also going to be keeping an eye on our outside because there's going to be a lot of boats coming after us.
Oh, I think we got.
Yeah, we're getting hit. We're getting hit.
Yeah, we're getting
I got it. I'm plugging up the holes right now. There's like at least two I've just seen. I don't know if there's more
Yeah, there's
yet.
2 ships. I gotta get more.
There's 2 up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
bucket.
Don't worry about firing too many cannonballs at that
Okay,
ship.
that
There
one's
you
gone.
go. As I say, 3 hits is all it needs.
Yep. Alright.
And I'm sorry if I sound like a jerk, guys.
You do not at all. You sound like you're very in control and in charge, and we were very respectful of your captaining.
Pinksel hates me because she's
What
known
a
me for so
dick.
long.
What a dick!
Who died and made this guy boss?
I'm older.
All right, drop the harpoon. I'm just gonna do a thingamabob. I'm gonna do a thingamabob over there. All right, I'm gonna get these thingamabobs down here to do the thingamabob with. Technical term, you guys wouldn't understand.
Lisa
We're
says that
getting,
you
we're
sound
getting
like a
hit.
great
We're getting hit.
captain.
We're getting hit. We're
We're
getting
dead
hit. We're getting
Yeah,
hit.
light 'em up.
Oh,
We
All
can
right.
I can't. They're ahead of us.
Okay, oh god.
All right,
okay,
just
They are
I'm
focus on
wailing
repair.
on us.
Down to
Focus on
help.
repairs.
I'm
They're gonna still out of range.
There's
Yeah, I'm coming down to help.
at least 2. I just fixed the water's
I
getting
got
higher.
him over the rocks. Let's go.
Oh, and we
Okay,
sailed
Hey,
past the
that's
thing.
good.
Okay.
Bucket.
Oh shit. I don't get it. The sails are up. We shouldn't be moving like that. Shit. Okay.
We're getting hit again
coming.
from far.
Okay. Getting ready
All right.
to
We're
fix.
just gonna have to leave one of these storage.
We have a
crates
lot of
behind
stuff,
because-
Chaos. Honestly, like,
Yep.
like we have a lot of stuff.
Yep. How are repairs doing?
Good,
they're fine.
everything's all set.
Okay, good.
Fantastic. Because we're gonna do a little balls to the wall action here.
There's no
Oh,
water
shit,
down
oh, shit.
We're gonna get
Um,
hit from the front. We need to turn. They're gonna start
front?
shooting us. Yeah, they're gonna start shooting at us right in front of us. Yeah,
Okay.
here they come. They're shooting.
Turning the ship. Get on the starboard cannons. Prepare to fire.
Okay. Oh, they just knocked me off.
Oh.
Knocked me off again. Okay.
I am out of shit.
Okay, he's down.
I got the repair.
Okay, there's another
Awesome.
one. There's another one. There's another one.
And I want to let you know,
One.
holes on the very bottom
That's 2.
always are more important than the holes on the top.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Okay. Got it.
I only repair
Okay.
the top ones when there's something else going on in the bottom.
Awesome. Perfect.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
All right,
good
I'm gonna
job.
turn the boat
Okay, I'm gonna
towards the
refill.
fort now.
We got another ship.
Okay.
Actually,
Okay,
I'm
I
gonna
just need
I'm
more
gonna do a
cannonballs, I'm
long
coming.
term. We're doing a long term here.
Okay,
So
everything's
get ready to
set. I'm
pop
gonna get
that
some
boat.
more.
Nice. Good hit. All right. Ooh, nice over the mountain there. Oh, you just
Oh,
barely
miss.
missed. Look at that guy. He's cheating. He's going through the island.
Got him.
Same, please.
Oh, he's coming this side.
No.
Yep. All right. So,
Okay, I'm gonna sit. Oh, Jesus.
He's
nice
gone.
shot. Nice shot.
Okay.
Does somebody on that harpoon wanna? Nah, no.
We're
worries
hit by
about
something
it.
else.
Yeah, he's over. He's
Yep,
across. He's across here.
All right, we gotta get.
Alright,
I gotta
I can't
start
hit him
moving the
this
boat.
side.
Okay.
We're gonna start
Oh
moving
my
the boat.
gosh, oh my gosh.
Oh,
He's
oh,
coming
are
from
you
this
dead?
side. Yeah.
Okay, you guys are good.
I'm downstairs doing repairs. I'm taking
Okay,
it.
alright.
Down here.
I'll get the
That's
bucket.
bad. All right, I'm coming.
Yeah, you guys, all 3 repairs. I'm just gonna try to
I'm
get us
bucketing.
in position, and I
I'm
will.
bucketing, I'm bucketing.
I'll shoot when we need to,
Okay.
if need to.
I think we just need 2 on repair. I think we got it. Because the water's not too high, it's going down.
Okay.
So if someone wants to go
repairs
shoot,
are
that's
down. I'm
fine.
down here.
Yeah,
Now,
repairs are down.
also,
Okay, I
you
got it.
can put a full bucket of water in your pocket. Nope, don't worry about engaging on those boats that are
Okay.
off in the distance.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's just gonna make them come closer. If
Okay. So we just going for this
All right.
fort?
Yep, we gotta. So it's gonna be a little difficult, because it's sometimes gonna seem like you're hitting where you want to hit, but you're not actually hitting the fort.
What are you doing down here?
It's the one behind us.
Yep. The most
Now the
important
one in
thing
front
is
of us
if
right here.
one of these boats hits us, it's like major critical. Okay, so if people want to focus on repairs,
Yeah.
great, but don't. The people that are cannoning, I want you to cannon the fort.
Okay.
Oh, we got water down here.
I'm gonna come down in a second. I'm just
Okay,
Any
preparing
cannonballs?
our.
I'm coming down for cannonballs.
I'm just
Don't
getting
worry
the,
about-
I'm just getting the hole.
You're doing the hole right now. Okay.
Alright, no, it's not what I wanted.
Oh no, water's
shit.
coming the second. Water's coming the second. We're getting
Yeah.
fast. It's too fast.
It's going down.
Yeah, we're going down. All right, I'm
No, we're
repairing-
not. Just
I'm
keep bailing.
No, we're not.
Keep
Go, go, go. Just keep. I'm repairing the holes. We got it. There's one more hole. We had 3 at
I'm out of
once.
cannonballs.
Oh,
I need
I'm
cannonballs.
Yeah, but-
trying to repair up top.
No, no, no. We need to
No,
bail
it's
the.
done. It's done.
I'm bailing.
No, keep bailing. Keep bailing. Keep
Okay.
bailing.
3 3 of us fail, 1 person fail.
Oh,
whole.
now it might be done. Nope, keep going.
Keep going.
Nope.
I can't move.
Oh my god.
Wait, so if one of us gets pulled, do we not lose all of our stuff?
No, I don't understand the question. Can
Like
you
if
rephrase it?
one of us gets pulled, like with the ship, like I died with the ship because I was stuck inside.
No,
So,
you don't
like,
lose all the stuff. Right
Okay.
now it's floating.
Okay. So did I just die? Is that what happened?
Yeah, right now we're black screened, but it's
Okay.
because the boat is also respawning.
Okay.
I'm in the water.
I am
Oh.
too.
Hi Zaz, how are you?
Can
There's
I get
ghost
on the
ships
ghost
all
ship?
around. Yeah, I was just wondering that. I was headed towards it.
Oh, I think we're close. Are we? Did we really luck out that much?
I'm on where our boat sank and all our stuff is. So
Okay, so if you guys just kind of want to like fondle the treasure a little bit.
Yeah, every couple minutes, like you want to grab it and like keep floating.
I'm
trying-
headed
Okay.
towards you now.
Where
Okay, so we're kind of far, but we're not like we're further and right than we were before. So it's gonna take us a little bit of time to get there.
Okay.
I guess just let us know if the tornado despawns. All right, so we gotta go southeast.
There's a shark in the water with me.
All right, let's get anchor up.
There's 2 sharks. They're looking at me funny.
Oh yeah, you don't. Yeah, that might be a problem.
Yeah, they're here. Get out of here, shark.
Oh yeah, look at the sharks.
Yeah, I'm just shooting out of the water.
Your last hit points was still grinning. I honestly, Zaz,
Oh, it's coming
I
at
hear
me!
that.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try to eat you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm shooting at them.
All right, am I dropping any
Probably
sail
are.
or anything?
Drop front sail. I'm gonna drop back just to pull us out, and then once we clear this island on our right hand side, we're gonna need mainsail.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? We're good. You can drop mainsail now if you could.
Okay.
Grazie.
I got chomped.
Okay. Do you
Oh
want me to
no,
turn
I got
into-
I got killed by a shark.
That's fine. We're good. We're
It's
coming to
eating
you,
my body.
or at least
I will
you're
have
gonna come to us
been
now.
to- Oh no, no, I'm dead.
It's okay. It's gonna be a little easier to get us there faster with everybody on the boat.
And we've got stuff down there. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, we should have enough supplies, and if we get there and we can pull up the supplies we just dropped, even
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
But with just the last island left to do, we should be okay. I just need to
Pain
check to
meds
make
and
sure
sleep
our
soon?
batteries are-
Yeah. Sounds like a good plan, Zaz.
Yeah, if we pretty much just go straight, it'll take us maybe 5 minutes to get there.
Okay.
Of course, I do know, Pinkstol, you probably have your eye on the clock, but we do
I
have
do.
about an hour till midnight.
Yeah, we have about an hour. I know I said hard midnight, but I mean like 12:30 is
Oh.
like gracious midnight. Like 12:30 is like okay.
Oh, you're
now-
functioning off of gamer time. Okay.
No. 12:30 is like okay, now I don't get to like
can't
have
like
my
that,
extra
please,
couple
I'm
minutes of
sorry.
sleeping in, but it's fine.
I cannot eat right
So
now,
like
please, and I'm
if
so
we've
sorry.
completed it and we're like on the way to go drop off, like I can stretch it, but like
I will after
I would
though.
like to be done by midnight.
The only thing that is killing us right now is the wind is against us.
Yeah.
I will after. Definitely. I will eat some pizza.
Pizza. I know I have
Yeah, if you
pizza.
want to eat, if you guys want to eat,
Some food.
now would be the time to go. Like if you guys have like used the
I'll
bathroom.
go grab a piece of pizza then.
Yeah, grab if you want a beer or some pizza or something. Now's the
Ooh.
time to go because we're sailing to the thing.
We're sailing. We're sailing.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be speedy.
Okay. I am going to do.
I'm gonna call this YouTube video "The Most Patient Pirate in the Sea of Thieves" because these ghosts be testing me. I'm actually kind of surprised. I don't understand why we sank those 2 times. Like, because we went from like, okay, we're fine to, oh my God, Becky, look at these holes. They are
That's
so
what I'm
big.
like. It was just so weird
Like
how
3 at
quickly it
once.
happened. You know, like that's the part that was like really strange. Is it was like super
So,
quick.
but here's the thing too, and like for Broseph as the person doing the repairs, sometimes it's better to bail, like you do like 2 bales to 1 repair, and then you do 2 bales
Okay.
while everybody else is bailing.
Okay.
Only because like it's like whatchamacallit, the
It
water
goes
only
down.
comes in so fast. You know what I mean? It's like a dot. You know what I mean? Like a damage over time thing.
Okay.
So, I mean, repairs are very important, but sometimes it's like, okay, do 2 repairs, bail a couple times, and then, or like do a repair, do like 2 or 3 bales, and then get back down there to do the repair.
Look at my pizza. Look how much pepperoni is on there. Look all pepperoni.
Damn, my controller is a champ right now. I was like, I wonder where my controller's at, and it's at like 75%. I'm like, booyah.
Nice. Very nice.
Can I crouch? Can't. Are you jigging? How do I
I
jig?
am.
I want to jig.
emote.
You emote. It's you have to do your emote wheel. I don't know how to do it on mouse and keyboard because I don't play with mouse and keyboard. You'll just have to look what your emote wheel is. It might be like C or something, or B.
E for booty.
B
for booty. No, B is bucket, which makes a lot of sense. Oh, I think I found it. It's E. No,
E
maybe.
for
emotes.
everyone.
Oh, maybe not. Hold on. No, I don't think it is. I don't see a dance. This is just where I say things. That's my
Oh
quick-
yeah. Yeah.
Ark says a flagon of ale seems appropriate. I got a Bud Light Lime.
A flagon of ale does sound appropriate.
Or
I don't
some
have-
rum.
I'm
please.
I don't
running
have
that
ale.
towards-
I don't have ale or a flagon.
Oh, we're running. Are we
Why
gonna
did
run into
anybody
an
tell me
island?
there was an island in front of us?
There's an island in front of us.
I didn't realize that you did.
I just turned around and saw the island. Ah!
Okay, I think we're gonna miss it.
We are. Well, we're fine. Everything's
Yeah, we
fine.
have enough space.
I said everything was okay, and it is. We're fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Can I straighten out yet?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
We gotta go to Booty.
The booty.
I think that's booty. There should
do
only
this
be
just for
one
now.
veil on
Just
the
for
map
now.
at one time. It'd be very weird if there was a second veil. Is there any more rocks in front of us?
That's a really pretty island.
Plunderer's Island?
Mm.
Fuck that place. I've died there too many times.
No, we did
Nope.
not do it. All right, I'm
I'm
gonna.
trying. I'm trying to find my
wheel.
wheel.
You might have to look up your things. Holy crap! What is this bird?
Oh.
Okay. Oh, I see one. Wait, can I type? I got one. No, but on my phone.
Okay, so my goal, my plan, my hope is that we all 4 can just like cannon the hell out of this thing.
At least our progress gets saved. Like it doesn't. We don't have to
It does.
restart the
Yeah.
the things.
Yeah, it's
Do we
a
get
good thing
less
it does.
booty because of the deaths?
No, we'll get the same amount of booty.
Oh my goodness.
Just sucks that we lost our emissary flag.
Yeah.
Just means less monies, but it's okay. We don't need all this monies.
Who needs money? When you have friends. Dance for us, Pinksel. Dance for us. Dance, dance.
We're
I'm surprised
dancing.
that those legs can hold you up.
I know. My little toothpick legs.
They call him a toothpick Pinksel. You see?
What emissary? Oh, there was like a thing that we had that I think we were gonna get more money because of, but I'm not really sure what the emissary was, to be honest.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, are we? Okay, so we are actually. Okay, so I gotta go south. I gotta cut the wheel south because I guess there is a second Vale on the map because somebody else is doing it.
Ooh.
I'm going to the wrong tornado.
Oh no.
Oh
this-
no!
This is good because I think we're gonna get better wind now.
I kind of wish I got green pepper on my pizza with my pepperoni, but you know what? This is great. So
Peppers with your pepperonis is delicious.
green peppers with a pepperoni is so tasty. All peppers are tasty.
Okay. How do I want to do this? Okay, we're gonna go this way.
Why are these words on stream so ridiculous lately?
Oh, are you wordsing on stream right now?
Yeah.
How dare you? The
You said to-
scenery, perfect. The scenery, perfect.
I
Just
know,
kidding.
it is. It is. It's why it's a little words on stream.
It's just a
Just a
little,
little
it's
word.
a treat.
It's just a
It's
little
just-
words on stream.
He's just a little guy. It's just a little
Just
word.
a little bit. You can still see the game.
How do you change songs?
You just stop playing and then you play something else. See?
I don't want to roll up on this guy at Plunders. Because he's gonna try to fucking fight us, and then I'm gonna have to kill him. And it's gonna go poorly for him.
Aww.
You fell asleep.
Did. I didn't
My
want to deal with
music's so
this anymore.
boring.
I didn't want to deal with this anymore.
The dog dancing though! Oh my god, look at the dog dancing!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Dancing doggy. Dancing doggy.
Well, at least we made some money so far tonight, right? Let's see, what did we make so far?
Oh no, I was too late.
Well, I guess technically nothing because we sunk. But we did
Bubble
make
get
gold.
flubby, sleepy, bubble sleepy.
We did before, yeah.
Yeah, we made good money actually. I think we made at least 50k.
Yeah, before, yeah.
And it's the friends we made along the way.
It's absolutely the friends who made the
Special Ed,
Wow, look at
and
this
that
game
cat-
is like.
that Grog guy.
Oh, you got it.
Why
okay,
are my
so then
nails
we
so
can just
nicely
keep a single one.
manicured? What's happening here?
Wait till you get Cheeto hands like me.
Of course, Zaz. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Ooh. Just as I was about to type it. Like, they're like, you guys clearly can't do it, so here you go.
So Arc 4 is the max crew size on this kind of ship. I don't know how much bigger they can get, but I know like
So this is the largest ship.
okay.
There's no ship bigger than this.
Wow.
Up to it's for 4 men. The next ship down is called a brigantine, and that fits a crew of up to 3. And then you have a sloop, which is the smallest ship that we've been mostly seeing. That is a max size of
Zaz!
2.
Congratulations on your shiny Mareep.
Oh my gosh, we got a shiny
Yeah, Zaz got a shiny Mareep.
Zaz, way to go! That's awesome.
That's actually an awesome shiny, too.
Yeah, it's really
That's a really good shiny, too.
Arc, we're gonna have to play this one night when we're not playing Valheim. Gleason says congrats from Brosa Strim.
Pink Cutie, I know, isn't it so cute? I love the whole Mareep line. Ampharos is one of my favorite Pokemon.
That's a good one.
Mm.
You just need some more external storage to store more games, Ark. No, you don't need to finish any games. Just store more.
Finish the games, Ark.
Zaz, thanks for the follow.
Uh-oh, a boat is spawning on us? Maybe?
Okay.
Of the
Where is it?
skeleton variety? I think we may have lost our veil, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like we should have seen the tornado by now. Unless it's supposed to be that dark cloud over there.
So how do we do it then?
Okay, so, well, if it despawns, it despawns. It just, if you die, there is a slight timer on it,
Yeah.
but, I mean,
So we just can never finish it, or we just have to like get it to
we
spawn
just-
again?
we'd have to start over again and spawn it. Got a new follower. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. We got
Follow.
anonymous follow. I'm like, follow. You know, like, listen, not all of us get follows all the time, and I'm still getting used to the fact that I have anonymous followers on. Okay?
Bird anonymous followers are good for keeping bots off too, because they don't,
Yeah.
they can't like follow and like have their name show up or whatever.
Well, that's
Yeah, I'm not seeing
that's
our-
mostly what it is. Is just like people come in with like offensive usernames and stuff, and so instead of like trying to like not read them or trying to like sound them out before I try to say them or whatever, like I just say thanks for the follow.
I like providing people with a sense of anonymity. Actually, you know what? I see ghost boats. I see an island. It's up. It's up.
It's up?
That's right. Technically we despawned the tornado. I don't know why I would have thought that it would be visible from a distance. I'm dumb. That's why.
Could we get our stuff? All that stuff that's in the water?
Oh, it's probably gone by now.
Oh yeah, I don't know
It's
about.
probably
I don't know
sank
about
by
all
now.
that.
Booty Hole Island.
Okay, so I see that. I'm assuming we got to go this way.
Ark says I don't get follows anymore either. Chaos.
Ark, I'm gonna unfollow you and follow you again.
Oh my god.
You're
Every
at like
day.
100. You're almost at 100, aren't you? You're like 70 something, aren't you?
Okay, so where is this wind? I need some fucking speedy boy. Let's go.
Speed.
Speed D.
Like I don't even
What
stream
about that
anymore. Okay.
Yeah, you're streaming right now.
No, figment of your imagination.
Chaos has never streamed. What are you talking about?
Chaos is not a streamer.
Chaos
Exactly.
is a YouTuber.
He is a YouTuber.
I'm really surprised actually that one of my shorts got like 1,000 views today.
Wow.
Well, it was like a Persona 5 short, and those usually don't do as well as like my Ghost of Tsushima and like Dark Souls stuff. But it was about a lady eating really grossly, and I didn't like it.
I see.
How is
Alright,
how
so-
is she eating?
I'm gonna come in. The fort's gonna be on our right hand side.
Yeah.
I'm hoping our speed's gonna help us blast past some of these defenders. I can't see the thing though. How's my line?
What's Bubble distracted by?
Okay, we're good.
Yes.
I'm gonna straighten her out soon.
Protect the farm.
Okay, if you
Protect
could
the
raise front sail.
Oh, are we getting hit already? Oh my god.
No, not the cannons. Oh, it's because Iago's on it.
Yeah, we're
I was
getting
like,
hit.
no, not the cannon.
All right, I need at least one person on cannons.
You get 2 on cannons right now.
How you doing down there, Broseph?
The water's rising, but I think oh, we might have a new hole now. I'm gonna do a couple buckets and then go fix. Oh, wow. Okay. I think the holes are mainly in the midsection right now.
A little higher, guys.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm coming down to help with the bailing.
Okay.
In the holes?
Yeah. I'll bail one more and then I'll go fix the hole.
The boat, it's coming at us. I can't get.
Okay, one part of the tower is down.
Okay.
Okay, I need to. Oh,
Oh, we did. Okay,
Yes.
get prepared for holes. Get prepared for a lot of holes. Oh my God, this is.
I'm gonna need help with bailing then.
okay,
Yep.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm putting a. I'm
All right, no, we're
fixing a
good.
hole.
We're good.
can't hit the.
Yep. No, I'm gonna hard
Okay.
turn us.
Wait, is that?
I'm actually turning us port side.
No, it's not. Okay, good. This is okay.
Ooh, I am juking these guys like Neo right now.
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Oh my goodness, Zeus!
That was a big one.
Nobu Zeus
See
just
holes there. Oh, there, I see a
resubscribed
hole.
for
Okay.
27
Fix
months.
it.
27 months.
The
Auto.
secret pinkety
I'm out of
pink
balls
pink.
and
The secret
I'm
pink
taking
pink
damage. I gotta
pinkety
do
pink
something.
pinkety is high.
Hi, Zeus. Thank you so much for 27 months. How are you? Alright. This is okay, it's good in there. Okay.
Okay, so the center fort is looking pretty harsh. We got a few more towers. I see about 2 towers left to take down. I'm gonna put us
Okay.
in position to get there. Rosa,
The
how you
right
looking
side or
down
left
there?
side?
Everything's fine in the very bottom, so I'm just patching up some side. Oh,
Got more hits.
side holes.
Yeah, hold on, we got stuff coming on this side.
Nothing in the bottom yet.
Can't hit him from here.
Can't get a shot. Yeah, I can't get a shot. Oh, he knocked me off. Okay. Go.
Okay, we got a hole down here. Fixing.
Ready to bail.
Okay,
Grab a bit.
I'll do a bucket. Let's go.
I'm not gonna get down there.
Oh, I missed.
Okay, we got holes. We got holes. We
Okay.
need a little bit of bailing, maybe if we get a little
Yeah,
bit of help.
one
It's
of
getting a
the
little high.
cannoners
Bail.
wanna go down, or both. That's fine. I'm getting us in position to do some cannoning. I'll jump on
I need
cannons and try to
cannonballs,
take
so I
out.
need to come down, so.
Holy shit.
Okay, I got cannonballs. Alright, where's...
Hydrate. I'm surrounded by
Alright, I'm on the
water.
fort. I'm on the
Oh,
fort.
oh, I can.
Can't get a fucking hit on this. It's too far right. I can't. We're getting hit by one right now. We're gonna get hit
Yeah,
by
be
a lot.
prepared for a lot of repairs.
Okay.
Failing.
Okay, one
yeah,
tower's
I'm
down.
gonna-
We took
Yeah, a
One
little bit
tower's
of help
down.
with bailing.
Let's
I'm gonna
bail.
go.
Yeah, I'm coming,
gonna
I'm
go
coming.
repair. Oops.
Oh, I had to dump.
I'm gonna go repair the hole.
Oh, he's
There
literally
it
right
is.
here.
Okay, water's coming up real hard. Water's coming up real hard.
Okay, he's down,
Yep.
he's down. Okay.
Okay, there's a bunch of holes. There's a
breathtaking.
bunch of holes down here.
Rory
Okay,
dropping
okay, okay.
some mad chaos.
Failing.
Okay, I need to go grab wood. I'm gonna grab a bucket
Okay.
of water. Fine. Okay.
Okay.
Failing.
Okay. Yeah. Keep bailing.
Yeah, I'm going.
Okay. There's 2 more holes to fix down here. I got a bucket of water in my pocket already.
All right, I'm gonna bring us out of combat area to try to give us some
Yeah,
time
we need
repair.
we need to repair some stuff. Yeah, this whole middle
Yeah.
is slammed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh God.
Okay. Okay.
Failing.
Oh, it's looking
Whew,
great
I'm
down
okay,
here.
Zeus. There's a little bit going on right now. Okay. Failing.
Okay, the water's
Failing.
getting up here.
I know, I'm curling.
We
I'm
got a
failing,
lot
I'm
of
failing.
water.
Oh, I just got knocked way
Got
back.
a lot
okay.
of water.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
okay.
There's like a bunch of holes, so I'm gonna start slapping them
I'm
on.
just gonna bail. I'm not gonna stop bailing.
Okay, don't stop bailing. Yeah, good, good, good. Don't stop bailing.
Just hold on to the boat.
Shooting the wall. Okay, I'm gonna bail a couple, and then I'm gonna keep fixing. I think there's one more hole left. Actually, I'm just gonna fix that because I'm looking at it. I don't know. Okay, I don't have wood. That's why. Got it? Okay.
All right, get that water out of there.
Yeah, we're banging.
Okay,
Oh, we're getting hits.
We're going with Balin.
Yo, what is up, Rory? How the heck are you?
Alright, I hear water
Might
down here.
take another
Where?
minute.
Where is it? Oh, you got it? Okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay, holes all done?
Yep,
Bottom's
we need to
all
work
done,
on the
The middle.
upper holes. Oh,
Okay.
we are about to. Oh, we're. This is gonna hurt real bad, guys.
Yeah.
Holy sh.
Okay.
Okay, I'm working on the middle here.
Okay, go back down.
Plug the holes! Yes, Bubble, we're doing it.
Uh,
All right, I'm bringing us out of range now.
I don't
Now
see
we're finally out of range.
any
We've
below.
so many holes here.
Yeah, I know. Alright. It's pretty much every
Holy-
single
Yeah.
has a hole in it.
Okay, I'm raising
Okay.
sails
Okay.
so I can get help. I don't want us running into anything.
Yeah. Alright, Barossa, you got it under control down here now?
I think so. There's just a few more to do.
Okay, I'm going up.
And
I gotta get more
other
wood.
important thing, guys, make sure you eat some food.
Eat your
Okay.
bananas!
Oh, let me get cannibals.
We only have 7 wood left.
Ooh, that's not good.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Don't get hit!
All right.
Where's
The good
the...
part is
We only need one
uh,
tower left.
We have what?
Isn't there 3 towers, you said? Because we've killed 2.
I think we have about 1 tower left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
Okay,
no,
we're
3
good.
towers.
The holes are all plugged. We're good.
We're about to get hit. They're shooting now.
Okay.
You
Okay,
missed.
so let's.
down. They're
gonna
We're
hit
gonna
us.
have to work in unison here.
We're gonna get hit. Yep.
Here it goes.
That's okay. That's the top hole.
Yeah,
Top holes
sure,
aren't as
yep.
important.
Yeah.
I need full sails. Front sail
we-
down, please.
Yeah, we don't have enough wood right. I think we should just do bottom holes for now. Or like all together, I mean, because
Yeah.
we don't have.
Yeah, we were pretty close to our original supplies, but we did not. We didn't have a good angle on getting them.
Yeah.
Pound Newman chat.
I have 5 wood on me, by the way. I'm gonna go
Okay.
put it in the wood crate.
I'm gonna need
Get
to
hit?
use your wood, Chaos.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh, we're gonna get hit. We're gonna get
Okay,
hit.
yeah, we're hit. We're hit. We're hit.
I got knocked off. Took one out.
Oh, I got
Okay.
him right before he
how
went
many
through us.
cannonballs
Okay.
do we have?
We have a lot. I think we've got a bunch of cannonballs. I'm pretty sure we're okay.
Okay,
on
so
cannonballs.
we want to put up sails.
bucketing.
We're about to
I'm
hit this
bucketing.
thing. We gotta turn. We gotta turn. We're literally about to crash.
We're gonna crash.
I got
yeah.
pushed
Yep,
off
we're
the
crashing.
wheel.
We're crashing.
About to get a bunch of holes.
No 2 towers.
No, it's
They're
just gonna
turning
be
again.
one big hole in the front.
Oh no, we're getting wailed on over here. Hold on. Oh, I can't hit from this angle. Nope.
We can't.
I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? Alright, we're turning, we're turning, we're turning, we're turning.
Bail.
But you got it? Okay, good. Thanks.
Oh my god, what? Oh my god, these sails.
Alright, alright, alright.
Oh! Ooh! Somebody get on harpoon right now. Somebody get on harpoon right now. Harpoon. Harpoon.
I'm trying. Which side? Which side?
The right side. All of our supplies are there.
Where?
They're like hard right.
Oh, I
like
can't
hard
see.
right.
Yeah.
I'm raising the sail. Hopefully you can turn.
We also have a ship coming right up what's about to be our hot hole.
Yeah. And we've got one on this side here. Can we get? I think I can hit this one.
I
no,
can't
not,
get
not
a line
yet.
on this and I'm about to die.
Oh yeah, no. This is not gonna work.
Ah, fuck.
I'm taking too many hits.
Mm-mm,
We have a
I
ton
can't.
of holes in the center, but bottom is okay so far.
Okay. All right, so at least
Okay.
one.
So
of
if
those
somebody, oh god, it's right there.
Oh,
Nice shots, nice shots.
down. Okay, that guy's gone. Okay. All right, I need cannonballs.
okay, bottom skeleton.
2 on port.
Bottom's filling. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Both guys dumped.
Okay, good, good. We're good, we're good.
Not to get hit.
Okay. All right.
Come on. You Jesus, come
We have
on.
to, I think we have to hit him on the glowing side, right?
I know. I'm trying to go
Yeah.
over.
Well, I was just confirming so I know what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Yeah,
You can like kind of go up and over.
yeah.
I don't have an angle on it. Our back
No, not
end's
anymore.
pushing too hard. We're
All right, Broseph, if you have time,
Mm-hmm.
come get these supplies.
Oh, we just got hit in the bottom. 1 second.
Okay.
What do
hold
you
on,
need?
I'm gonna
I
start
yeeted up
just bring
all
some
of those
them down.
supplies.
you
Uh-huh.
can get.
I got him.
boards.
I got
So
him.
if you need
So
wood,
I'm just gonna start
they're
putting wood
on,
in the
on the
thing.
deck.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
there's no wood
I'll
in
come
this
up and
one,
see then.
wonderful.
I just fixed the one hole down there, so I'll come up and see if we got anything up there that I can use. Where are they? Right there.
Oh, come on, controller. Come on. Not right now, controller. Not right now, controller.
Nice shot.
See which one has the wood.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
all of them might have a little bit of wood.
Yeah. I'm
This one
gone.
this one has a lot. I'm gonna pick it up and I'm going to take it down
Oh
there.
my God.
Far. Yeah,
My
that was
controller.
not weird. Do I not have? I
Ah,
might be out.
fuck. Wasn't this one? Okay, hold on.
Alright,
We got
there's
water
wood in
down
there.
here.
There's
I
wood
gotta
in there.
scoop
There's
again.
wood in there.
Oh,
One of them has
we got a
wood,
hole in
so
the
I said let's
bottom.
put 'em-
Trying to line up.
I know, sorry, I got us a little
we
too
got a
close.
little. We got a little bit of
want
water in
this.
the bottom. Just a heads up. We're
Okay,
Well, you just
I'm
dropped the
scooping.
front sail.
Yeah, I'm not trying to. It
No, it's
jumped
fine.
on
That's
it.
good. That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get on the cannon, and it's like, no. Ow, I keep getting knocked off the cannon because I'm being shot at. I need to eat.
Okay, it's gone. That one's dead. Okay. That one.
We're getting-
Oh, I tried.
Oh my god. That was pretty epic. We killed it while it was going through us, so it didn't register the hits.
We need the hard right.
I'm going hard right now.
Yeah.
If you get a chance, could you
The
just
fuck
give
is
me
going
half
on?
the
We're
front
doing
sail?
a
What up,
which
Astro
sail?
Boys? How you doing?
Half of which sail?
Front of the half sail.
Front half. Sail.
Front half of the front sail. There we go.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just couldn't hear which one.
Hard right. Okay. Don't shoot any cannonballs right now. Let's get a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to kind of focus on
Okay,
surviving.
we got 2 holes down here.
Yeah, we got a boat on our butt.
Okay, I'm coming down to help
We got.
Joseph.
I think we got 3. We need
I'm
bucketing. we
scooping.
need
I'm
bucketing, we
scooping.
need
I'm
bucketing.
scooping.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
bucket. Chaos, you're good to stay up there.
Okay.
It's not.
I'm just gonna try to
pouring
get
down
us.
There. Yeah, that's in line.
Okay, holes are under control. Bucketing is going up. Let's go.
Nice
Sound.
shot.
Okay, I think you guys can do bucketing now. I'll go back up.
Oh damn, these are empty.
They're empty.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
two are.
Okay.
Yeah, we got lots of wood now. We got like 60.
Alright, I'm turning us back towards the fort. Nicely done. Is that it? Oh no, we need one more on
No.
the other side.
there's
Okay, so
4.
what I need you guys to do, you just need to trust me. Drop
Okay.
anchor, and when it hits, start raising it. The second I tell you to start raising it.
Okay,
Do you want me
let
to
it
come up
go.
and do
Let it
that too, or
Nope.
to go fast?
Nope,
Or no?
two
Okay.
people should be fine.
Dropping.
Did you drop
Okay.
it?
Dropping.
Go. Yeah, it's dropped.
Okay, start raising now.
Go.
Raising.
I am Stinky Bubble. I'm so sweaty right now.
This is sweaty. This is some sweaty pirating right now.
We are sweaty pirates.
Alright, and then once that anchor's up, Right side. Get on the cannons.
This guy though.
Okay, we got a hole. I'm repairing it.
It's gone.
Excellent. Excellent.
Okay.
We got 2 holes
Okay,
down
which?
here.
Oh damn! What the hell's going on there? Come on, wheel
Okay,
turn.
bucket.
Take me to this
We're
fort.
good.
Come
I
on.
will-
Take me back to the fort.
It is sweaty as the raid. It's so sweaty. Okay,
All right,
lots of
get
wood,
ready.
too.
Get ready. That center glowy spot is where we definitely need to blow it up. Little higher. Little higher.
Shit, I'm out.
Don't worry, I'm turning
finally
back.
I'm
Get
out of
tight.
Shit, I'm out of cannonballs,
I
I'm out of
gotta
cannonballs.
also shoot another one. Yeah, so am I. All these are out. Gotta come and get cannonballs.
Okay, there's cannonballs on the third one. Oh my god, what just happened?
What?
I just like got knocked somehow, but like under the boat.
What?
Unknown.
Okay, hold on. I think I just heard. Yeah, we got some more going.
Nice.
I need.
Nice hit.
Okay, we got like we got a few holes down there. So
All right, we are
Okay,
almost done with this.
we need bucketing. We need bucketing. We're getting high fast. We're getting high fast.
Okay, I'm coming down.
Coming.
I have a bucket, but I'm gonna put
Got
in
it.
the hole. Okay, okay. Holes are done. Let's go bring this bucket up. Oh, grab some fucking
God, we
water.
are so close to being
Okay.
done with this.
We're tilted at a weird angle. We're gonna hit.
Yep. Drop anchor.
Trying. Where the
Hi,
heck?
cheese wawa.
Trying.
Look, there you go.
Lowering it. Actually, fast enough.
Are we beached?
Yeah.
We're beached.
Ooh,
Holy.
I'm out of food. And I'm about to die.
Okay. Raise anchor.
Okay, I got that boat. So at least they'll be shooting at us for like 2 seconds. Well, they're shooting, but they're really far.
Kingsel, can you help me with the anchor?
Oh shit, sorry.
That's fine.
Oh, I
Nope.
got knocked off of it.
I got it, I got it, I got it.
Yeah, dog! Oh my god, why?
You need your emotional support dog.
The dogs are
Get-
freaking the
All we
fuck
need to do
out.
is take out that center tower right there.
Can I just like shoot it with my sniper?
That's what
No.
I'm trying to do, honestly, and yeah, it doesn't.
Hi, dog.
Ah! I can shoot from here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Eh. Oh. No, no, no,
A
no,
little
no,
higher.
I was so close.
I'm
I was-
turning
I
the boat all
can't-
the way around. Listen, no, get prepared. Get prepared on the other side.
I'm here.
We're gonna.
Oh, I need cannonballs again. Might be the last of the cannonballs, though. Oh, hold on. There might be some of these. Shit, come on. No, 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 stop.
Okay, we got a hole
How are
down
they
here.
repaired?
Repairing.
Okay, Ivory, Yaga,
I'm working
we're
on
back. Do you have
I just got
cannibals?
knocked
We,
off.
we
I
got
do.
a lot of. We got a good chunk of water.
I'm working. Hold on.
A little higher.
Okay. Alright, I got cannonballs. I'm coming. There's cannonballs in a
I'm
storage
out on
crate.
that
Oh,
one,
you're
that
almost
one.
there. We're almost
I
there.
know.
We're okay. We're
that was
okay.
way too
It's
off.
empty.
Okay, loading.
I'm not freaking hit.
Oh, okay.
Higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
Hey, have you all played Drowning Simulator 2? Yes.
That's not what I wanted.
Okay, we're okay.
There
There we
it is,
go.
there it is, there it is.
Alright, I got some
Ooh.
cannonballs.
Oh shit! There's one more spot we gotta blow
In
up.
Prim, New
Okay,
Vegas?
it's okay, I found there's cannonballs in one of the
Okay.
storage
So
crates.
we're. Oh my god! Raise front sail. Raise front sail.
Working on it.
All right. You see where that just. Shit! I don't even know how to.
Oh, we
describe
got
it.
we got
Right
another hole
there.
down
The
here.
little
We got
blue
another hole down
orb?
here.
No, that's the moon. Holes? Okay, I'm coming.
Bailing.
Oh, you're bailing? Okay. What is... What is...
We're just getting pummeled right now.
I know, I
We
know,
are,
I know.
we
We
need
need to
bailing.
get out of this spot, like, now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chaos, get us out. We need to bail.
Oh my god, yes, we did it! Oh, I just hit that last thing. Oh god.
Well, I can't even get down to bail.
Oh my
I'm
god, it's
getting
not
annihilated.
even. Oh, there's one spot. Oh my god, I can't believe there's literally this one tiny little spot we didn't hit. Fuck.
There are a whole bunch of holes
Yeah,
down here.
KS, you gotta get us out of here for just a second.
I'm going. God, I thought we were about to.
We're drowning. It's raising real fast.
I'm bailing.
You're doing so good. We're doing great, everybody.
We're so sweaty.
We're so sweaty. My giant forehead
I
is
can't
glowing
believe
with
there's that
sweat.
one little spot left. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
I know,
We just need a second to.
It's just funny because I was hitting the last part that I thought we had, and I was like, we're about to win, and then it was like, you think so, huh?
You freaking think so?
All right, so we're not getting hit
Okay.
anymore.
Bottom
Okay.
is good, so just start
Oh.
repairing.
The bottom is good.
All right,
Okay, I'm
nice.
gonna start turning us. Oh no, we're gonna keep going straight.
Thanks, Cleason.
Okay, storage crates that are done need to like go away because they're just in the way.
God, I'll tell you what, these galleons can take a beating.
Yeah, there are so many holes in this thing.
Giggity.
Giggity.
Oh my god.
Ouchies. All right, and how are there's no holes down below, right?
No,
Or at least there wasn't. No
there
water,
wasn't.
no
I'll go make sure.
Okay.
No, we're good. Still good.
All right, I'm gonna start turning us around.
Okay. All right, I think we're back to storage. Here.
Okay, so if you guys come up and you look at where the island that we're attacking, there's literally one little glowy part. This part is actually a little tricky, only because you're gonna want to shoot low, but in reality, you want to shoot a little bit higher than you typically want to aim at. There's like gonna be like a terracotta roof.
Let's finish checking
That
the
makes
other.
sense.
Honestly,
What about
check
Little
this
Bad
sounds
Ludo?
fun. Oh, you know what? I
Thank you so much.
I think somebody bought me American Truck Simulator. That would be a fun, like, goofy stream.
I have Euro Truck Sim, but not American Truck Sim.
Okay, guys,
Yeah, I'm
we
pretty
are
sure it's
going
American.
in. There's a lot of boats, but we're gonna try to. By the time we
Ira,
get
how are
there,
you? How much?
it
A
should be
hoot-toot.
good.
Iro, I'm sweaty gaming tonight. American Truck Sim.
We are
with
so
mirror mode.
sweaty. Oh my god. Even my back
I'm literally
is like because
sweaty.
I'm not even sitting back. I'm sitting so far forward. I'm not even like
It's,
sitting back like comfortably in my chair.
It's probably one of the most intense quests you ever do in Sea of Thieves.
My first day on it.
Banana.
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 Coconut. Banana.
Okay, we are
Banana?
getting ready to engage.
Banana.
So
Oh
just
no.
Okay. Banana.
Oh no! Banana. Banana. We're gonna get run into.
that's fine.
No,
We'll-
it's not.
we'll-
It's
We'll
not.
take a hit. We'll take a hit.
No.
Welcome to Sea of Thieves. Here's the sweatiest you'll ever be.
Ugh.
Be prepared for damage.
I'm haunted.
Okay. There's two.
Oh my god, the ghost ship went through us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm coming up on the
Oh,
cannons
nice.
here.
That was dumb.
Okay.
Settled.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, they're everywhere.
Got that one. Nice.
Okay, so be prepared. You see that little glowy part on the island there?
The like right
You
at the
gave
base
up on
there.
screen?
Kinda.
Yep.
Oh, I like watching you.
Yep.
Oh,
Chucky's
we
not
got a
fun, trust me.
hole.
No.
Where is
If they
it?
made
Where
a
is
game
it?
about it, Franklin, it's clearly fun.
It's clearly fun.
Obviously, it's fun. If they made a
Also,
whole
I
game
love
about
trucking.
it. What the hell?
Okay, wait, we need.
I
I
can't-
need some
yeah,
help
oh.
bucketing.
Okay, bucketing.
We are.
Okay. drive
Oh,
the
I
bucket.
keep getting knocked
It's not
off.
that bad. It's not that bad. It's fine.
Hit anchor. Hit anchor.
Bad.
Perfect. Perfect.
I like watching you, Ira.
Oh my god, our anchor needs to be repaired.
Perfect shot.
Simulators are
Perfect
fun.
shot.
I know, right? Sims are fun.
Pudding.
You know, there's one sim that I want to try, but I like
Got it.
I can't bring myself to try it.
Nice. That should be the end. That should be the end. Everything should be
That's
spawned.
it. Yes, good
Let's
job,
go, gamers!
Yaga.
Let's go!
Let's go home.
Fix the boat! Let's go fix the boat!
We sink. We just straight sink because we're
Chris.
celebrating. Mwah.
There's no
A
hole in the
trucker hat
bottom,
that
but
says
there is
truck,
no-
yeah.
Okay. We're good. We're good.
What if I get
You
like a fake
understand?
beard?
Watch someone just
Okay.
straight come up and pummel us.
So the only
Oh.
simulator that I want to try but I can't bring myself to do it is the streamer life
Oh
simulator.
yeah, little
one.
bad Luna. That's a
What
banana
about
in my hand,
hands?
and I'm definitely happy to see it. Okay, let me raise all sails.
Are you gonna
Gosh,
do hand
darn.
simulator?
What is hand simulator?
No, remember someone was playing hands or whatever it was.
Hands?
What?
Hand simulator. It was
Hanson?
on Steam. No, hands. Like
Hand.
on the ends of your arms are hands.
Hands. On the ends of your arms are.
No, I have a hook. I have a hook.
Oh,
So-
well, there might be hook simulator. No, there was a hand simulator on Steam, remember?
Well, sure
and you
says,
were like,
yeah,
what
I'm a
are they
veteran. I love my
playing?
family. I drink beer. I don't fuck with me because I'm a trucker.
Okay, let's raise anchor.
Okay.
No, we did it.
We did
We
do
did
it.
it. We
Good
did
job,
it.
everybody.
It. Hold on, let me jump on anchor too. It's fun. Yeah.
Yay.
Teamwork.
We did it.
Now we just gotta get the loot and turn it in.
We did
Where's
it.
the loot?
We did it.
Thanks, Gleason. That was really
It's
fun.
gonna be up there.
I grabbed.
You did it.
Um,
Look at our
actually,
poor boat.
do you mind if I do the harpooning?
You do harpoon?
You know how to
it.
do the well, you're
Do
on
the do it?
everybody's on keyboard. I can't help you guys.
No, I'm not. I'm on a controller. What do you want
Yeah,
about?
we're all on
So if you
controller.
use left trigger, you like pull the boat
Yeah.
with the harpoon.
I like how I'm just like, and what did you on the
You're
back?
Oh,
all
here, do,
appropriating my culture.
Go use the harpoon now and try using the left trigger like you're
Listen,
gonna aim.
Franklin.
Are we gonna float into the rock?
It's called
Oh yeah, that's what you're
cultural
trying to do.
appreciation, not appropriation.
Gleason says fun. I'll never understand you. Stress sim. I had fun. I like that kind of stress. That's fun.
Bar nice.
fine.
Look how close
Okay, no
we
more
are.
harpoon. We're gonna straighten out, and then we're gonna use physics engine. Aim behind us. Yes. As far behind as possible. Yes, yes.
As
Now
far as I
pull it in.
They're laughing with you, not at you. Exactly.
Perfect. Let go.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, and then we go bump.
I have
Bonk.
wood.
Exactly.
That's
I-
a
I
lot of
also have
information,
I
Baba.
have wood.
Wow.
You want to see my wood? It's good wood.
Wow.
Look
Good,
at my wood.
good wood.
I showed you
Let's
my
get
wood.
the stuff.
I showed you my wood. Please respond.
Please
God,
respond, I
imagine
showed you
after
my
all
wood.
of those sinkings that we had to go through and everything like that, and now somebody's gonna walk up to us and take our stuff.
Wow. There's
I
so
showed
much
you my
stuff over
wood.
here.
Okay,
Where-
so let's
why
put
do you
the
run?
treasure. Don't bring it all the way down. Bring it right here.
Where? Where?
Oh,
It's mine.
Up there. No, please leave the thingies there for now, so
Oh,
she
leave the
sees where to
thingies?
go. There we go. Okay, good. Now we
Yeah.
good. Now we good.
Okay. Okay.
Hey,
I was like,
Yeah.
put it right there where
Figure
that
it
chest is, and then suddenly you shot it. I'm like,
Well, I was gonna
there
rip it
was
out
a
of her
chest there, I
hands.
swear.
I was gonna rip it out of her
There, I
hand.
swear.
That.
Wait, where'd that go?
I took it.
Oh, fucking god damn
I
it.
just said I ripped it out of your
I
hand.
thought I just glitched out. That's the most expensive, well, second most expensive chest in the game now.
No, I stole it. I committed
Like people
a
literally
pirate.
play this game
Pirate?
just to get that chest. I was like, where'd it go?
I
No.
committed piracy.
did you
I
pee a little
committed
in fear?
piracy.
I pooped a little actually.
I'm professional.
Oh my god!
Professional piracy.
I'm such a pirate. I literally stole it from my shipmates.
I just kidnapped you.
I'm calling my mom.
I didn't even mean to kidnap you. It just happened.
Do I want to pick up the skull of the dam?
Did you take
That
the
seems
skull?
Yes,
dangerous.
you
I
want to pick up
did.
all the glowy things.
It fucking fucks with you when it just disappears out of your hand.
You're,
Doesn't it
you're like
freak
a,
you
you're like
out?
a chameleon. You're like
No,
a chameleon
that's
grabbing
me.
stuff with your tongue.
Doesn't it freak you out when it disappears? You're like, where did it go?
Get it? Take it from
Oh
me.
my god.
Now
All right,
take
that's
me.
everything. That's
Yeah!
everything.
Take
Nicely
me away,
done, guys.
Calgon.
Let's go to a port. Don't tell the elf.
Don't tell the elf.
It's so
Oh,
aggressive.
God. I just said something. No, you did not, Chris.
Okay, so, we're gonna, I guess, go to Plunders?
I'm not wearing any of those because I'm not buying any of those.
Alright, we're gonna go north.
Right.
Oh, God.
Oh my god, it's deliverance.
I like that
up in
your
the front of the
banjo has
boat.
3 strings on it.
It's a good banjo.
It's a good banjo.
It's straight
you're
up
right.
Press in and out.
deliverance.
We got a self-care check reminder. Everyone do a stretch and do a big breath in and out. Big belly breath.
I don't wanna.
We did so good.
We did
Have
do
a bite of
good.
pizza and a sip of beer.
Oh, I will sip beer, though. Oh, I owe my boy, Rari Senpai. Rari, if you're still in here, I'm gonna chug this really big beer for you. Because I'm hydrated.
Wait, why are we going so slow?
Because I don't have any sales down. I'm one man, okay?
Well, you
I'm
didn't.
one guy.
But you didn't say anything.
Oh, I gotta say, put the sales down.
Yes, you do.
Because sometimes
Yes.
you come down and you go, "Don't do that."
Is this a
You're like,
sale?
I'm
no,
not trying to be a
alright.
jerk about it, okay?
No, it's not that. I'm just saying, we're waiting for you to tell us. That's your
You
job.
are literally the
You
captain.
are the captain.
It's your job.
You are the captain now. Look at me. You are the captain now.
It's quite literally what your job is.
we're behaving and waiting for orders, and you're yelling at us for not
we're
just
being
doing.
having, is what she
We're-
just said.
We're
We're being
behaving.
having.
Listen. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go mine some fucking trees right now.
But if they were
Look at
bought
us
for
go.
you, listen, don't be buying me any fucking t-shirts and not be buying Sons of the Forest, you fucking son of a bitch.
I bought you $40 worth of t-shirts.
But I can't buy this video game to play with you.
Yeah, these sails are so nice. Look at those sails.
I know, this is my boat
Wait, what's
kit,
going on?
my decorating kit.
What is going on up here?
What do you mean?
Wait, this is yours?
Oh no, we're good, we're good.
Well, so I can
let her
customize
use
the
her
boat.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But once you buy your own boat, then we can start using
Hi,
your boat.
welcome in. How are you? How have you been? It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Sam.
Happy birthday, Sam!
Happy
You know,
birthday,
hey,
Sam.
Broseph.
Yes.
Since you did so well, I'm gonna show you a little secret.
What's the secret? Where are you? What's the secret?
Okay, so I want you to click on the clothing chest here
Okay.
and put on some clothes.
Thank you. Let me see.
Dolby
Oh, I can-
got so.
Hey,
I can buy
Chaos,
it.
while you're at it, why don't you go down there and go to the pet chest and name your dog?
Oh
No,
my
no,
god.
no, his
His name is Ashen,
wow.
whatever.
name is Ashton. Oh my god, we need to put the sails up.
You didn't say to!
No, I just said it.
Oh
How do
my
I
God.
dye the stuff?
There's a section for dye, but
I see
not
the
everything can be
dyes,
dyed. Only your
This is
underwear and your
underwear.
hair right now can be.
Oh, how do I dye my hair? How do I dye my hair? Ooh.
What is this stupid thing?
Look at this. It's like perfect timing, Pixel.
I know, look at that, everything.
Like they.
Almost like we
killed
planned it or
everything.
something.
I know. I planned all deaths and sinking.
Yeah, we planned everything.
Master streamers extraordinary, y'all.
It's to make sure that, you know, for content. You gotta make people
content.
think, will they do it in time?
I didn't say I
Cleason,
would.
I
It
picked a
Just
pirate
said
that
if.
was very
If they were, then I
non-gender.
would, sure.
Non-gender.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like I'm an MB Wonder. Do you know my gender by looking at my character? Because I sure don't.
Yeah, your gender is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can only be dyed brown or yellow. Disgusting.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Somebody's gonna go down on the dock there and start turning this stuff in, and I'm just gonna drop it down there.
Are we there already? Holy Christ!
Yeah, we dare.
So do we take all this over there?
So
Like
this
everything?
person
Took it
right here,
all-
we just
oh.
sell.
Oh.
Yep.
The
Oh.
chest of legends. I have the chest of legends. Do I take it over there? Oh, look at we're right here. Okay.
Yes, you may do the chest of the legends.
So.
I did it.
So I kind of lied, maybe.
Oh no. What'd you lie about?
Oh, I put the final veilstone in, which I
Oh.
think means we can like turn something in.
Ginger cat.
I
probably.
have
Okay,
officially
yeah.
crossed 1 million gold, I would just like to say.
Oh,
Nice,
For the
nice,
first time
nice.
ever playing this game.
Amazing. Amazing.
Look at you,
are
you're so
amazing.
handsome.
Thank you. You're so pretty.
All right, I'm throwing stuff down again.
I
Sorry,
like your
sorry.
lips. They're so purple. Oh, you're doing a weird thing with them though. Stop it.
I know, you do too. You do like chew too.
Oh, why we do that?
I don't know, because we're pirates? It's a pirate thing? I don't know.
Arr.
Arr. What is the Sea of Thieves? If not the sea where the thieves are
Thieves.
Tend to
Seeing.
see things.
seeing on the
Thieves
sea.
see
Arg.
thieving.
Alright,
Oh
why do I keep going
God.
off?
Chris is here.
Oh god.
I said, baby.
Pirates cud. Hi, Chris. Pirates chew cud. Ooh. Are they cows? Oh, what this little thing? What this little guy?
Oh, we have to sell.
It's a little guy. I don't.
Is that
Oh,
all?
please tell me I don't have to bring this all the way to Reaper's hideout.
How are you tonight, Chris? Oh, there's a bag on in my chat. I gotta catch that. Sorry.
Bacon.
Bag on these nuts.
We
Hang on,
completed
hang
the
on.
trial.
Yay! Trial completed! Skull
We
of
did it, guys.
Damned sold.
Does that mean I'm a real pirate now?
You are.
Well, I was, no, I was gonna make a booty joke, but
Booty, booty, booty.
Booty.
we did it. Cheers, y'all.
That was amazing.
Legend of the Veil, voyage complete. Nice.
Now, do you guys have? If you go to your pirate
That ship hurt.
log,
Mm-hmm.
go to your pirate log,
Mm-hmm.
and go to your reputation.
Mm-hmm.
How do you?
What-
Do you guys have like at the very end like Athena's fortune rep?
I
Yeah.
don't know where my pirate log is.
Where's the pirate log?
So if you open up your menu that has your resources, so
Like
there's
the
the radio
wheel?
menu.
No,
Nope,
no, no.
it's gonna be so it's like the start button. So maybe exit, maybe no, because exit brings up a different menu. Tab, hit tab.
Oh yes, hello. Pirate log.
And you want to go to reputation and just scroll all the way to the side. So that would be E on the keyboard, I think. I'm just checking to see if you guys got any Athena.
I did,
fortune.
I
yes,
went to
I have
3.
3.
Cool. I'm at 8.
Hmm.
Takes a very long time to level that up. So any time you get a chance to do Athena stuff, it's like, yeah, let's do the Athena
Pop
stuff.
on it, yeah.
Pop on that Athena booty.
Mm-hmm. I have 132,000 gold. Oh my god, I'm rich.
Wow, you can go buy a
I mean,
whole
you pretty
bunch
much
of
made that
stuff.
all right now, I think.
You did.
Mhm. Well, I didn't play before, so yeah.
Wow, you made 130K tonight.
That's amazing. Thank you for taking me on this beautiful voyage. Look at your poor
Yeah.
ship, though. Holy shit. Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Holy
hold on, I
shit.
can fix it. I'm gonna fix it right now. I got the cash.
How much does it
Oh my
cost
gosh.
to fix it?
Watch, we're gonna go watch it, like, just be beautiful again.
Oh, yeah, I want to go watch it. I want to go watch it. Get down. No, get down, get down, get down.
Okay. It's only gonna cost me 10,000.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh,
Beautiful.
beautiful. It's perfect.
Look at how pretty it looks when it's not abused.
Crime sure pays well. You're right, Cleason.
Crime
That
does
shit did so
pay.
well.
I'm just about to hit 3 million.
The ship did
Wow.
amazing. Oh, wow. The ship did amazing. What a good ship.
We're
A
a good
fine
crew.
ship.
Good
Raising
crew.
Tartarus. Tartarus
Raising
is so that
Tartarus.
I'm sure there's some people that understand the name, but just to
I know
explain the name,
Tartarus as well.
It's
Tartar
sauce.
hell.
part
I
of
think you
a
did
it's like a
mission.
well, it's that's tartar sauce. Tartarus
It's
is
Greek hell.
part of like Greek hell.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and it's technically the child of chaos, the primordial essence that gave birth to the world, and everything around us. So yeah, it basically I named all of my ships after the children of chaos, and I thought
like
raising Tartarus is
Like
like
raising
like
hell.
raising hell. So it's like
Raise a little Tartarus, raise a little
oh,
Tartarus.
so these
raise a
we
little
got a few more
Tartarus.
things to sell. We got a few more things to sell.
What do we
What?
have?
How many ships do you have?
I currently have 4 ships. I have one ship like this, and I have 2 smaller ships.
Wow.
Yeah, any of those glowy, empty storage crates we can sell.
Oh, like the ones all in the basement?
Yeah.
Oh, like this stuff. Oh, there's a lot down here. Okay.
Hmm.
I take a night up.
My controller decided to. There we go.
I just drop it like. Oh yeah, there we go.
Really? The controller I've been using the whole entire night just decided to just not.
Oh,
To die.
it just has a. It needs a little break. It's a little.
No,
tiny,
it's
just a sleepy
it's
little
on.
guy.
The light is on. It's just no longer registering for whatever reason.
I don't think there's any more.
It's okay. We're almost done. We're almost done.
There we go.
You got too sweaty. It's like no. We all need a break now.
I know. My poor controller.
Now we can just play some music and eat some bananas and just chill. If somebody was to sink us right now, it wouldn't matter, because, well, I'm going to have to repair my boat again, but... You know,
I
no
want my
big
squeeze
thing.
box.
Alright, I'm going to put on a cool costume. Wait till you guys see what I look like.
You're going to
Yeah, I
bed,
wanna see if
Cleason.
there's
Thanks so much for
something
hanging out.
Thank you, everybody. for
Love you,
hanging
gay
out.
boy.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for hanging for my little surprise pirate stream.
Bye.
Surprise pirate? Surprise it?
Pirates.
So,
Sunset,
hey,
sunrise.
you, come here often?
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at you, badass. Look at your claw feet.
I'm very, self-conscious about my claw feet.
Those are quite the claw feet. Cass! You do look like Cass from, Legend of Zelda. Facing east or west? Oh. Oh, I'm mimicking Cass because I have the squeeze box, right? Oh, look at your green outfit. I want the glow.
I have
green
many-
outfit. That's
I have
cute as
many
hell.
costumes,
Many
Many-
many.
many outfits. No one looks better than me.
I think it's a sundown. I think this is sundown. Instead of a pretty. I would like a different song. There we go.
Oh god, now I'm naked.
Scandalous. Oh, hi! Look at your
Scandalous?
pretty dress.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you're not talking to me. No
I'll
one's
come
ever
look at your
told
pretty
me.
dress too. I will come. I'm coming right now to look at your pretty dress. Summon your children and your BF with your music. I will. Oh, you do have a pretty dress.
I'm beautiful.
You are beautiful. You are beautiful.
Oh my
I
god.
like my hat. I must have a better hat than this. Whoa, hydrate, Rari, welcome back. I was hydrating before, I'll
Whoa.
hydrate again.
Whoa.
Such fashion. I know, right?
I know, I need
This
to
is
go and
the-
buy some stuff.
I need to go buy some stuff. It got dark out here.
Darkness.
The darkness.
The darkness.
Alright, what was I wearing? What's my outfit? I think
Why
I...
does that cloud look like it's flexing?
Because it's flexing on us.
It is flexing on us. Look at that muscle.
Look at my...
So how
My
big
little
is the world?
It's...
Well, if you go to the
the
map, you'll
is
see.
here, yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll go look.
Oof. I have to call it soon, guys.
No. We only pirate now forever.
Oh my god, one of my peg legs is a spoon.
No.
A pretty
I
big
come
ass
show you.
world.
Yeah, it's pretty big, especially since you have to like sail each one. I see it. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
No fast travel here.
Excuse
Nope.
me. Excuse me, would you like some
No
soup?
festival here.
Would you like some,
Would you like-
some soup?
How do I get out of here? Where are you? How do I get to F?
We see your
Soup?
soupy leg. We see your
Soup?
soupy leg.
Look at that soupy leg.
The
That's
soupy
amazing.
leg.
Whoa! Solace and Dread coming in for a raid!
Woo!
Welcome in, welcome in. How the heck are you? If you guys don't know Solace and Dread, Dread and Solace, they're the couple that's so supple, I guess.
Hi,
I don't know. Couple.
Welcome to the
A
Queen
couple.
Pirate.
Welcome in. I appreciate y'all being here. Welcome in. Welcome in. For those coming in on the raid, welcome in. My name's Chaos, aka JP, aka Just Playing, aka that guy on the screen talking to you right now. I play a little bit of everything, mostly RPG.
I'm gonna mute him so he's not. I think he forgot to mute his mic. Unless you want to hear his little spiel. You can hear his spiel. Alright, I dropped everything off. I am so tired and I have to get going soon. I don't want to be an asshole, but I gotta get going. I work in the marketing. Who's over here crying?
I'm not gonna judge. Welcome in. Welcome in. How is everything going? What did you play? What did you guys play? If you guys don't know, these guys are like the best Nintendo streamers I know. They do all Nintendo all the time. Capcom creators. Check them out. Check them out.
I'm just
Hey,
chilling
who
with the
doesn't like
dog.
leather, Stallis? Who doesn't like leather? They do a lot of stuff on YouTube. Check them out. Check them out. They did a great, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? Segment? Not even a segment. Series. A great series. They've done a couple great series actually. Top 10. A lot of top 10s, like top 10 black characters in video games. And then I think they did a top 10 for best male characters and top 10 best female characters, if I remember correctly. So check them out. They're on YouTube, Solace and Dread. They're on obviously Twitch. They just rated in. I appreciate that.
Tram, thank you for the
So you guys
raid.
in here, give them a follow. Like I said, fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic
How
fantastic
was
creators,
your
each one of them.
stream?
And they have this really cool thing called
Autonauts.
Satan, where it's like a really loud.
How was Autonauts?
What's the
Why
word I'm
is
looking
my
for? Chicken, plastic chicken thing.
controller
And
doing
if you
this
get enough
again?
points, you can spend those
I was
points.
using my
and
controller
Dread
the
will
whole night, and now
blow
it
that
doesn't
thing
want to
in
connect
Solace's
anymore.
ear.
And it's so
So,
annoying.
It's great. It's like my favorite
My
thing.
robots are too damn cute. I'm
So
gonna
this is your
mute
first
them
time
for a
here.
second. I want to mute them for just a second. Well, Trem, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. We were playing some Sea of Thieves. I think we were getting ready to wrap it up relatively soon. I do have an early morning, so I can't really push it very late. But thank you for so much for thinking of me. And hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Oops, ad break. Oh.
There we go. Boom. Hit it.
Cassandra over Alexios if there's competition between male and female characters. Cassandra is who I played as for sure. But welcome in, Clockwork. How are
Mario
you?
and Luigi, partners in time. Very cool. For those of you guys just coming in, I just want to say I am collaborating with another avid Nintendo aficionado, Pinxel.
Hello.
You can check her out in the description of the stream. Huge Zelda nerd.
Yes.
I also like Zelda, but we disagree on which Zelda's best because she loves Breath of the Wild, and I like real games. So.
Oh
So-
my gosh.
Oh, excusez-moi.
my
I know. We got Broseph in here too. Broseph the Mighty. She's not she. Sorry, I apologize. They've been playing a lot of Breath of the Wild. And
Nerd
you're
alert.
doing Master Quest right now.
I just started it, yeah.
You just started it. Oh, right.
Yeah.
started
Okay.
it, yeah. I 100%ed the main game and then went to Master Quest.
And then we have Baba Yaga in the collaboration too.
Hello.
Stream extraordinaire. But you guys, let's see. Pinxel and you guys have been collabing on some Son of the Forest. You just beat
Well, they
the
did the forest, and then we did Sons of the Forest. Yeah.
And then I know that Yaga does a lot of Overwatch. Is that right? Am I
little bit of
seeing you
everything.
play Overwatch
I
on
am-
stream, or you just play Overwatch?
I play Overwatch
If you didn't
on
tear
stream
up and you found the
occasionally,
ruins
but
of Romani
just
Ranch
On-
and Breath of the
on
Wild,
a
are you a real Zelda fan?
Days
There
of
were
Witcher,
there were a couple
Halo,
places
Gears
that
of
I
War, stuff
definitely
like
got
that.
a little
Cool.
emotional. Romani Ranch was one.
So yeah,
And
welcome
then,
in, welcome in
the
again.
shrine
Solace, I
from
really
Skyward
appreciate that,
Sword
Ray.
is
Dread,
the other
thanks,
one. The
thanks for
the
raiding
Spring
in
of Courage.
with Solace, and enjoy
I'm
your
so
time.
annoyed
We're-
that my
we literally just spent the last, I don't know, when did we start? 7 o'clock? We started this thing? 7:30?
7:30. Yeah.
We'll say 8 o'clock. We started at 8 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock now.
We've been
So
at
4 hours we've been
4
doing this
hours, yeah.
one quest, and it's been pretty epic. I'm kind of excited to cut it down and throw it up on YouTube,
Oh,
because it was kind of a struggle bus,
We got
Not-
it, but we
not-
got it.
Not for any of our fault of our own, but they just tuned all the world events in this game to really scale with your crew. So when you have 4 people, it's, the amount of damage you need to do is much higher versus if you only
Yeah.
had 1 person. If we only had one, if this was a solo crew, we'd probably be killing those ghost ships in 1 hit because you get a damage multiplier.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is
They
fun. This
made
is
it.
my first night playing this, and it was great.
Oh, I'm glad
Yeah.
you enjoyed it.
We brought Broseph as a rookie, and now look at them. Pure
I
pirate
bailed.
legend here.
They
Pure pirate
they
legend.
they bailed the ship so well.
They did.
No,
They
we went
repaired
down
and
twice.
bailed.
Kristen
went
here
down
talking about
twice.
Breath of the Wild. It's Breath of the Wild was all right. It was out. It's a Zelda game. I like Zelda games. Would I play it again? I mean, I don't know. I beat it and then I master quested it, and I was like, all right, it's cool. If they just if Breath of the Wild 2, let's have a serious conversation with these
Tears of the
Nintendo nerds.
Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears
Tears of the
Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kangaroo.
Tears of the Kangaroo Extraordinaire, Breath of the Wild. If they fix the durability system, and by fix I mean remove it or keep it, but make it more forgiving and allow you to repair, perfect game. Oh, and add dungeons. If they have dungeons and you can repair your weapons, perfect game.
I think they should
would
change
dare-
a single thing because change is disgusting.
What? Who? Where?
Changes gross.
Change
Change
is
is-
gross.
Changes gross?
Love your. Thank you, Bubbles. Bubbles loves our band.
Oh yeah, we all can
Professionals.
get together and play music for the Raiders.
Yeah, let's get together and do a little bandies.
And I've actually discussed this in Discords and whatnot, and I think during Solace's stream. For me, it's like, I don't know, man. The world is so big in the in Breath of the Wild. It's impressive. It really is for a Zelda
I don't know how
game
to do it.
and for
Oh
the
my
Switch.
goodness.
But it's like you spend the whole time exploring just so you have enough weapons so you can take out the next Lionel, all right? And then all your weapons break, and you're like, man, it's a good thing I got all this world to explore to find more weapons to break.
All your weapons don't break if you know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing, listen, eventually every weapon you use is going to break.
Yeah, true. True.
The durability system
fair.
isn't too bad if you consider what kind of weapon is better used against what type of target. I agree. I didn't really have too much problem. I mean, I never really found myself struggling for weapons, honestly.
Chris
No, I
likes
didn't
Link to
really
a
either,
Past.
actually.
I have actually not played Link to a Past, so I apologize. I don't know much about it. My favorite Zelda, and I know Dredd will agree with me on this. I think Dredd agrees with me on this. Is Twilight Princess. I love Twilight.
That is a
I
good
do
one.
like
That is a
Twilight
really good
Princess.
one, yeah.
And I say that, and there's always some jerk somewhere that goes, excuse me, what about Ocarina? No, everybody already knows Ocarina's the best. We just put it off to
true.
the side. It's on its pedestal. We don't need to talk about Ocarina anymore. Everybody just knows that already.
Majora's Mask, though.
Yeah, Majora's Mask is good.
Yeah.
Well,
Ocarina
one
is
day
my
I'll beat-
favorite Zelda. Like, I'm stereotypical, but I'm biased
Bubble,
towards
you can.
Ocarina because not only is it my favorite game, but it's the first game I ever beat, like beginning to end, like by myself. Like the first game I beat. So like, you know,
No, straight
it's a
up.
special thing for me.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing for me, Pixel. Seriously.
Same.
Like, I played Mario 64, and I think I beat it, but I never felt like I was like, oh, yeah, that was great. Like, because,
Yeah.
you know, it's just all about the level design, and, like, I don't know, like, it doesn't stick with me like Ocarina of Time. Like, seriously, I got to the point, like, that's probably the only game that I sat down and was like, time to go do my daily game of Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
I got 8 hours today, let me just play Ocarina of Time real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played Ocarina of Time over and over and over and over. I played it like for like a year straight. So
The baby
Twilight
that just stands
Princess.
in the hourglass.
Solace strongly dislikes Majora's Mask.
are
And
any of the dogs
I-
dancing?
I've never finished Majora's Mask.
No,
I've probably
Freya's
never
ear
done more
is
than an
not-
hour's worth of Majora's Mask. But
Freya is
that's
on the
because I
list.
just never had the time to really figure out and learn what.
Holding
Majora's
on for a
Mask
hero,
is
and
all
the
about.
two ever paired my head. That's kind of cool, actually.
I beat Majora's Mask a few times, 2 or 3 times at least.
Oh,
uh,
minutes playing shanties. Look, I just beat one.
Good night, Ark. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Thanks for hanging out so late.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
rename the pet. Cool. What should I? What should I
do
name my
have to get
dog?
going
You.
to myself
I'm
as
gonna
well.
call him Hot Dog.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Hot dog monster.
Hot dog monster. Alright, are we
We
are
love
we
hot
gonna
dogs
like
here.
continue doing anything tonight, or are we done?
Oh no,
'Cause
no,
I-
it's 12 o'clock.
yeah.
I know you said you had to bounce.
I gotta get going, and my dog's crying, so.
We're doing another Veil. We're doing another Veil.
We're
It's
doing
about
another
4
4 hours.
left.
It's fine. Yeah. It's
I'm
fine.
down.
Hey, they approved my dog's name, Hot Dog.
Nice.
Yeah, I know, babes. I know. I hear you. Just a couple minutes.
Yo, pull into that shell. Get
Hi,
some
Death
rest
Switch
solace.
remix of Ocarina
Thanks
of Time.
for bringing your
Majora's Mask,
community
please.
over
Thank
here.
you.
I really do appreciate
Oh my gosh.
that.
Twilight Princess as well. Throw that in there as well. I'll be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Right, for instance,
I
so
would be
my plan
happy.
is, guys, my plan is that I eventually want to play all of the Final Fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm on my way to do that. And then after, so there's 3 series that I've always wanted to play all the games for.
Mhm.
First one is Final Fantasy. Second
Mhm.
one is Zelda. I want to play all the
Mhm.
Zelda games. And the third is Kingdom Hearts. I want to play all of the Kingdom Hearts
Oh.
games. Pixel, where are your pants?
I don't have. I have a dress on.
Oh, that's a dress? Where's the rest of it?
That's the
Wow.
whole thing.
Wow.
You are
Telling a
leaving
woman
that
how to
like
dress.
That's the
after
whole
How
thing.
dare
what do you
you?
mean?
Women's Day.
How
Wow.
dare you?
What do you mean? That's the whole thing.
Telling a woman how to dress after International Women's Day. How dare.
Wow. Why
How
do you hate
dare.
women?
Well, it's
dare.
not International Women's Day. If it was, I'd keep my mouth shut.
It's after.
Wow. Wow. It's like saying something about wearing white after Labor Day.
Wow.
Are you wearing white after Labor Day, Broseph? Get back here.
I know, baby. I hear you. We're gonna go in just a minute, okay? I hear you.
I
How
sinned.
dare.
How very dare.
That's why we can't have
Becca, Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that.
All right, are we going to triple raid someone?
I mean, I suppose it is midnight. I guess I could raid out.
What,
I
do you
suppose.
you want to keep going? I'll raid into you if you want to keep going.
I don't know. What's everybody else doing?
I have
Yaga, Brosif, it's 12 o'clock. I do have to work tomorrow, but I mean, I just sit around work and play video games all day, so you know.
It's 11
Yeah.
here, so I'm good.
All right. will
I don't
raid
know what
into
else we would
one of you
do
guys
in Sea of Thieves. We'd have to oh, actually, before people do start leaving, let me make sure I have everybody friended.
then. You have
Gotta
me
make sure I
friended, so
friend
I can
that.
leave.
You've got me.
I can leave. All right, guys. It
don't
is
know
late
how
for me,
to-
and I have a very
Bye.
early morning, so I have got to get going.
Abandon
But-
ship.
I think that I think
Okay,
the
I don't know
crew
how to,
is
I don't know how
going
to friend
to
you,
continue
or,
to
well,
play.
playing
If
with
you
me.
would like to go hang out with any of them,
I have no idea how to
let's
do
see.
the Microsoft thing.
I have no.
Really?
let's see who's on right now.
Maybe in. Well, my crew. Can I click on you and be like, "Hey, let's be friends"?
Okay.
It says view gamer. I can view your gamer card. Maybe I
Through
can
that,
friend you
should
from
be able to
there.
friend. Yeah.
Since Chaos just got the raid, we're gonna go in.
Send add friend. Add friend.
I will see you guys
Yes,
tomorrow for more
add me.
Destiny. We're gonna try that
I will.
Root of Nightmares raid again, and then I kind of feel like streaming
I'm
this
surprised
weekend. Maybe
nobody's
I'll
out
stream
here
some
trying to
Destiny
kill
or
us right
something
now.
random this weekend. Stay safe, make good
That's
choices.
like the
I
rule,
love you all.
number
Thank you
one
for
rule
being
in this
here,
game is
and I
never
will see
stay still
you
for
tomorrow.
too
Okay,
long.
bye.
Oh, Brosif, we can keep playing. That's fine. We can drop down to a different size ship. I mean, I got at least maybe another hour in me, maybe. But I don't want to keep anybody on, and I don't know what else we'll do. But I can sail the hell out of a smaller ship. These big